Embler Books presents The Wrong Daughter, written by Dandy Smith and read by Daphne Kumar and Heather Long. Prologue. They are sisters. They are aged 10 and 13 years old. They are home alone. Neither girl notices the man who watches them from the woods behind their house. The eldest, Olivia, is in charge while their parents are out. There is money for pizza on the kitchen counter and a list of emergency phone numbers pinned to the fridge. Olivia doesn't even glance at them. Blossom Hill House is in Stonemill, an idyllic market town in the heart of Somerset, a place where people feel safe enough to leave their doors unlocked. At 6 p.m, the girls slip on their shoes. Despite instructions to be in bed by 9, Olivia has decided she will let Caitlin stay up half an hour later, and, as she takes her sister's hand and walks out into the summer sunshine, her parents' warnings to stay inside are blown from her mind like dandelion clocks. The girls close the navy blue front door with the brass B knocker, but do not lock it. Caitlin glances up, missing the pretty pink petals that drift down from the cherry blossom tree in their garden during spring. They turn right out of the gate, then left onto the road that leads to the farm shop. They use the pizza money to buy sandwiches, thick, crusty bread, smoked ham and strong cheese. Next door, at the bakery, they buy rich, dark chocolate brownies and icy bottles of lemonade. They leave with their haul and race to the wildflower meadow. Here, among baby blue forget-me-nots and bright bursts of yellow buttercups, they while away hours on sun-warmed grass. The summer stretches out before them, a blank canvas waiting to be painted with possibility and adventure. Olivia turns her face to the sky and loosens her thick golden braid. She combs her fingers through her hair until it falls in a flaxen cascade down her back. Caitlin picks at a lock of her own hair, dark brown, and in her opinion, boring compared to the sunset glory of her sister's. Noticing the derisive look on Caitlin's face, Olivia says, "Your hair is so shiny. Fox red when the light hits it, Kitty Kate." She beams at Olivia, catching the compliment and clutching it hard to her chest. The girls sit and make daisy chain jewellery. They polish off the last of their now sun-warmed picnic and drink the last of their lemonade. In the balmy glow of the evening light, Olivia performs a perfect cartwheel across the meadow. She's all long, tanned limbs and flawless symmetry. She offers to teach Caitlin, who is clumsy and uncoordinated and afraid of failure. Caitlin fibs, feigning a sore ankle because she knows she will never be able to imitate Olivia's effortless poise. She lives contentedly in the long shadow of her sister. Not in the sense that she is loved any less by their parents because the girls are adored equally. Rather, Olivia is older. She was the first to talk and walk and cartwheel. Caitlin is forever following a little way behind. She's happy, safe in the shadow of her sister. The girls lie on the grass and gaze up at the milk-white clouds and the endless blue sky. They point out shapes they see, a leaping hare, a witch's hat, a ballet slipper. If they knew of the horrors of tonight, or the savage reality of tomorrow, they would want to pause time, to burrow down into this warm July afternoon. In this moment, they are young and carefree, their futures as organic and as wild as the meadow around them. And though they don't yet know it, this is the very last perfect afternoon the sisters will share. The girls walk the long way home, breathing in the fresh smell of cut grass and listening to the far-off sound of an ice cream van. They pass Florence's house. The willowy girl with her inky Parisian bob sits in her bedroom window, staring out apathetically, her head on her knees. She had detention today, on the last day of school, for rolling her skirt too short. Olivia and Florence are best friends, They are the queen bees of Southfield School for Girls. They have the kind of easy, effortless friendship Caitlin craves. When Florence notices the Arden sisters lingering at her front gate, she brightens, removing her MP3 player headphones. She waves, but stays quiet in case her mother is lurking nearby. The sisters wave back. Later, Florence will be asked over and over by the police what time exactly she saw the girls pass by her house. Her answer will change and change again because she isn't sure. For the rest of her life, she will pay close attention to the time. At home, the girls wear matching cotton pyjamas. They settle down on the large sofa in front of the TV, a bucket of popcorn between them. They are oblivious to the stranger that lurks in their back garden, watching them. Later, Caitlin goes upstairs to use the bathroom and stops at the door of her sister's bedroom. Inside Olivia's room, Caitlin notices a forest green diary on the dressing table. She picks it up. She can tell from the soft velvet and the gold bee embroidered on the front that it is expensive. Nothing like the flimsy diaries from the old stationery shop in town. Caitlin is about to open it to the first page when her sister appears in the doorway. Olivia halts, eyes narrowing as she catches Caitlin. She isn't angry. Olivia doesn't get angry. She is confidence and compassion, determination and sugar. Wordlessly, she holds out her hand, palm up. Cheeks flaming and guilt swirling in Caitlin's stomach along with the picnic and popcorn, she relinquishes the diary, but works up the courage to ask where it came from. "It's not a diary. It's a journal," corrects Olivia, because diaries are for girls. Journals are for young women. "A boy gave it to me," she elaborates, carefully placing it back on her dressing table. "The boy on the bus." This doesn't surprise Caitlin. On occasion, as Olivia walks home from the bus stop after school, she will duck into the florist on Honeysuckle Avenue and buy a small bunch of flowers for their mother. Sometimes, because she is beautiful, she is given them for free. A lesson Caitlin has learned early on is that beautiful people are often gifted beautiful things, like flowers or journals. "He told me to write it all down," says Olivia. Caitlin wrinkles her nose. "Write what down?" "All of it." She asks who the boy is. "Just a boy." Olivia's smile is secretive. "Just the boy on the bus." After, the police will search for the boy on the bus. They will never find him, but they will look. In bed, as sleep tugs at her, Caitlin wishes for a journal of her own, one exactly like Olivia's. She does not hear the excited pant of the man's breath at the unlocked French doors downstairs, or smell his cologne as he slips silently into the house. She drifts off. Moments later, Caitlin jolts awake, ripped too abruptly from her dreams. The night is deepest black and all around her. She can't be certain what had woken her. She sits up in bed and listens. Silence. She knows something is wrong. It is an instinct she cannot fathom, but it is as real to her as the heart that canters in her chest. Slowly, silently, she slips from her bed and pads across the hardwood floor. She stands statue still by the door. It is open half a foot, though her bedroom is plunged into blackness, the moonlight shut out by the heavy curtains. There is a high, round, stained-glass window on the landing which casts the space beyond her room in an eerie silver glow. She holds her breath and listens. Beneath the sound of blood rushing in her ears, she hears her sister's bedroom door yawning open down the hall. Caitlin's fingers curl around the cool brass knob, but another instinct stops her from opening the door wider. Heavy, even footsteps cut through the quiet. They do not belong to her sister. Caitlin does not move, does not make a sound, does not blink as her sister drifts into view. And then, so does a figure. Tall and broad, too tall and too broad to be anything other than a man. Horror is a roaring inferno in Caitlin's gut. She cannot see his face. It is obscured by a Venetian mask with a long nose and furrowed brow. It is grotesque and surreal, like something from the circus. It's only as he guides Olivia to the top of the stairs that the knife pressed to her sister's throat catches the moonlight. Fear flares in Caitlin's chest, a flame threatening to lick up her throat and out of her mouth on a fevered scream. Momentarily, the knife disappears into his black shoulder bag. The masked man curls a gloved hand around the back of Olivia's neck and turns her slightly. She is facing Caitlin's bedroom door. Olivia looks up. Their gazes lock. Taking advantage of his lapse in focus, Olivia lifts a trembling finger and presses it to her lips, willing her sister to stay silent. Caitlin's own hands fly to her mouth, containing the scream that has surged like bile. In muted dread, she watches the man produce a second Venetian mask from the bag and place it over Olivia's face. It is patterned, dark green and gold, just like the journal. The knife back to her throat, Olivia is led away down the stairs. Caitlin thinks of the setting sun, sinking beneath the horizon, disappearing into the dark. Moments later, she hears the back door open and then shut. She feels the finality of it in her blood. She stands a while longer, replaying the image of her sister pressing a finger to her lips. She isn't sure how long she is paralysed in the doorway before the spell is finally broken and she shrinks back into the shattered safety of her bedroom. Beneath the covers of her bed, she cowers, shaking like an abandoned dog. She is alone. She doesn't really understand what alone is, but she will. In the coming months and years, she will come to understand alone all too well. It is hours before their parents return. They are merry, their night a whirlwind of red wine and rich food and good conversation. It is almost 1 a.m. when they stumble up the stairs to check on their girls. Even though Olivia's room is furthest, it's her room their mother looks in on first. She is unconcerned to find the bed empty, convinced her daughters are tucked up together, limbs intertwined in Caitlin's room. She checks. What she finds is her youngest, and only her youngest, pale and quaking. Caitlin's tale of a masked man with a long nose, of a knife, of a secret journal and the boy on the bus, of a setting sun and Olivia being stolen away into the night is garbled and too fast. If it weren't for the empty bed of her firstborn, their mother would not believe it. What comes after is a blur of noise and artificial light and the police crowding their house, skittering all over like ants. Olivia is gone. Her journal is gone too. Their father promises Caitlin that Olivia will return, that her mother will stop making those broken animal noises, that everything will be all right. Caitlin doesn't reply. She doesn't reply because she knows the truth. She feels it in each beat of her heart, in every breath, even in the bright red of her blood. Her sister is never coming home. Chapter 1. Summer. Caitlin Arden. It's the last day of the school year. The children have left in a gaggle of summer holiday giddiness. Only one of my Year 5 pupils remains. I glance at the clock. Her mother is 40 minutes late. The lady who oversees after-school club has complained before that Natalie's family take advantage and never arrive on time to collect their daughter. As after-school club doesn't run on the last day of term, it's just me and Natalie and Miss Jones in the classroom next door. Natalie is drawing and doesn't seem at all fazed by her mother's absence. I kneel beside the little girl and give her my widest smile. She isn't to blame for her parents' constant tardiness. "That's a lovely picture," I tell her. She beams at me. "It's my family at the beach. We're going to Greece this summer." In her drawing, there are 2 large stick figures and 2 small ones. The smallest of them, with her pink skirt and red hair, is all alone, set aside on the farthest corner of the page. I point to her. "And who is that?" "My little sister, Charlotte." She sighs and picks up a blue pencil to colour in the sea. "She's really annoying." I stare at the picture, and even though it's just a child's drawing, I feel a pang of sadness for the figure alone on the sand. It's unavoidable that sisters bicker, especially at this age. I probably shouldn't comment, but the words rise from some melancholy place in my chest. "You know," I say quietly, so she has to stop what she's doing to listen. "Being a big sister is very important." Her eyes narrow. "Why?" "Your little sister looks up to you. She loves you so much." I take a breath. I think of Olivia. "You're probably the bestest friend she'll ever have." Her little nose scrunches up in thought. She glances down at her drawing and gently strokes a finger over her sad, lone sister. When she looks up again, her face is bright with intrigue. "Do you have a sister, Miss Fairview?" Her question, in all its buttery innocence, slices through me, and the answer catches in my throat. It isn't as simple as yes or no. It hasn't been since the day Olivia was taken. "Sorry I'm late. Sorry." I jump at the sound of a woman's voice and turn towards it. She's striding across the classroom. As Natalie was a late joiner, this is the first time I've met her mother. She's wearing Lululemon yoga leggings, her red hair swept up in a short ponytail. "And on the last day of term, too. Apologies." As she comes closer, I get an itch of recognition I can't quite scratch. I know her. How do I know her? "Hope I haven't kept you too long," she asks. I stand. "Not at all," I say, even though she should have collected her child 45 minutes ago. "Great!" She turns to her daughter, who has discarded her original drawing and has started another on a clean sheet. "Did you give Miss—" She glances at me and pulls a face which I think is meant as some sort of apology for forgetting my name. "Fairview," I offer. "Fairview!" she repeats loudly, as though she's shouting bingo at a gala. She rests her hand on her daughter's head and runs it down her long, pale blonde plait. "Did you give Miss Fairview her gift?" Natalie nods, but doesn't glance up. "She did. It's lovely, thank you," I say, thinking of the tasteful cream stoneware mug and Belgian chocolates. I have so many mugs. At Christmas and the end of every school year, I'm gifted dozens, most with "World's Best Teacher" printed on the front. I feel guilty they can't all be kept, but at least the local charity shop is well stocked. "You're welcome," she says, her gaze boring into mine as though she's trying to place me too. "I'm Laura." And the itch is suddenly scratched. Laura was one of Olivia's close friends at Southfield's School for Girls. It's been 15 years since I saw her last, at the vigil for the 1-year anniversary of Olivia's disappearance. Laura's family moved away after that. She is a piece of our past, plonked into the middle of my new present. "It's nice to meet you," I say, praying she won't recognise me too. She smiles, her eyes questioning. I want her to leave my classroom. Today, so close to the 16th anniversary, I can't bear to dredge it all up with a practical stranger who will act as though the hole Olivia left in her life is as big as the one she left in mine. "That's a great little sketch," says Laura to her daughter. I glance down, grateful for the distraction. In this drawing, 2 girls play hopscotch together in a park. "Is that you?" Laura asks Natalie, pointing to the stick figure with yellow crayon hair. She nods. "And this is Charlotte," she says, reaching for the orange pencil. A smile spreads across my face like warm honey. Laura smiles too. "Oh, darling, that's wonderful. What a brilliant surprise." Then to me she says, "You know how it is. Sisters always squabble, don't they? Whenever they're awful to one another, I remind myself when they grow up they'll be best friends." My smile falters as a wave of longing for Olivia surges. Not trusting myself to speak, I nod instead. I'm usually very good at fighting the swell of emotion whenever I think of Olivia, but today, the day before the anniversary, I'm crumbling like pastry, bits of me flaking off at the slightest touch.
"Miss Fairview said being a big sister is very important because I'm the bestest friend Charlotte will ever have,"
sing-songs Natalie. Laura stares at me. She's stopped stroking Natalie's hair, because now she sees me. Really sees me. She's followed the trail of breadcrumbs through the thorny forest and arrived at the gingerbread house. "Caitlin," she says quietly. "Caitlin Arden." Great. My gaze darts down to Natalie, but she isn't paying attention now. To her, this conversation is painfully dull, happening between painfully dull adults, high above her head. Still, I move away from her and over to my desk, not wanting her to use that name in front of other pupils in case it gets back to parents. Here at the school, I am Miss Fairview, Class 5 teacher. Everywhere else, I can't escape that I am Caitlin Arden, sister of the missing Arden girl. I start arranging exercise books into a neat pile so Laura can't see how my hands tremble. "It is Caitlin, isn't it?" she presses. "Yes." She's shocked. "I'm Laura. I knew you're—" "I know." Silence. It takes all my will not to turn and walk briskly from the room. I can't do this. I need a reason to get away. Now. "I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you," she says, examining me as though I'm a particularly unusual exhibition in a museum. Something fascinating from long ago. "Your name? You're married?" She glances down at my left hand, at the solitaire diamond that's never felt like it belongs to me. No wedding band. "Engaged," I correct. "Fairview is my fiancé's name." She frowns, confused that I'm using his name before we've walked down the aisle. "Bath is a small city," I offer, and let my words hang. She catches them, inspects them, realises that the Arden name is intrinsically linked to the disappearance at Blossom Hill House. "I see. Well, I won't say anything to the other parents. It's no one's business." But for the longest time, the media made it the nation's business. They took the story and feasted on its carcass, sucking meat from bone until there was nothing left. "Thank you." We fall quiet again. All that can be heard is the scratch of Natalie's pencil on paper. I really don't want to reminisce about my disappeared sister with a near stranger, but I'm not sure how to shut this conversation down without being rude. After all, this is my place of work. I must remain professional. "Do you still draw?" asks Laura. Her question catches me off guard. I don't know why, but my pulse quickens. "How do you know—" "Olivia. She was always telling us how talented you were. Ah, I suppose." She smiles encouragingly. "So are you still drawing?" "No, I'm not." I lie. Her smile falters. I'm not making this easy for her. I'm all spikes and rough edges. I try to smooth myself out. "But thank you for asking. It means a lot to hear that Olivia—" I stumble over her name. It's not very often I speak it out loud anymore. When she was first taken, it was said 1,000 times a day in our house, whispered with all the reverence of a prayer. I swallow, then smile and start over. "It's nice to hear Olivia talked about me." "Oh yes, all the time. She—" "Mummy!" calls Natalie, scraping her chair back and running over, waving her drawing above her head. "Finished!" She thrusts it at Laura. then pushes the loose tendrils of hair back from her face.
Can I have a snack now, please?
They leave soon after that. Laura gives me her number and says we must meet up. I smile and agree, even though I have no intention of seeing her outside of school. It sounds cruel. Maybe it is, but too many times I've sought comfort in others who knew Olivia, trying to gather the pieces of her they hold, only to discover they're fool's gold because no one knew her like I did. Not even Florence. I have the shiniest, most precious pieces of who Olivia was. It's true that over time they've become marked and dented, but I still have them. And then there are the questions I don't want to answer. The morbid curiosity of that night, of what I saw, of how it happened, of what I did or didn't do to stop it. I am dragged back into the past over and over. No, I won't see Laura again. I take out my phone and delete her number. Then I perch on my desk at the front of the class. I have a message from Mum. "How are you, sweetheart? Home yet? Kiss." I get one of these messages every day. She worries. She is always worrying, convinced that fate is vicious enough to take me too. I reply before I receive the habitual, firm follow-up from Dad. These are the rare occasions he breaks his silence, instructing me to answer my mother immediately. I tell her I'm fine, that I'm staying on at school to do paperwork before I drive home to Oscar. I don't tell her I'm meeting Florence in town for cocktails, that I'm catching the last bus home. She will only mither, and I can't bear to cause her any more anxiety. Still in my classroom, I change out of my work clothes and slip into the red polka dot dress I brought with me. Then I stash my blouse and culottes under my desk. I have 6 weeks off this summer, but I'll return before then to prepare for September. With time to kill before I have to leave, I sit at one of the desks and slide my white-heeled sandals onto my feet. Then I take my phone and log into my socials for Wanderlust illustrations. Last week, I hit 41,000 followers. Since then, my secret project has gained another 300. I've been lucky. A few larger online accounts and arty news outlets have shared my work, hand-drawn illustrations of local landmarks with collaged vintage fabrics. A little of the past brought into the present. I click on my latest post. It's of my best-selling print, Bath Pulteney Bridge at sunset. The sky, a vintage floral fabric in mustard yellow. In the photograph, my print is blown up to A3 and held up in front of the bridge itself, my hand just visible in the bottom right corner. I keep my identity a secret. I want people to buy my art because they love it, not because I am the sister of that missing Arden girl, the one whose face was plastered on the news for weeks after her disappearance. I scroll to the comments. They're glowing and full of praise. Happiness slides through me like butter on hot toast. Oscar knows about Wanderlust. He's the only one who does. Sometimes I want to share it with my parents. They'd be proud, I know they would. But Mum would be concerned too, afraid I'd abandon my teaching career to be an artist. She didn't exactly say I couldn't study art at university, but she did question what I'd do with a degree like that. I refrained from saying, "Be happy?" Because of course she wants me to be happy. But more than that, she wants a safe, stable, reliable career for her remaining daughter. One less thing to worry about. And she brightened so much when I showed a flicker of interest in English literature, the degree she'd done. She ordered brochures from local universities and laid them out on the dining table. I'd wanted to study abroad, to see the world, but I knew she'd start slipping if I left. Free-falling into that dark, serrated place that took her years to claw out of after Olivia was taken. So I stayed local, studied English literature at Bristol, and went on the following year to do my PGCE. I think Olivia mentioned to her once that she'd like to teach. Mum would never admit it, not even to herself, but that's part of the reason she encouraged me to follow that path. In the ghost of Olivia's footsteps. Truthfully, I can't imagine my sister would ever have shackled herself to the mundanity of teaching. Sure, she liked to show me how to do things when we were children, how to ride a bike, to cartwheel, to brush my own hair, but I think, if she'd had the chance, she'd have been more, done more, seen more. I take one last look at Wanderlust illustrations and the community I've built, wishing I was brave enough to chase what I want, or callous enough not to care what my adoring mother would think if I did. Then I log out of the account, call a taxi, and go to meet the best friend who once belonged to my disappeared sister. Chapter 2. Caitlin Arden. Florence has chosen a quirky venue down one of the cobbled side streets in the city centre. It's all high ceilings and Victorian tiled flooring. The circular bar is mahogany and marble. Above it are hanging baskets of trailing ivy and strings of fairy lights. A waiter drifts past, carrying a tray of cocktails in plant pots and propagation glasses. It's busy. I move through the crowd, searching for her. 2 women brush past me. They're too similar to be anything other than sisters. Elbows hooked, laughing. This time of year, I see sisters everywhere. Pairs of women safe in the knowledge that at the end of every bad date or party or day, there is a soul out there born of their blood who will love them always. Loneliness seeps into me, and despite the heat, I am cold. The fact is, most people don't understand what it is to be terrified, truly terrified. To lose someone to a man with a mask, brandishing a blade. Waxing lyrical won't make them feel it either. Words are powerful. Experience is more. And because of that, I can be in a crowd of people, strangers or family and friends, even people who've known me my entire life, and feel as though I'm standing by myself, alone. That word doesn't carry enough gravitas. There isn't a word big enough or wide enough or sturdy enough to bear the weight of its meaning. Florence is already waiting for me at a table across from the bar, biting her signature red-painted lips as she scrolls through her phone. I slam the shutters down on all the negative feelings, reminding myself I'm not alone. I'm here, now, with my chosen family. Her inky, collarbone-length hair and thick fringe is chic and glossy. She's wearing a black studded leather jacket over a silk ivory camisole and a burnt orange skirt with a lace hem. By comparison, my little polka dot dress and heels feel far too obvious. "You're late," she says by way of greeting. "Only 5 minutes. 7, she corrects, as I sit down opposite. "How can you go about your life never being late, the same way you go about yours never being on time?" We smile at each other. "Missed you," I say. I order us 2 cocktails, and we slip easily into conversation. Florence is filling me in on her latest audition but stops mid-flow, eyes narrowing. I twist in my seat to follow her gaze. My friend Gemma is weaving through the throng towards us, grinning at me. The lavender dress she's wearing is beautiful against her dark skin. "Happy end of term," says Gemma, raising her glass. We met at a little village primary school during my first placement 5 years ago. As the only staff members under the age of 45, we had things in common, bonding over our love of Gilmore Girls and our hatred for the emotionally abusive pinnacle of toxic masculinity that is Jess Mariano. I get up and hug her. "Here's to 6 weeks of bliss." Gemma turns to Florence and says warmly, "Good to see you again." Florence gives her a cool, barely polite smile in return. They've only met a handful of times, but Florence took an immediate dislike to her. The thing is, Gemma is all spontaneity and tarot cards and hot yoga. Everything Florence was before she got engaged to Daniel. Now, Florence is all organisation and home decor and weekends spent with Daniel's family in Kensington. "If I'd known you were coming here for a drink too, we could have organised something," says Gemma. And before I can respond, Florence chimes in, her tone too smug to be charming. "It's actually an annual gathering. Katie and I do this every year." "Oh." She glances between the 2 of us. "Is it a birthday or—" A dark yellow queasiness rises within me. She doesn't know about my missing sister, or that Florence and I have been meeting up on the eve of the anniversary for almost a decade. Gemma doesn't know the murkiest, saddest parts of my life. Silence hangs between the three of us. Realising she isn't clued in, Gemma is awkward and hurt. A child in the playground being told they can't join in. "I can give you a call tomorrow," I say, rushing to dispel the tension. "We could go for brunch this week. Or coffee?" She glances only briefly at Florence, as though waiting for her to object, before nodding at me. I give her my friendliest smile to make up for Florence's thin-lipped one. Once Gemma's disappeared to rejoin her group, Florence says, "She doesn't know, does she?" With a look that tells me she's satisfied she's still the main friend. I quickly change the subject. "Excited for the wedding?" In just 7 weeks, Florence will be a married woman. At 26, most of my friends are either married or engaged. It feels like only yesterday we were lamenting about our university deadlines and the pains of a lecture scheduled at the ungodly hour of 9 in the morning. "As long as my mother sticks to wine and you don't make me late to the ceremony, it'll be brilliant." I nod solemnly. My main duty as maid of honour is to ensure Susan doesn't down bottles of tequila behind the bar. Florence raises one reproving eyebrow. I try not to smile, keeping my expression as grave as possible. "And my other pressing duty is to keep excellent time," I add. She narrows her eyes, and I flash her my most magnificent smile. "Promise." Our drinks arrive, served in terracotta pots with smoking dry ice and edible flowers in buttercup yellow and cornflower blue. Just for a moment, I'm back in the wildflower meadow on that last perfect afternoon, watching Olivia cartwheel in the setting sun. I can still smell the sunscreen on my skin, feel the waning heat of the afternoon warming me, hear her tinkling laughter that reminds me so much of wind chimes. A slow waving hand appears in front of my face, tugging me from my reverie. "Are you listening?" asks Florence. "Yes," I lie, blinking away the memory. But I don't blink it away fast enough. She sees the undercurrent of sadness that threatens to pull me under. Her face creases with sympathy. "Katie." "Did you and Daniel settle on double-barrelling?" I say, cutting her off before she can ask me if I'm okay. My missing sister is a wound I don't want to reopen. The conversation with Laura has thrown me, that's all. She takes a breath, as though she wants to pursue it, but we have a rule that during our anniversary get-together we don't discuss Olivia, so leans into my change of subject. "Absolutely, though he wants us to be Odell Fox." She pulls a face, as though this idea makes as much sense as changing their name to Mr. and Mrs. Hitler. I laugh. "What's wrong with Odell Fox?" She lifts her chin. "Fox Odell is better." I shake my head. "Nope. Odell Fox, definitely. I'm with Daniel on this one." Her eyes glint mischievously. "Well, I'm going to tell him you agree with me anyway." I raise my drink. Best way to start a marriage is with deception. She grins. The evening unwinds. We order 2 more cocktails and I realise how lucky I am to have Florence. When I was little, I coveted the friendship she and my sister had. They walked around Stone Mill arm in arm, their bond as easy as breathing. Heads bent close together, laughing louder than anyone else. Then Olivia disappeared and Florence started coming to the house to check on me. Before, I was just Olivia's annoying little sister. But after, we became family. Sometimes I can't sleep for thinking about Florence disappearing too. "And what about you and Oscar?" she asks now. "Are you still planning on taking his name?" "I am." She rolls her eyes as though I'm betraying all of womankind. The thing is, Arden is so closely tied to the disappearance at Blossom Hill House and the infamous case of the missing Arden girl that the name is stained. Changing to Fairview is like shaking up a snow globe, so I'm left with neatly covered, untrodden ground. A fresh start. "So, how are your wedding plans coming along?" she asks. "Great," I say shortly. "Fine." "So you've finally got a date then? Booked a venue, chosen a dress?" At the mention of all the things I failed to do, anxiety flutters in my chest. I don't examine too closely why I'm dragging my heels, and I don't want her to either. So I say something I know will send her off on a tangent. You sound just like my mother. She pulls a face. Jesus, a fate worse than death. Florence and Mum have a complicated relationship. Mum is grateful to her for taking me under her wing after the disappearance. She was glad I had someone close to my age to talk to. Over time, though, she grew jealous that I opened up to Florence more than I did to her. She accused me once, during those difficult teen years, of trying to replace Olivia. Not wanting to hurt my mother the way she hurt me, I bit back the barbed retort. Actually, it's you who keep trying to replace me with Olivia, to erase me completely until all that's left is her. As much as I hate to agree with Clara, ventures Florence, she's right to ask questions. I mean, you've been engaged for nearly 3 years. That's not long, I say, defensive. I was engaged 5 minutes when I started Googling wedding venues. You're a planner, you like to plan. She takes my hand and squeezes. I just want you to be happy. I am happy. I love Oscar. I know you love him, everyone knows. The two of you are sickening together. So why haven't you set a date? I bite the inside of my cheek until it aches, wishing she would drop it. But when it's clear she won't, I lie. We're going to view a venue next weekend. She's sceptical. You are? Yes, I lie again. Great! That's exciting. Which one? Preston Mill? I offer, thinking fast. She's nodding slowly. I see the cogs turning, trying to work out if I'm telling the truth. The stab of guilt I feel for being dishonest fades as she says, honeymoon plans? I close my eyes against a potent mix of foreboding and exhaustion. Don't. What? She says with feigned innocence. You already know. I'm excited to go to York. Wouldn't you rather go to New York? She enthuses, leaning forward, eyes bright. Or the Maldives, or Greece, or Italy? Yes, I think. No, I lie. She dismisses my denial with a roll of her eyes. It's not like you're on a super tight budget. Florence, please. I know she cares. I know she just wants the very best for me. But I don't have the emotional reserves for this conversation, not now. It doesn't make any sense, she goes on, ignoring my plea. Clara is so anxious about you travelling, going too far afield, but her daughter was snatched from home, from her own bedroom. So why does it matter if you travel to Mexico or Timbuktu? We've had this conversation before, and even though I know my lines, it's an effort to recite them. Anxiety is very rarely rational. Your mother is the reason you didn't go away to university, the reason you didn't study what you wanted to study. And now you're spending your honeymoon in dreary old England just to placate her. Mum didn't ask me not to go abroad for our honeymoon. She didn't have to. She just worried her bottom lip and you gave in. Mostly, Florence understands me better than anyone. She knew Olivia, loved Olivia, and she thinks she sees me so clearly, my desire to please people, mostly my mother, outweighing my own personal hopes and ambitions. But there are things she doesn't see. Things I force to the very bottom of myself. A truth so ugly, I sometimes struggle to look in the mirror or sit quietly in my own company. It is my fault Olivia has been missing for 16 years. If I had acted sooner, if I hadn't frozen in that doorway, if I'd run downstairs and called the police or my parents instead of cowering until they returned, Olivia would have been found. The man in the Venetian mask would have been caught. This is the reason I bend to my mother's will. I owe my parents the daughter they lost, that stayed lost because of me. Katie, are you okay? I try to blink away my dark thoughts, but they linger like black smoke. I'm fine. It sounds forced, even to my ears. But you did break our only rule for tonight. You talked about her. Not directly, not really. She looks down, stirring her drink with the metal straw so the ice clinks. I just want you to be happy. You deserve to be happy, Katie. Her eyes find mine. You do believe that, don't you? And even though I don't, I nod. I'm tempted to confess to her how I truly feel, but she will only comfort me, assure me it wasn't my fault. I don't need her well-intentioned lies. I know the truth. It lives inside me, razor sharp and cutting.
Chapter 3. Winter. Eleanor Ledbury. Eleanor wakes up to find he is gone. She rolls onto his side of the bed and breathes in his familiar scent. Her heart is already hammering. She hates when he leaves, especially when he doesn't tell her he's going. The too fast buzzing in her chest, like a hive of livid bees, makes her feel sick. At 17, she knows she should cope better with being alone for a few hours. Heath has told her so, but she doesn't. The bees won't stop stinging. She wants to claw them from her chest. Instead, she screams into her pillow. No one will hear her anguish. Ledbury Hall is miles from anywhere. A 20-minute walk to the closest residence and a half-hour drive to the nearest town. She breathes deeply, telling herself that Heath will return. Naked, she sits up in bed. Without his body warming her own, the winter chill bites at her skin. She wraps the duvet around her shoulders and gazes sullenly at the heavy curtains across the room. It takes her another 10 minutes to muster the energy to rise from her bed and open them. The weak blue light from the watery winter sun trickles lazily across the hardwood floor. Her bedroom overlooks the garden with a large pond, though it's more of a lake than a pond. At its centre is a little island with a stone statue of 2 entwined lovers. The man is kissing his way up the girl's throat, his hands moving around her bare stomach to cup her breasts. Heath swims in the pond every summer and always tries to coax Eleanor to join him. She doesn't. She's not sure she even knows how to swim. When she was little, Uncle Robert tried to teach her, but the second she stepped into the water, she imagined drowning just as her parents had. She could feel murky water rushing down her throat and filling her lungs until she couldn't breathe. Her heart would beat so furiously, she was sure her ribs would crack and splinter. Sometimes she dreams of her parents' yacht, sees it bobbing in the middle of the ocean, in the centre of all that vast, empty space. Adrift. That's how she feels in Ledbury Hall without Heath. She showers and dresses, but by noon he still isn't back. Tomorrow Uncle Robert is due to return. She dreads his weekend visits and his ability to make the vast Georgian manor house feel the size of a matchbox. She's fretting, worrying the skin around her fingernails. Only 3 of the 7 bedrooms have fresh linen. Heath was supposed to change them. Without him here, she will have to do it alone, because even though Uncle Robert fired the housekeepers years ago, he still expects Ledbury Hall to be spotless. Eleanor and Heath started cleaning last night, but they'd grown bored, allowed themselves to become distracted, liberating a bottle of wine or 2 from the cellar. Eleanor wonders if the reason Heath has ventured out is to replace the bottles. Uncle Robert counts the bourbon he keeps in what used to be her father's study, and sometimes he will venture down into the cellar too. Once the beds are made and the library is dusted, she allows herself to sit down and read to pass the time. Though she has read Little Women before, she reaches for it again. Secretly, she longs for a sister and believes that maybe in a past life she had one. Perhaps a writer like Jo, or an artist like Amy. Soon, though, Eleanor abandons her book and finds herself in the foyer, staring at the grandfather clock. It's 4 in the afternoon and still she is alone. She starts to catastrophize. She imagines Heath's car skidding across the icy road and into oncoming traffic. She can see in great, clear detail the wreckage. Heath, trapped inside, crushed ribs splintered like matchsticks, blood pouring from his temple, his wide, unseeing eyes. She shakes her head, trying to dislodge the image. She knows she is being irrational. But what if she isn't? Her heart races and her breath comes too fast. She cannot banish the image of Heath's broken body. She paces the front room. He is late. Why is he late? Heath told her before that they are the kind of people who will always only have each other. If he never returns, there will be no end to her loneliness. Fear bleeds into anger. He should be back by now. He could have at least told her where he was going or how long he'd be. She takes hold of that anger and digs her fingernails into it so it cannot escape. It is better to be angry than it is to be abandoned. She goes to the window again and again, hoping to see his headlights coming up the drive. Each time, she is disappointed. She sneaks another bottle of wine from the cellar, deciding a drink will calm her nerves. She sits on his bed and takes slow, medicinal sips until the room blurs. Until she is sucked into the dark. When she wakes, it is late evening. Never in her 17 years has she been alone this long. Without Heath, she feels as though she's been carved up, piece by piece. Her world was once made up of 4, and in an instant it shrank by half. It could shrink by half again if something has happened to him. Without Heath, where would she be? What would she be? This fear that he is gone forever may be irrational, but it is as real to her as the cold floor pressed against her hot cheek. She searches again for that anchor. But, like a tide returning to shore, so too does the terror. It is a forceful tsunami that washes over her and fills her ears and her eyes and her lungs until she cannot hear or see or breathe. Then there are hands around her wrists, and she is being pulled to her feet. I'm here. The deep timbre of her Heath's voice forces the tidal wave back. Have you been drinking? She nods. The buzzing, stinging wasps that were in her chest this morning have migrated to her head. Immediately she feels ridiculous. She is ridiculous. But more than that, she is relieved. All that coiled tension drains from her, and she becomes soft like candle wax in his hands. Heath runs her a bath. She undresses and gets in. He sits on the edge of the tub as she soaks. They are quiet. But it's the good kind of quiet. Comfortable and smooth. Where were you all day? She whispers, staring down at the water that ripples with her breath. Went into town for supplies. The roads were icy, so I waited for them to thaw a little before coming home. She doesn't believe him. Knows he is lying. Can smell another woman's floral perfume on him. I was alone all day, Heath. Silence. Then, I can't take you everywhere, Ellie. I know, she says, even though she doesn't understand. She doesn't leave Ledbury Hall without him. He doesn't like her to. They are always together until Heath decides they are not. She wants to tell him how unfair it is, but she is glad he is home and doesn't want to ruin it. You need to learn to be alone sometimes, to make decisions by yourself. At his patronising tone, indignation gathers like a dense fog between her eyes. She rubs at her forehead, trying to disperse it because she doesn't want to drive him away again. Robert's coming back this evening, he says tightly. He called early this morning. Her stomach knots. But it's Thursday. He shrugs. She gets out of the bath and wraps herself in a thick white towel. She hoped she'd have one more night alone with Heath, a chance to ask who the perfume belongs to before Uncle Robert invaded Ledbury Hall again. She busies herself, brushing her hair, but she can feel Heath's eyes on her. She glances over her shoulder. He stands behind her. his expression penetrating. She turns back to her reflection. He comes closer. He takes the brush from her hand and starts to comb her hair. In the mirror, their eyes lock. When her hair is a sleek, golden waterfall, he puts the brush down and runs his fingers through it. It feels good. She tilts her head back, leaning into him. Her entire body tingles from the wine in her blood and the feel of his fingers in her hair and the heat of his body against her bare back. She shivers. Downstairs, keys jingle on the front door lock. Uncle Robert is home. Heath's hands linger on her hair and then slide to her shoulders. He kisses the back of her neck, just like the lovers in the garden. "Don't go down without me," he instructs, before quietly leaving the bathroom. Her skin is still sinking as his footsteps fade down the hall. She dresses hastily. Uncle Robert bellows their names. She hovers at the top of the stairs and glances towards Heath's closed bedroom door. "Eleanor!" Uncle Robert shouts, angry now. She can't wait for Heath any longer. She rushes down to the foyer to greet her uncle. He doesn't like to be kept waiting, but the irritation on his face quickly shifts into something else. A kind of sad longing. "You look more and more like your mother every time I see you," he tells her. Eleanor has the feeling Uncle Robert was far too fond of his brother's wife. She lowers her gaze and smooths her hands over the hem of her dress. She feels him watching her. He clears his throat. "And where's that conniving brother of yours? Good to have you home, dear uncle." Heath's voice rolls down the stairs, and Eleanor can taste the insincerity in it. Uncle Robert can too. His eyes narrow. Her brother takes his time joining them, which only serves to further irritate Uncle Robert. The tension between them is immediate. Heath says their uncle is a murderer, but while he's in charge of their inheritance, they must do as he says, or risk their silent understanding. As long as they spend the weekends pretending to be the perfect family, Uncle Robert allows them to live their lives undisturbed during the week. Their uncle takes a threatening step towards Heath. He isn't a small man, but Heath isn't a child anymore. At 20 years old, he is taller and broader than their uncle. Where Heath was once a sapling, he is now a great oak. Uncle Robert frowns, and Eleanor is sure he is thinking the same thing. "I collected supper from a restaurant in town," he announces. "Bring it in from the car and warm it up. You'll serve it in the dining room." Heath bows in an exaggerated show of servitude. Uncle Robert's hand flexes, and Eleanor holds her breath. But then he turns on his heel and walks away, his expensive leather shoes tapping against the hard wood. "Why must you bait him?" she whispers. Heath's gaze finds hers. "I told you not to come down without me." "But why?" He places his thumb beneath her chin and tilts her face up to his. "Because he wants what he can't have." She feels her pulse in her lips. "And what's that?"
"You." Chapter 4. Caitlin Arden. Oscar is working in his study when I return home from the bar. I see the glow of his office lamp down the hall as I close the front door quietly behind me. As a freelance web designer, he can set his own hours, and for the last few months he's been working late into the night. It's just after 10 now, and I really don't want to go to bed alone. I'll lie awake, counting down the hours to the anniversary, suffocating beneath the memory of Olivia being taken as I hovered uselessly nearby. So I set down my bag and slip off my sandals. Then I move barefoot to his door. It's ajar. I peer inside, wondering when he'll be done. He's sitting at his desk, headphones on, his back to me, tapping away at his laptop. Every now and then, he glances at the thick binder of notes on the desk beside him. I push open the door, but he doesn't hear me. Brushing grief away, like dust from a bookshelf, I paste on a smile and move up behind him. Then I lean over his shoulder, playfully covering his eyes with my hands. He yelps like a dog being kicked and leaps from his chair. I jump back, startled by the outburst. He rounds on me, arms raised, ready to fend off his attacker. A giggle rises and I clasp a hand over my mouth to squash it. The fear in his eyes burns away. "Jesus Christ, Katie!" he breathes, removing his headphones. "Sorry," I say around my hand. "Didn't mean to scare you. You were working late?" I move towards his laptop, curious about this new project he's been pouring all of himself into, but he catches my wrist and pulls me to him. "I can stop now you're back." I smile, relieved I won't have to coax him up to bed. "How are you? How are you feeling?" There is a sincerity in his voice that scares me. He doesn't want a mundane and dishonest fine like most people do when they ask. He genuinely wants to know. Tonight, though, I don't have the energy to unearth it all. I can't answer with the rawest truth. Can't admit that I feel enraged and guilty, that there's a loneliness so thick and black it blots out everything else, that this time of year I harbour an irrational and intense anger at all the people with sisters they can see and touch and talk to. So I offer him another, more easily digested truth. I really, really miss my sister. He nods, folding me into him. I bury my head in the crook of his shoulder and breathe him in slowly. Shampoo and cologne, citrus and wood, coffee and ink. I ground myself in this moment, in the reassuring pressure of his palms against my back, holding me to his chest, in the safety that comes with his thick, strong arms encircling my body, the heat of him, the hardness. But then Olivia's face flashes into my mind like a strike of lightning. Her wide, terrified eyes caught in the eerie silver-blue glow of that night. Her finger pressed to her lips, warning me to stay silent. The horror that starts in the balls of my feet and rushes up through my body like engulfing flames. "Katie, you're shaking," he says. He tries to pull back, to study my face, but I cling to him. Citrus and wood, safety in strong arms, heat and hardness. It isn't enough. I can still see her face, can see that man in the mask with the long nose and furious brow, the blade in his hand tilted towards her throat. Loneliness threatens to overwhelm me again, coming for me in an enormous barreling wave. I run from it, I kiss Oscar with so much need, my hands slipping beneath his t-shirt and up his back, then down, raking my nails across his skin. He groans lustfully into my mouth. "I want you," I say, because sex is a place I can go where the dark glitter of her disappearance can't follow. He lifts me easily. I wrap my legs around his waist and kiss him as he carries me upstairs to bed. After, Oscar falls into a deep, satisfied sleep. I lie awake, my head on his chest, listening to the steady thump of his heart. When we met, I was 21 and fresh out of university. When most of my friends were applying for graduate jobs, I was secretly planning a trip backpacking around Europe. I'd saved enough to travel for at least 4 months. I was afraid my parents would object, so I kept it from them too. Then I met Oscar at a cheese and wine night at the local farm shop. It wasn't my kind of thing. As a student, my taste was limited to Malibu and Coke or cheap vodka. But it felt so sophisticated, so grown up to attend an event like that. And the tickets were free, emailed to me in a competition I hadn't even entered. Oscar was helping his parents run it. Now he says meeting each other was fate. He took an immediate interest. We ate good cheese and drank good Merlot. I liked that he didn't look down on me when I admitted I knew nothing about wine, which, To people who do, it's like confessing you're illiterate. He was handsome. A mop of sandy hair, dark eyes and darker lashes. A taut, lean body. He was charismatic and interesting, but nervous too. So nervous, he spilled his drink on me. He apologised profusely and insisted on taking my number so he could pay for the dry cleaning. I gave it to him, though I'd never had anything dry cleaned in my life. The next day, he asked me on a date. We met at a bar. He was playful, educated, well-travelled. We talked about his adventures, summers spent in Egypt, Peru, a placement year in Berlin. I told him of my secret plans for the autumn. He was excited for me, offered to help plan my trip. I didn't mean to fall in love with him. But that summer was a montage of picnics and quirky bars and great sex, of wild water swimming and candle-lit dinners, of balmy evening walks and barbecues. Talking to him was easy. It felt like I'd known him all my life, though he was only vaguely aware of the famous disappearance at Blossom Hill House. At the time Olivia went missing, she and Oscar were the same age, but his family didn't move to Stone Mill until a few months after she was taken. When I told him about my sister, he was unwaveringly supportive, interested without being morbid. He asked questions but didn't push for answers. When I gave them, he listened intently and could recall what I'd said in great detail. We grew close. Suddenly the idea of losing him terrified me. I worried if I left to travel, things between us might fizzle out. That, and I was still too cowardly to tell my parents. So I took the easier option. I stayed. 5 years on, Oscar and I are engaged. Every year we attend the annual cheese and wine night at his parents' farm shop where we met, when fate brought us together. My engagement ring is on the nightstand. I stare at it. I've always wanted to get married. When we were little, Olivia and I would play weddings. We'd use the fluffy white bath towels as veils and sneak our mother's white stilettos from her cupboard. We'd liberate flowers from the wild meadow for a colourful bouquet. I love Oscar. I want to be his wife. Our families want it too. With Olivia gone, mine is the only wedding either of their children will ever have. Mum is like a racing greyhound in her pen, waiting with barely contained patience for the gun to sound so she can set off. She is desperate to discuss table settings and floral arrangements, entertainment and canapes, to go dress shopping as mother and daughter, to buy the big hat. But who will my mother see as I step into the white gown? Me or Olivia? Will she shed a tear because she's overjoyed that her youngest is getting married, or because her eldest never will? And how will I feel on that day as I walk down the aisle without my sister, knowing she will never have a happily ever after? That she was stripped of it, of everything, because I didn't save her the way she saved me. I'm so sorry, I whisper into the dark. In the early hours of the morning, I'm woken by my ringing phone. Oscar grunts and rolls onto his front. I intend to decline the call and go back to sleep until I see it's my mother. She probably wants to know what time I'm coming over today. In the early years of Olivia's disappearance, the entire town would gather on the anniversary. Journalists and television crews would come to record the event, close-ups of my mother's red eyes and thin face, of my father's set jaw and furrowed brow, shots of flickering candles and bouquets of flowers. I hated the media, hated the journalists that suggested my parents were involved, hated the strangers with watery eyes who didn't know my sister but wanted to sink their teeth into our mourning. Still, we got through it for Olivia. The more widely broadcast her story was, the more likely she was to be found. Of course, she never was. I was glad when the annual vigils petered out, replaced by a yearly, more intimate gathering at my parents' house. The phone stops vibrating in my hand and I'm relieved. I'll call her back, after coffee. I'm setting my phone down again when it rings for the second time. Only it isn't my mother. It's my father. He never calls, never. Pulse racing in trepidation, I sit up in bed and answer. "Caitlin," he says with so much authority, "you need to come to the house." I sag against the headboard. Of course, when I didn't pick up Mum's call right away, she asked Dad to phone. "I will. What time is everyone arriving?" "No. You need to come now, right now." There's a thick tremble to his voice. It makes ice drip down the back of my neck. "Dad?" I say, slowly, trying to calm my cantering thoughts. "What's going on?" Beside me, Oscar stirs. "Come to the house." "Dad!" I say sharply, so sharply Oscar props himself on his elbows and mouths, "You okay?" Silence. I picture Dad in the kitchen, staring out of the French doors, the frustration he holds only for me starting to blister again. But I don't care. I need to know. "She's back," he says. My breath comes faster. "Back?" I whisper. "Who's back?" "Olivia." Chapter 5. Caitlin Arden. In the bedroom, I yank on an outfit without paying attention. I'm in such a rush, I don't hear Oscar come up behind me. Startled, I jump as he appears in my peripheral vision. "Christ, Oscar! Make a noise when you come into a room, Jesus!" I'm snapping at him even though he hasn't done anything. But tension runs through me like an electrical current, and anyone who gets too close will receive a sharp shock. "I did," he says softly. "I called your name." I swallow, but my throat is tight. He's brought me a cup of tea. It smells floral. Something I'm sure he's hoping will calm me. I take it to be polite, but know I don't have time to drink it. I move past him to the door when he says, "Are you sure I should come?" "What?" I spin towards him so fast, tea sloshes onto the floor. "I don't want to impose," he says. This is one of the things I love about him. He's polite and thoughtful. But even if my parents had banned Oscar from being there, I need him with me. The thought of facing everyone alone makes anxiety churn in my stomach like pebbles in a washing machine. "Of course you should come." I set the tea down and go to him. "You aren't a stranger." "Sorry?" he says, eyes searching my face. I blink up at him, confused by his reaction. "I mean, you're my fiancé." At this, he relaxes a little. "Your family, not some stranger off the street." Though he's nodding along, I can see from his frown he's reluctant. "I just don't want to get in the way. Do Miles and Clara want me there, or—" "I want you there. I need you with me." He glances away, and for a moment I really believe he'll refuse. But then he nods, and some of the tension melts away. "I'll be there." He pulls me close and kisses the top of my head. "Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Of course I'm coming." Stone Mill is only half an hour from Frome, but the journey to my parents' house is painfully slow. My knee jiggles impatiently, and it takes all my willpower not to scream for Oscar to drive faster. I glance at my phone. It's not even 7 in the morning, but as it's the start of the school holidays, we're getting trapped behind cars. Their parcel shelves crammed with suitcases and bodyboards. As we draw closer, I am battered by too many emotions. Fear and anxiety, joy and torrid anticipation. I feel nauseous. My chest tightens painfully. It's as though there are rock-laden ropes tied around my lungs, and every time I try to breathe in, the rocks pull the ropes tight and expel all the air. Just as my old therapist taught me, I start listing the colours I see, focusing on those rather than the feelings pressing in on me from all sides. We pull up to Blossom Hill House. My gaze is drawn first to the green of the cherry blossom tree outside my childhood home, then to the creamy limestone bones of the house. I'm surprised the police aren't already here. In the weeks after Olivia disappeared, there was a wall of media presence outside my parents' house. We stand in front of the navy blue door with the gold bee knocker. My heart thumps painfully.
This is a completely free audiobook. We hope you can take a moment to rest, enjoy the relaxing music, and thank you for your time.
stranger after they promised they had control. Now we all have a chair, and we pay to be seen, to be heard. We borrow their armchairs to learn. Words are not enough. Nobody's holding me down. You're on the ground.
Against my ribs. Dad opens the door. He starts talking immediately. I catch flashes of his white teeth as he does, but I can't grasp his words. They dance about me like falling petals. I stare into the rich navy of his pyjamas, the coffee brown of his greying hair, the sea green of his eyes. He steps aside, and if it wasn't for the firm, warm press of Oscar's palm on the small of my back, guiding me, I would have stayed rooted to the doorstep. I am ushered into the living room. I take a seat and press my fingers into the tight, reassuring buttons of the mustard Chesterfield. I wait. Oscar's knee rests against mine. He's whispering into my ear, low and comforting. I focus on the ochre jug atop the ivory sideboard. The milky white of my mother's face appears in the doorway. Her grey eyes are watery and round. Her strawberry blonde hair has come loose from her ponytail. She steps aside to reveal the golden glow of my missing sister. The woman in front of me is slim. She's wearing an oversized red and navy checked shirt, too wide across the shoulders and waist to be a woman's, over a pair of black leggings. Her waist-length blonde hair is wild and knotted around her face. I recognise her the way you recognise a family member you only see at weddings and funerals. Vague and distinct. I see the girl I loved in this woman's heart-shaped face and Cupid's bow lips, in her high cheekbones and dimples, in her long lashes and brilliant blue eyes. What I don't recognise is that look in them. Wild and too still, calculating and far away, fearful and eager. I can't remember the sound of her voice. It has faded like a bruise I never wanted to lose, one I haven't been able to pinch back into existence. I try to think of something meaningful and profound to say, but the words are lost to me, dissolving on my tongue like candy floss, gone before they become anything more substantial than spun sugar. "Caitlin," says the woman, says Olivia. Her voice is silvery, self-assured. It makes me think of summer rain. I was expecting her to call me Kitty Kate, a nickname only she used. Still, there's a thick, hard rock in my throat. I breathe deeply. "Caitlin," she says again, stepping forward. I stare into her blue eyes, ones that always made me think of glacial lakes and summer skies, forget-me-nots and bluebell petals. I see in them something familiar, something sisterly, and a sense of calm eases over me, like balm on a burn. I nod. She crosses the room, wrapping long, slim arms around me. She smells of men's cologne. "I've missed you, Caitlin," she whispers into my hair. A feeling I can't place ricochets through me. Before I can catch it, she says, "I've missed you so much." I wrap my arms around her. "I've missed you too."
Chapter 6. Eleanor Ledbury. Eleanor's brother is the pivot around which her life revolves. He is the centre of her universe, perhaps even the entirety of it. She knows little of the world beyond Ledbury Hall. It has been her home for as long as she can remember, and she rarely leaves its sprawling grounds. When it is raining or too cold to be outside, she burrows down in the library. It smells of strong coffee, of leather and learning. Besides her brother's bedroom, it is her favourite room in the manor. There is beauty in the mahogany wood and large arched windows, in the stone fireplace and book-lined floor-to-ceiling shelves with their creaking, rolling ladder. There are books everywhere. Crisp, new paperbacks, static, clinging to their pages. Old, yellowing tomes that smell of damp and dust. Eleanor pays special attention to the romance novels that belong to her mother. She's read them all, over and over, their pages dog-eared, their spines creased. And even though they are named after the characters within them, Heath thinks those types of books are better suited to kindling. Yet Eleanor finds comfort in the simplicity of the relationships between the fictional lovers, because even when it is complicated, it isn't. They glitter and spin out in the wide world. They do not hide. Now, Heath lies beside her in his bed, wearing only his boxers, one arm slung over Eleanor's waist. It's cold, even with the windows closed tight, but the places where his skin touches hers are warm. Though she enjoys the coziness of these winter days, of reading beside the open fire and huddling together beneath thick, fleecy blankets, of walks with her brother, crunching across icy earth, she is tiring of the cloud-white skies and dark nights. She misses the summer, the vast expanse of blue above and luscious green underfoot, of warm, lazy mornings spent in his big bed, light streaming in through the large windows, afternoons spent picnicking on the lawn and watching her brother swim in their pond, even though she isn't brave enough to join. Evenings spent swirling inside a bottle of champagne, listening to records and dancing barefoot in the dining hall, before falling into bed. In his sleep, Heath pulls her closer to him. She smiles. She feels wanted. Someone worth reaching for, even as he is lost to dreams. She rolls over, careful not to wake him, so she can gaze into her brother's beautiful sleeping face. She feels a wash of love for him. Eventually, though, he stirs. His once deep, steady breath shallows as he rises from the depths of unconsciousness. "What time is it?" he mumbles into her shoulder. She glances at the bedside clock. "Noon." He groans. "Uncle Robert will be back again tomorrow, a pin at the ready to burst their Monday to Friday bubble of happiness." "Only one more day of freedom," he says. For the most part, they live in Ledbury Hall alone. Uncle Robert works in London, which is too far to drive every day. The manor isn't his to sell, and he'd never give up the pharmaceutical company he spent years building. So, during the week, he lives in his city flat, returning to the Ledburys only on the weekends. "At least he'll be gone by Monday morning," she says, "though I wish he didn't come at all." "One more year," he says, propping himself up onto his elbows. Then, she would be 18, too young to claim their birthright, but Heath would be 21, and ownership of his half of Ledbury Hall and their mother's wealth would legally transfer to him. Until then, it's all entrusted to Uncle Robert. This angers them. Ledbury Hall and the land has been in their mother's family for over a century. As the Ledburys were old money, Eleanor's father, Nicholas Brent, was eager to take his wife's name. Uncle Robert isn't a Ledbury. He's a Brent, their father's brother. The manor should be all theirs. Just theirs. They are counting down the days. "Unless Uncle Robert does away with us like he did our parents," sneers Heath. Even as a chill rolls through Eleanor, she sits up and fixes him with a scornful look. "Don't say that. He didn't have our parents killed." This is what she always says. She's said it so many times she's never stopped to wonder if she believes it. But it soothes her brother, and soothe him she must. She doesn't want to fan the flames of loathing for Uncle Robert. She worries if she does, it will burn out of control, a forest fire whiplashing across arid plains until there was nothing left but scorched, black, smoking cinders. He was with them. The boating trip was his idea. How is it he survived and they didn't? He says. Because they drowned. The delivery of her words is as flat as the emotion behind them. She remembers almost nothing of the parents they briefly shared. To her, they are as fictional, perhaps even more so, than the mothers and fathers in the novels she reads. She was only 3 when they died. Heath was 6. He remembers them, misses them. She does not. Heath becomes hard and cold like marble. He gets out of bed. Without the warmth of his skin against hers, she shivers. He pulls on his jeans, his back to her. From his silence and the way in which he snatches his t-shirt from his bedroom floor, she knows he is angry. She should not have let some of her dispassion over their parents' demise bleed into conversation with her brother. How would he react if he knew the dark, ugly truth? That she is glad their parents are gone. She doubts that if they had lived, she and Heath would be as close as they are now. Even though there is a sweet soreness to the reality that her brother's the only person who has ever truly loved her, there is comfort in it too. "Can you help me with a physics reading?" she asks him, hoping a shift of subject will instigate a shift of mood. They have always been home-taught. With the nearest school so far away, and Uncle Robert residing at Ledbury Hall only part-time, he was quick to hire a tutor. Though she was let go before Eleanor's 13th birthday. Heath says this is because Uncle Robert didn't want their education to eat into money he considers his. But Uncle Robert claims it is because the Ledburys are bright and didn't need hand-holding. Now, once a month, work is posted to the house by a remote tutor. "Can't. I need to go into town," says Heath. The panic is immediate. "Again?" "We need food. You want to eat, don't you?" She stands. "So, take me with you." "I can't." "Why?" She can feel her bottom lip pushing into a petulant pout. She hates that she is sulking, but it is the 2nd time this week he has left her. "You'll slow me down." "Thanks." "You don't like going into town." This is true. But what she hates more is being left behind, all alone in this huge house. "People stare," she says by way of explanation. "You're beautiful. People will always stare." She takes her silver blue slip from the chair where it was tossed last night and slides it over her head. Heath watches but doesn't speak. She wonders if leaving again is punishment for the way she coldly talked about their parents. She isn't brave enough to ask. He tells her he will be back before she knows it. How long? Don't know. He leaves the room. She follows. She tries not to whine. How long? 2 hours, maybe 3. As she walks with him to the hall, she bites down hard on her lip to stop herself from begging him not to go. She doesn't want to think about the seconds and minutes and hours he will be gone. But she does. At the door he comes to a stop so abruptly she almost collides with him. He turns to face her, brow furrowed in concern. He smooths his thumb across her jaw and tilts her face up to his. "Ellie, you are your own person. You need to cope without me sometimes." He presses a kiss to her forehead. "Home soon, little sister." He goes out into the watery winter sun. Anxiety swilling in her stomach, she watches him jog down the frozen stone steps towards the car. Her breath hangs in a milky white cloud in front of her, and through that cloud she sees him drive away. And then she is alone. Silence pours in along with the wind. It floods every nook and cranny of Ledbury Hall until she is drowning in it. 3 hours bleed into 4, bleed into 5. Her uncle is right. She is bright, though her brother is taking her for a fool. Shopping for food doesn't take 5 hours. She remembers the floral perfume on his skin and wonders again who it belongs to. She decides to find out. After all, just as Heath said, she is her own person, which means she can make her own decisions. So, she decides. She pushes her feet into boots and ventures out. For a second, the freezing January air is like a sharp slap, stealing the breath from her lungs. She blinks up at the pearly sky, thick with dense cloud. She is wearing only her silk slip and a thin, cream-coloured cardigan. Not enough to keep warm, but she doesn't turn back in case she loses her determination. She crunches over packed snow, following the long, winding driveway. The frigid breeze whips around her. Her ears are burning with cold and her hands are wrapped around her body, tucked beneath armpits, in an attempt to warm them. Finally she reaches the iron gates. They are high, towering above her 2 times over. For a moment her heart sinks at the sight of the padlock. Then she realises it has been placed on the gate, but isn't clicked shut. With shaking, winter-bitten fingers she fumbles with it, and then she is out. It starts to snow. She trudges along the side of the road on the frozen narrow verge. Cars pass her by and she feels eyes on her. She keeps her head turned away from the traffic and concentrates on putting one foot in front of the other. The snow that settles across her shoulders and in her hair melts to icy damp. Beside her, a car slows. She hears a window being rolled down. "Need a lift?" asks the driver in a lilting Irish brogue. She turns to look at him. He has dark hair and an open, friendly face. He can't be much older than her brother. "Where are you headed?" She keeps walking, and his car crawls alongside. "Town." "Sutcliffe." She nods. He pulls over and throws open the passenger side door. "Get in. I'll take you." She hesitates. "Unless freezing to death is preferable to getting a lift with me," he says with a roguish glint. "You're a stranger." "So are you," he smiles. She does not smile back. "I'm Flynn. Flynn Healy." "Now that I'm not a stranger." She glances down the never-ending expanse of road. She is so cold. The car would be much warmer, and she'd get to her brother sooner too. She makes another decision by herself and slips into the passenger seat. Wordlessly, he shrugs out of his beaten tan jacket and drapes it around her shoulders. She's terribly cold and doesn't protest. It smells of citrus and coffee. He turns the heating on full blast and tilts all the blowers in her direction. They drive with the radio down low. "You never told me your name," says Flynn. "Eleanor." "Got a surname there, Eleanor?" "Ledbury." She feels his interest. "As in Ledbury Hall?" She nods. "I know you." She looks at him as though he is mad. "No, you don't." "I do. I met you years ago at the Iron Gate to your house. You were maybe 6 or 7. She's shaking her head. "I did. My bouncy ball slipped through the gap in the railing and you picked it up for me." She reaches for the memory, but there is only static. It was yellow with little green specks. Her skin tingles. She still has that ball. It's in a box under her bed. The static clears and a memory blinks to life. A pale, dark-haired boy with eyes the colour of oak leaves, hand outstretched, proffering a ball the colour of sunflowers. "You let me keep it." "That's right. You came to the gate and bounced it back to me, but you looked sad, so I gave it to you. I left other things for you that summer just inside the gate. Silly things. A peacock feather, a purple stone in the shape of a heart." She remembers finding the feather. She ran around the grounds, running the tip of it along rows of trees in the orchards and along the cobbled wall of the rose garden. She didn't wonder where it had come from. She never found a purple rock, though, Why were you at the gate? A dare. I'd just moved to the area with my parents, and some local kids said it was a rite of passage. Ledbury Hall was old, the occupants a mystery. There was a rumour that the owners haunted the grounds. She looks over sharply. My parents, you mean? But this anger isn't hers. It's Heath's. He shifts uncomfortably. Sorry, I didn't think. He falls quiet. In the silence, she feels guilty for admonishing him like that. If the grounds are haunted by anyone, they're haunted by me and my brother, she says, a verbal olive branch. Heath? You know him? She asks, surprised. He's dating my cousin, Sophia. No, he isn't. The denial is like a reflex, a knee-jerk reaction. But she has smelt the floral perfume. He's with her now. She's tempted to tell Flynn to take her home, but she needs to see Heath's deception for herself. Can you take me to him? Flynn is eyeing her strangely, but he agrees. Sure. The town is made up of old, wonky buildings and narrow, cobbled streets. They pick their way across the slippery stone paths, past the amber glow of shop fronts, until they reach one selling music. She catches a glimpse of Heath in the window. Flynn moves towards the door, but, eyes still fixed on her brother, she lays a hand on Flynn's arm to stop him. She doesn't want Heath to know she is watching. Through the window she sees him leaning across the counter, fingers entwined with a dark-haired girl. She's willowy and wears too much eyeliner. He tilts the girl's face up to his and strokes a thumb across her mouth, the same way he has done to Eleanor 1,000 times. Her world starts to crack and splinter. She feels those splinters whooshing through her veins, slicing as they go. Will you take me home? She whispers to Flynn. He's confused by her reaction, his gaze darting between her and the scene unfolding within the shop, but he nods. In the car, Eleanor is quiet and stares out the window, betrayal burning hotly in her chest. You seem upset. I'm not. Silence. Then, you seem it, though. Flynn has been good to her, and though she can't give him the entire truth, she can break a piece off. He lied to me, she says simply. We don't lie to each other. That's a good rule. He drops her back at the gate. She gets out of the car and makes to take off his jacket, but he waves a hand. That looks like a long walk. Keep it. But maybe I'll see you in town sometime. Or, I don't know, leave it at the gate when it stops snowing, and I'll come grab it. She smiles her thanks. As he pulls away, she feels a wrench of sadness. She is alone again. She trudges back up to the house and hides the jacket in her wardrobe. By the time Heath returns, she is in bed, feigning sleep.
Chapter 7. Caitlin Arden. Mum makes tea. Mine goes cold. For half an hour, our parents merrily chit-chat. I let it slide off me, rainwater on a rooftop. I can't drag my gaze from Olivia. She sits in the dark green armchair drinking from one of Mum's Emma Bridgewater mugs. The living room has been redone since Olivia was last here. Everything is different, and in many ways so is she. She is still confidence and compassion, determination and sugar, but something else too, something unfamiliar. My parents don't seem to notice. Mum is regaling Olivia with a story about planting hydrangeas in the back garden. Dad pipes in. It's all disturbingly normal. As though Olivia has just returned from a short holiday and hasn't been missing for 16 years. I want to leap from my seat and shake them. I feel trapped in a stage play where every other member of the cast has been given a script. Meanwhile, I fumble blindly, mutely, through the scene, I glance at Oscar, hoping he will pull a face, confirming to me the absurdity of this bizarre situation, but he is leaning forward, staring at Olivia as though she is a fascinating relic. He's transfixed. Everyone is. She hasn't lost that magic. If anything, it's more effulgent. Questions swarm inside me like frenzied hornets. Where are the police? Why aren't the media crawling all over our front garden like they did 16 years ago? Why hasn't anyone asked Olivia where she's been for over a decade? How did she escape? Where is her captor now? If he let her go, why? Why now? Her eyes keep flicking to mine. A thick cloud of confusion and anger and urgency moves through me. I squeeze the handle of my mug until it might crack in my hand. Unable to take any more of our mother's gardening tips, I break. "Olivia," I say too loudly. Cutting across Mum. The silence that follows is laden. All eyes swivel my way. And though I don't want the spotlight, I must have answers. "Where have you been?" There's a beat of silence. Her lips part. Then her eyes drop to the mug in her hand. The mood in the room curdles. My question like a puddle of spilt milk left beneath the hot sun. But I need to know. We all need to know. I try again. "It's just you've been missing so long and—" "Caitlin," Dad bites. Like my name is a tough bit of steak he wants to spit back onto his plate. "Your sister will talk when she's ready, not before. And not because you demand it." My cheeks flush. "I wasn't demanding anything, "Caitlin, love," says Mum, getting to her feet. Her smile is fixed. "Help me take these mugs into the kitchen, will you?" It isn't a question, and I'm relieved to get away from the swirling, stilted strangeness of the living room. We are barely through the kitchen door when I round on her. "Why aren't the police here?" She swallows but doesn't answer. Then she starts loading the dishwasher. I stand close behind her, waiting, my patience tracing paper thin. "Mum?" She sighs, closing the dishwasher with too much force. "Olivia asked us not to call them." "She asked you not to call the police," I repeat slowly, hoping the absurdity of the sentiment will register with her. It doesn't. "She asked us not to, so we didn't. She needs more time before the police start interrogating her." I stare at her agog. She makes it sound so simple, but it isn't simple at all. Olivia's abductor is still out there. What if she escaped and he wants her back? He could be on his way here right now, or he'll come tonight. My heart starts cantering. It will happen all over again. He will come into our house with a knife and take her from us again. Maybe this time he will kill us so that Olivia has no one to return to. I feel hysteria rising hot and thick. "Mum!" I say, strangled. "Mum, he could hurt us, hurt Olivia. We must call the police. Stop!" She yelps, as though I've stamped on her foot. She glances at the door, then lowers her voice. "Olivia is home. She's only been home for a few hours. We don't want to overwhelm her. We're going to ease her in and ask her questions later. That's what she wants. When she's ready to talk and we've heard what she has to say, we can decide if calling the police is best." She turns away from me. Subject closed. I chew on my anger and frustration like lemon pips. But then I see her hands tremble as she flicks the kettle on and drops tea bags into mugs, and I realise she is just as shaken as I am. "Mum." I move closer and lay my hand over hers. Despite the summer heat, she's cold. Calling the police is for the best. Just think about it. How will you explain Olivia's reappearance to neighbours, friends, family? Even as trepidation wells, I keep my tone calm and reassuring. We need to know what happened to her. We need to find the man who took her. He's dangerous, and he's still out there. She starts nodding, and I'm so relieved that I'm finally breaking through, dragging reality along with me. "Everything all right?" Dad's voice behind me makes me jump. Mum steps back quickly. "Everything's fine. Just bringing out the tea." He fixes me with a hard stare. "Something you want to add, Caitlin?" Beside me, Mum tenses. Trying to get through to Dad is pointless. Once he's made up his mind, there's no changing it. Attempting to will only end in an argument, and with Mum's nerves already a teetering tower of cards, I'm worried a row with Dad will be the ace that makes her tumble. So I bite my tongue, feeling a wall rising between us, my parents on one side and me shut out on the other. I leave the kitchen. In the hallway, I glance at the living room but don't go in. I can't pretend everything is peachy. I stride towards the front door, but as my fingers clasp the cool brass handle, I stop. If I just walk out, what will Olivia think? Oscar. Do I need to give Dad any more reason to be disappointed in me? I step away and wheel towards the stairs. As I reach the top, I pause, caught in the memory of Olivia standing where I am now, raising a trembling finger to her lips. The masked man behind her, a knife to her throat. I shut my eyes, trying to block it out. It's as vivid today as it was 16 years ago. I push open the door to Olivia's old room. The once blush pink walls are now Farrow and Ball cornforth white. It's light and airy, done in tasteful neutrals, greys and creams and shades of olive. Everything is wicker or linen. Anything that once belonged to Olivia, the band posters, her collection of frosted lip glosses and butterfly clips, is stored up in the attic. It's so different. I whirl towards the voice. Olivia leans against the doorway. We're standing in the exact spots we were 16 years ago, when she caught me with the gold bee journal. She drifts into the room and sits on the double bed. I always imagined if she came home, it would feel like slotting a puzzle piece back into its rightful place. It isn't. It's jarring. I examine her closely, looking for clues as to how she's been living these last 16 years. If she's bruised and scarred, it's impossible to tell. The baggy men's shirt and leggings cover her completely. What I can see of her skin is sun-kissed. She isn't as pale as I'd expect a person who'd been kept indoors for 16 years would be, so maybe she wasn't confined to a windowless room. But then, if she was allowed outside, what stopped her from coming home sooner? She's very slim, and tall too, taller than me. Her hair is almost to her waist. It's thick and wild, leaves tangled in it. But the ends are blunt, as though they've been recently cut. Who's cut her hair? It's only a brushstroke from being restored to its former sunset glory. My gaze is drawn back to the leaves. I picture her running through woodland for her freedom, banging into trees, their branches catching in her hair. She rests her hands on her knees. Olivia, where have you been? She glances at the window, then rises gracefully and walks towards it. Her room overlooks the lawn. At the end is a gate which leads onto a small field and the miles and miles of forest beyond it. That's where the police said he was hiding. That gate is how he entered our garden. Have you missed me? The answer tips from my mouth, honest and true. Every day. She looks over her shoulder and smiles. I smile back. It's a strange welcome moment. A ray of light breaking through a darkening, turbulent sky. It makes me sad to think of how many of her smiles I've missed. I move closer, wanting to lay a comforting hand on her arm, but I don't, because she feels like a stranger. I want to get to know her again, to understand. What happened to you, Olivia? She turns her face away. Silence stretches between us. I'm about to ask her again when she sweeps past me and scoops a candle from the dresser. We've got so much to catch up on. She inhales before turning it over and reading the label. Creme brulee. God, that's divine. We should go to a restaurant and order creme brulee. Have you ever had it? Yes, I have, but I can't wait to try it. Where shall we go? When? Olivia, how about this weekend? No. Her smile vanishes, and I feel a pang of guilt that I'm not leaning into this game of pretend. Please stop acting as though everything's fine. Her gaze hardens. She sets the candle down. Aren't you glad I'm home? Yes, of course I am. Then can we just enjoy that I'm finally here with you? She looks at me, her large blue eyes pleading. It's almost enough for me to fold away my questions, but they will only burn through my back pocket. Why won't you let Mum and Dad call the police? What good have they done me so far, Caitlin? She snaps. I was gone 16 years and they didn't find me. How could they possibly help me now? She's angry, and I'm relieved, because anger is healthier than feigned delusional normalcy. At least it's honest. They'll track down the man who took you from us and stop him from taking you again. She's shaking her head. I just want things to be how they used to. I don't want to relive what happened. I just want to be normal. She meets my eyes. Like you. Guilt slices into me because I can't go back in time and switch places with her. I can't give her all the years he stole. But I refuse to be as useless now as I was then. Olivia, if we call the police, he'll never hurt you again. No. She is steel and defiance. I said no. I take a deep breath, gathering patience. What happened to you? Who is he? She swallows and looks away again. She seems to shrink then, hiding in his shirt. I don't want to talk about him. We lapse into fraught silence. A few months after Olivia disappeared, the police speculated she was a runaway, that the man in the mask and the boy on the bus were one and the same, that they'd met. He was older. They'd fallen in love and she'd left with him. That's why no one else, not even Florence, knew anything about the boy on the bus. They claimed the kidnap was staged for my benefit. I didn't believe that. Not for 1 second. Neither did those who knew Olivia. She was loved by our family. She wouldn't leave us, not for anyone. But now, seeing her reluctance to get the authorities involved makes me wonder whether the police were right. Is it the boy? Her head snaps up. What boy? The boy on the bus. The one who gave you the diary. She frowns. The journal, I press. Green with a gold bee? It vanished the same night you did. She stares blankly back at me. Don't you remember? It isn't intended to sound like an accusation, but somehow it does. What I'm accusing her of, though, I'm not sure. Her eyes narrow. Maybe you're remembering it wrong. The police did this to me over the years, suggested details I'd given were incorrect. Even though they had my statement, they asked me the same questions over and over with all the fruitless determination of a person repeatedly returning to an empty fridge, hoping to open it up and find it full. I am not remembering it wrong. We stare at each other. She knows I'm not going to let this slide. I can't. Actually, you're right, she ventures, as though the memory has just popped up like a jack-in-the-box. It had a gold bee, right? I think the boy who gave it to me had a crush. She's lying. She has no recollection. She's just repeating the information I've already handed her. She picks at her nails. They are neat. This small detail nettles. That's when I see a flash of pink varnish. Pink varnish? What kind of captor lets his victim paint her nails? She catches me looking. I think I'd like a minute alone. When I don't move immediately, she adds, Please. And I leave, unease crawling across my skin. Chapter 8. Caitlin Arden.
This audiobook comes to you for free. We invite you to relax, enjoy the calming soundtrack, and thank you for your support.
You're leading the way. I love this feeling. I can't help but stay. Love this feeling. I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way.
Downstairs, Mum and Dad are in the kitchen talking in hushed voices. When Dad sees me hovering, he closes the door. Cheeks burning, I join Oscar in the living room. He's frantically typing on his phone, so engrossed he doesn't notice me at first. He works far too much and is always on his email. As I get nearer, though, I see it isn't the white glow of his email, but rather his notes. Sensing me, he locks his phone so the screen goes dark and guiltily pockets it. It's okay, I tell him. Just because my life has come to a grinding halt doesn't mean yours has to as well. He blows out a relieved breath but shakes his head. Just had to type up some bits for work. I'm all yours. He gets to his feet and wraps his arms around me, kissing the top of my head. I breathe him in and the feeling of unease starts to melt away. How did it go with Olivia? Fine, I lie. He pulls back so he can see my face. What did she say? Before I can answer, I hear the kitchen door open. A moment later, Mum appears in the living room. She frowns. Where's Olivia? Oscar unwinds himself from me. Dad joins Mum in the doorway, and even though I'm surrounded by my fiancé and my parents, I suddenly feel incredibly alone. Upstairs. Mum is aghast. You left her alone? She's literally just upstairs, I say, but Mum is already hurrying from the room. Dad shakes his head at me. I hope you didn't interrogate Olivia. Hurt and frustrated that he'd think this of me, I deadpan. Not today. Left my waterboarding gear at home. Beside me, Oscar stiffens. Though my father is frequently cold or snide with me, I very rarely rise to it. But with everything going on, I'm struggling to bite my tongue. Dad starts berating me, but I don't hear him. My focus is elsewhere, on a domestic, everyday noise that usually fades into the background. Right now, though, it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. What's wrong? Asks Oscar. I frown. Is that... Can you hear the shower? Yeah, I think... I race from the room, taking the stairs 2 at a time, just as I did when I was a child. I swing onto the landing, footsteps follow mine, Dad's or Oscar's, I don't know. Mum is coming out of the bathroom, shutting the door behind her, a bundle of clothes in her arms. My gaze lands on the checked shirt and my stomach flip-flops. Is Olivia taking a shower? She's bewildered by my question. Yes. Oh my God! I lunge for the door, but she steps in my way. What are you doing? She yelps. All the frustration and fury of the last few hours pour out of me. Are you stupid, Caitlin? Dad barks at my back. Olivia is washing away evidence. Evidence? Breathes Mum, panicked now. She looks to her husband. He moves to stand beside her. Yes, I cry. Yes, evidence. The police need to examine her, take samples, DNA. But Mum doesn't understand. She isn't thinking clearly. I hold my father's gaze, hoping whatever resentment or blame he places on me won't possibly outweigh logic. Dad, please. We have to call the police before we destroy their investigation. He knows I'm right. He presses his lips into a thin, hard line as he considers his options. Olivia asked us to wait, says Mum as though she's quoting scripture. That doesn't matter, I tell her. For Christ's sake, Olivia is a walking crime scene. She's your sister, bellows Dad. If he was considering listening to me before, he won't now. Not in the face of my bluntness. But, Caitlin, warns Oscar, close to my ear. I glance at him. He gives me a tiny shake of his head, urging me to stop pushing. And finally, I'm done. I can't stay inside this madhouse for a second longer. I think it's best I go. Say goodbye to Olivia for me. I wait by the car, feeling surreal. Oscar is only a moment or so behind me. I imagine him apologising to my parents for the outburst, promising to return later. We drive in silence. It's only once the limestone buildings give way to green fields that Oscar speaks. Your parents are in shock. They've wanted Olivia home for so long, and now she is, they don't want to do anything that will make her regret coming back. I know. Silence. It will get easier, Katie. They need to alert the police. The man that took her is still out there. I mean, did she escape, or did he let her go? And if he let her go, why now? He shrugs. What did she tell you? I swallow. I can't admit I upset her so much she practically kicked me out of her old room. I asked where she'd been all this time. He glances at me. And what did she say? It was odd. Odd? She was vague. More interested in talking about creme brulee than she was in giving me any answers. She wouldn't open up about where she'd been, or who he was, or how she got back to the house. He's nodding slowly. She won't keep quiet forever. She's only been home a few hours. I know, but I trail off, trying to understand this feeling that bug crawls beneath my skin. She couldn't remember much about that night, the last conversation we had. She had no idea what I was talking about when I mentioned the journal or the boy on the bus. His head whips in my direction. You asked her all those questions? Yes. Why? For reasons I can't fathom, he's annoyed. Because I want to know what happened to my sister. He's shaking his head. You can't expect to have all the answers immediately. Everyone is adjusting, and it's going to take Olivia some time to open up. She's been apart from you and your family for longer than she was with you. My breath catches as I fight to stay calm. I don't know how it has never occurred to me that my sister has spent more time with her captor than she has with us, her family. 16 years. I realise now that the crawling sense of unease was because Olivia doesn't feel like Olivia. She feels like a stranger. Because she is. I knew the girl she was before she was taken, but not the woman she's become since. I stare out of the window. We were only at Blossom Hill House for an hour. It's still early, but it's already too warm. Sweat drips down my back and pools in the crease of my knees. Oscar and I don't speak. I turn his words over in my mind, and as I do, I'm hurt that he is siding with my parents. Time isn't on our side. Surely he understands the urgency, the danger my family could be in if we don't act now. I feel that while I'm certain grass is green, they are sure it is blood red. Even though I know I am right, I can't bring myself to betray them by taking matters into my own hands. Hands that want to reach into my bag, take out my phone and call the police. When we pull up outside our house, Oscar stares fixedly through the windshield. I can see him mentally counting to 10 before he speaks. He doesn't look at me. Don't do something you're going to regret, Caitlin. Inside, he makes us both a tea. He's distracted, pulling out his phone as the kettle boils, thumbs flying across the screen. He has an important deadline for work for a project he's excited about. His entire face lights up whenever he talks about it. I don't know much, but what I do know is that it's something he's been working on for a long while. I tell him to go back to work. Are you sure? He asks. I nod because I don't want to sit around with lukewarm tea, dissecting this bizarre morning. The annual gathering at my parents' will obviously be cancelled, but we'll go back to the house this evening. Sure, he says, voice softer than it was in the car. Your parents will call the police, Katie. They just need a bit more time. He kisses me, and I wait until I hear the click of his study door closing, before I grab the car keys and venture out. Chapter 9. Caitlin Arden. Florence lives in a spacious 3-double-bedroom Georgian maisonette in the centre of Bath. Her fiancé, Daniel, gets very upset if anyone dares refer to their property as a flat. Over the years, Florence has dated both men and women. I always imagined she'd end up with someone creative like her, someone artsy and bohemian with tattoos and piercings. I pictured them living together in a renovated warehouse, a lofty, exposed brick affair. But she's happy with Daniel and his wardrobe of dark suits and crisp white shirts. His creativity limited to the occasional patterned tie. Still, he's kind. And he's always gone out of his way to make me feel welcome. He's a hedge fund manager, though if someone put a gun to my head and made me explain what exactly a hedge fund manager is, I'd tell them to put us both out of our misery and shoot me because I don't have a clue. Outside, it is hot and loud. A crowd is gathering. Today, the summer carnival opens. Performers, gymnasts and dancers, fire eaters and contortionists parade down this street all the way along to Victoria Park, where the funfair awaits. I dither on the pavement below the maisonette, not knowing how to tell Florence that Olivia is back. She'll be incredulous. Just as I was, and hopeful too. There will be questions, so many questions I can't answer. And even though I know my parents will be furious, I have to confide in Florence because she'll be just as outraged that Olivia's reappearance hasn't been reported, and maybe her conviction will bolster my own, giving me the push I need to ring the police myself. I press the buzzer. Daniel answers. Though surprised to see me, he's too polite to ask why I've showed up unannounced. Mutely, I step inside and slip out of my trainers. There are golf clubs by the door. It is bizarre to me that when something monumental happens, the world continues to spin. That the same morning my missing, presumed dead sister drops back into my life, he's off to spend a pleasant few hours hitting balls with metal sticks that cost more than my monthly mortgage. As I follow him into the lounge, my heart gallops so hard in my chest I feel it in my lips. The secret that my sister is back rushes through my veins. Daniel is talking to me, but I can't take in any of what he's saying, so I nod along instead. In an attempt to ground myself, I focus on the colours around me. Warm terracotta walls, olive green sofa, beige cushions, fat and welcoming. Gold hardware, candlesticks and drawer handles, wall sconces and trinket dishes. Gold, just like her hair. My chest tightens and I push my toes into the soft clotted cream rug underfoot. Then Florence sweeps into the room, clutching what I assume is another script, brightly coloured sticky notes slid between pages. Her dark brows knit together. "Did we have plans? Did I know you were coming over?" I shake my head, words locked in my throat. There is so much inside me, swirling and writhing, I want to expel it from my body, on a banshee's howl. Florence and Daniel exchange a look. "Go," says Florence to her fiancé. "You'll be late if you don't leave now." He kisses her cheek, but keeps his concerned gaze on me. "Good to see you, Katie." When he's gone, she says, "Is everything... are you okay?" The truth is on the tip of my tongue, but then I see the angry twist of my father's mouth and the watery grey eyes of my mother, and I swallow it down. Florence takes a seat beside me, and I breathe in the comforting, familiar scent of her Jo Malone perfume. She bought me a bottle as a graduation present. She's been with me in moments big and small, moments Olivia couldn't play a part in. These last few years, Florence has been a sister to me. I know I can trust her, yet the words stick in my throat. "What's happened?" she presses gently. And suddenly, sitting still is impossible. Feeling like a coiled spring, I surge to my feet and start to pace. "Do you ever think about what it would be like if she came back?" A beat of silence, then... "Olivia?" I nod. "Of course. All the time." She gets up and drops the script onto the coffee table. She is all concern and breathless anticipation. "Katie, what's happening? I've pictured it. Every day. Sometimes I bargain with a god I don't even believe in. Bring my sister back and you can take 20 years off my life. Bring her back and I'll give up everything I own. I'll wander barefoot around the city if I can. Just have one more day with her." I stop pacing and move to the window, turning my face to the sun, though I am cold and can't feel its warmth. I'd have done anything to bring Olivia home. But then I'd think about what she's been through, all those years made up of all those seconds and minutes and hours. What's been done to her? My breath comes harder, faster. It's no secret why men take young girls, is it? It's not a mystery, it doesn't take a genius. And when I thought about the damage he'd have done to her, I knew she'd never come back the same, and I wondered... I inhale. Exhale. Feel the words catching in my throat like splinters of glass. I wondered if she'd be better off dead. The silence falls around us like burning ash. I can't look at Florence. Can't believe I said it out loud. I feel her move behind me. Feel the heat of her body at my back. Close but not touching. I stare down at the stream of people below. The procession has arrived. Dancers in vibrant costumes of feathers and sequins. The crowd is thicker now, lining the streets on either side of the road. The music is so loud, but not loud enough to drown out the sound of my rushing pulse. I always hoped if she was dead it was quick, I say. Painless. That she didn't see it coming. I rest my head against the sun-warmed glass. I imagine pushing my forehead into it until it cracks. I imagine myself falling through air, splitting open like a watermelon on the hot pavement below. How can I look into her eyes, knowing I'd wished her dead, Florence? More silence. The bright red shame of my admission soaks into my clothes, stains my skin, seeps beneath my fingernails. It's okay, she tells me, taking my hand in hers. We stand shoulder to shoulder. Her fingers tighten around mine, reassuring. It's going to be okay. She sounds so certain I almost believe her. The anniversary is always difficult. My tongue is cut from lead. Telling Florence that Olivia is back commits me to calling the police right away. I can't do to her what my parents have done to me. I can't burden Florence with this monumental news and make her promise to silently bear its weight. I open my mouth, not sure what I'm about to say, when Florence's phone vibrates across the coffee table behind us. She steps away from me and picks it up. Who is it? I ask, worried it's my parents or Oscar trying to track me down. No one, she says too quickly. Who? I move towards her to catch a glimpse of the caller ID. That's your agent. Reluctantly, she nods. The phone continues to vibrate in her hand. I was waiting to see if I'm narrating the next Noah Pine book, but answer it, Katie. I take the phone from her, accept the call, and then hand it back. She gives me a small, grateful smile and mouths, "I'll be quick," before disappearing into the hallway. I go back to staring out the window. What am I doing here? I should be with Olivia. Maybe, if I go back to the house now, I can convince them to alert the authorities. Surely, once the shock of Olivia's reappearance has worn off, my parents will see sense. They'll call the police so an investigation can be launched and her capture can be found. But what if, in the meantime, he returns for her? Panic flutters in my chest. I need to leave. My stomach drops. On the street below, the crowd shuffles along the pavement slowly, following the tail end of the procession. Everyone's attention is fixed on the performers. Everyone but a figure dressed all in black, jeans and a hooded coat. Too warm for the summer heat. This person is too broad to be a woman, too tall. He stares directly up at the maisonette, directly up at me. People surge around him. He's a black hole in a moving sea of colour. The sun splashes across his Venetian mask, one I have seen before. Its long nose and furious furrowed brow has stalked my nightmares. It isn't black, as I thought in the darkness of our landing when he abducted my sister. It's midnight blue, the deepest, darkest navy. A rope of fear tightens about my chest until I can't catch my breath. I am 10 years old again, paralysed, watching him steal my sister, watching him ruin my life. A hand seizes me from behind and I whirl, fists raised to fend off my attacker. Florence leaps back. Katie? Heart cantering, I spin back towards the windows. But he's gone. No, I breathe. No! He was there. I saw him. Then I am running across the lounge and out into the hallway. Florence follows. I don't stop to put on my trainers. I yank open the front door and race barefoot down the stairs. Florence calls after me. I keep running, determined to reach the masked man. I throw open the entry door and tumble out into the blinding sun. It's loud. People are drunk and sunburnt and clumsy. Then I am stumbling down the stone steps and shouldering my way through the crowd. The carnival procession is further up the street now. I jog across the road and stand where he stood just moments ago. I swivel left and right, but there's no sign of him. For all I know, he's whipped off his black hooded coat and shoved it along with the mask into a bag. He could be anyone here. Florence grabs my arm and spins me to face her. I go up onto my tiptoes and strain to see over her. Katie, what the hell is going on? The man who took Olivia was watching your building, I say, still searching for that black hole. What? I shrug out of her grip and start marching along the street, not yet willing to give up. I knew he'd come back for her. Florence swings into my path. Come back for who? Olivia! Confusion. Shock. I see it all on her face. I don't have time to explain, so I pivot right and jog up someone's front steps to get a better view of the crowd. But I'm not high enough. Beside me is a cast-iron railing. I start to climb it. Florence's fingers clamp around my wrist and she jerks me to her. What are you doing? Please, just tell me what's going on. You're scaring me. I stare up into her big brown eyes and I can't keep the secret a second longer. Olivia is back. Her face drains of colour. What? She turned up at my parents' house in the small hours of the morning. She's shaking her head. Are you sure? Mum and Dad are refusing to call the police because Olivia won't let them. She won't talk about where she's been or what happened to her or how she got away. She pretends not to remember anything about that night and whitters on about creme brulee. Katie. My mind is still spinning. Cold, clammy panic spreads like a fog through my chest as I have visions of the masked man sliding in through the French doors of my childhood home. A blade clutched in one gloved hand. I imagine him creeping down the hall into my parents' bedroom. I hear their screams, see the blade cut through skin and muscle, lodging into bone. This time, he will make sure Olivia has no one left to return to. My resolve hardens. I take the phone from Florence and I do what I should have done hours ago. I call the police.
Chapter 10. Eleanor Ledbury. Ledbury Hall is full of strangers. Caterers and decorators, barmen and waitstaff. They crawl all over Eleanor's home like ants over a picnic, spoiling everything. She stands on the grand landing and watches them scurry to and fro, carrying crates of wine and ostentatious floral arrangements. They are setting up for the party Uncle Robert has paid someone else to organise. The pharmaceutical company he works for has recently merged with another organisation, and this is their first social gathering. He has no right taking over our home like this. Heath appears at her side. She does not look at him. Has barely looked at him since she caught him with the dark-haired girl, Sophia, in the music shop. Not that he's noticed. He has abandoned Eleanor every day this week and lies constantly to her about where he is going. She knows he is with her, but she can't bring herself to confront him. She's too afraid it will push him further away, that he will go and never come back. Ledbury Hall is ours. Not for another year, she answers coolly, just to hurt him. Have you invited anyone? No, he says, as though it should be obvious. Have you? Maybe. He stiffens and opens his mouth to press her, but then Uncle Robert stands in the foyer, bellowing their names. Eleanor moves quickly, as always. Heath takes his time. A light sheen of sweat is slicked across Uncle Robert's skin, and Eleanor can't tell whether he is excited for his party or stressed by it. I've had new outfits delivered to your rooms for tonight. At this, Eleanor feels a frisson of excitement. She almost never has new clothes. Most of what she wears is her brother's, and everything else in her wardrobe once belonged to her mother. Beside her, though, Heath sneers. This party is very important, insists Uncle Robert. I want you both on your best behaviour. It's imperative my colleagues see that we are a happy family. You want us to lie for you, dear uncle? Heath asks, bored and mocking. Uncle Robert closes the gap between them and raises one pointed finger. I mean it, boy. Best behaviour. Heath's lips curve into a taunting, contemptuous grin. But I already promised Eleanor I'd be on my worst. Uncle Robert's hand clenches into a fist. Heath's eyes burn with challenge. He is spoiling for a fight. But any daggers exchanged between Heath and their uncle usually pass through Eleanor first. While their uncle's temper has always petrified her, Heath is immune to it. He took a few beatings from their uncle as a child, but he's older now, stronger, and Uncle Robert knows it. With some effort, he lowers his fist. Slowly he turns and strides into his study. Eleanor, angry with her brother for goading him, goes straight up to her bedroom. She makes to shut the door, but Heath holds it open with ease. He meets her eye and slinks inside. What's wrong? She sits on her bed and presses her back against the headboard. I don't want people in our house either, he says softly. She chooses not to accept his pearl of camaraderie. She wants him to feel as alone as she does every time he leaves her here to be with Sophia. She ignores him and reaches for her book, but she's so furious with him for his secret relationship, for deliberately and always rubbing their uncle up the wrong way, that the words blur on the page. Heath takes the paperback from her and sits on the edge of her bed. How many times have I told you not to read romances? Because you don't believe in love? He levels at her a gaze so intense it makes her breath hitch. Because I do believe in it. Because the only thing these books will teach you is that happily ever afters are as common and as easy to find as dirty pennies. She tries to get up, but he blocks her with his arm. It's all sugar-spun lies. Nothing worth having comes easy, Ellie. Nothing. It is on the tip of her tongue to ask if she is worth having, but she bites her lip to stop herself, because it isn't her he wants. It is the dark-haired girl in the music shop. It is Sophia. Leave me alone. He raises one brow at her tone, his lips twisting in amusement as though he has been nipped by a kitten. What's wrong? You! She snaps. You always have to bait Uncle Robert. It's one party, Heath, and it's important. Did you stop to wonder why it's important? He thinks because he has our money he has power, but he clearly needs us. Tonight, sister, the power is ours. I don't want power. I want you to want me, she thinks, but can't bring herself to say. His face softens. What do you want, Eleanor? She swallows hard. I want you to do as Uncle Robert asks. I want you to be on your best behaviour, so we can get through this awful night in one piece. His eyes roam her face, searching. She fears he will push for more and that she will give in to him. Okay, he says simply. As you wish. When he leaves, she takes Flynn's jacket from its hiding place under her bed and slips it on. During the long hours in which her brother has abandoned her this last week, she has found herself reaching for it so she can breathe in the coffee and citrus scent of him. For reasons she can't explain, it makes her feel less alone.
Chapter 11. Caitlin Arden. The noise of so many reporters and journalists and cameramen stationed outside Blossom Hill House is constant, like the hammering of rain in autumn or the drone of a fan in summer. How long will they make our lives the nation's business? The story, with my hauntingly beautiful sister at its centre, means a reprieve is far from our reach. It's been a week since I made that call to the police, since they arrived at my parents' house and brought everyone in for questioning. Predictably, my father was fuming. Judging by the look on his face now as he sits opposite me in the suffocating heat of their living room, he still is. We are silent, listening to the rise and fall of too many strangers' voices in their front garden. The police are outside too, keeping them all back. This morning, I was jolted awake by nightmares of reporters pouring into the house like a plague of cockroaches, falling through windows and doors, falling over each other, all the while screeching their questions at glass-breaking pitch. And among them, standing strong and perfectly still, the masked man. I blink the image away, but my father's angry face isn't much of a reprieve. His fingers tighten around the handle of his mug as a particularly loud journalist hurls his questions at the drawn curtains of the living room. Dad stares at me with two hard green pebbles for eyes. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, longing for Mum and Olivia to return from the police station. I glance down at my phone, ignoring all the messages from friends who have seen the news. I have a dozen missed calls from Gemma, and check the time. Morning has bled into afternoon, bringing with it a sticky heat. They should be back soon, I offer. He doesn't respond, just frowns and sips his tea. Sadness swells because naively, it seems, I thought that if Olivia ever returned, our family would go back to how it was before, and the frostiness between my father and me would thaw. It hasn't. In fact, the roads between us are icier and more treacherous than ever. There's a reason my father withdrew from me after Olivia's abduction. I've never been brave enough to bring it up. Maybe I never will. I cast around for something to say, but I don't have the words to fix what is broken. I can't go back and undo my decision to tell the police, and even if I could, I wouldn't. At least now, with the house surrounded, we are safe. Olivia is safe. Isn't that important to him? The masked man won't dare approach now. He looks away. This small rejection makes my stomach clench. I don't think he believes I saw anyone outside Florence's building that day. He probably thinks I fabricated the entire thing just so that I could call the police sooner rather than later. For my father, control is paramount, and I took that away from him when I disobeyed his instructions not to involve the authorities. Maybe he is worried that the decision not to act quickly reflects badly on him. The front door opens. With it, a wave of noise rushes in, the clicking of cameras and roar of excitement. Then the door slams shut, and the wave recedes. I imagine cockroaches again, flinging themselves at the wood, splatting against it. Mum appears in the doorway, looking drained. "Vultures," she hisses. "I wish they'd leave us alone." Dad goes to comfort her, shooting me an accusatory look. Guilt colours my cheeks. Olivia wanders into the living room, frowning down at a pile of leaflets in her hands. God, she is incredibly beautiful. Her face angular and symmetrical, her lashes long and thick and curled. I was right about her hair. All it took was a shower and a comb to restore it to its former silky golden perfection. Dad turns to her. "Hello, darling." And there is more warmth in those two words to Olivia than there was in the half an hour I spent with him before she arrived. She doesn't reply, though, because she glances up and sees me, her face splitting into a wide white smile. "You're here!" She brushes past Mum, ignoring Dad completely. I stand. She flings her arms around me. The brochures she's been holding crumple between us as I hug her slender frame. There's a petty curl of satisfaction that she breezed past Dad and came straight to me. The same small satisfaction you feel when a cat turns its nose up at every other lap in favour of yours. It is the feeling of being chosen by a wild, coveted creature. I breathe in the sweetness of her cherry shampoo. Over her shoulder, I see Mum and Dad exchanging a look. She mouths, "Nothing," to him. Mum told me yesterday that she was hoping on the drive to and from the station today she'd be able to coax a little more information out of Olivia. At 29, she's an adult. And the police don't have to share details of the investigation or repeat to us anything Olivia has divulged about her time in captivity. As a result, we know almost nothing. Whenever any of us attempt to talk to her about it, she goes remarkably still, like a silent bronzed statue. Now that the reality of her daughter's reappearance has settled in, Mum is desperate to know what happened. Dad, on the other hand, craves normality. They were bickering as I left here yesterday. Mum insisted they push for more details while Dad urged her to drop it. But I want to know too. None of us will ever truly understand what life for Olivia has been like these last 16 years, but choosing to be ignorant to it won't benefit anyone. "Missed you," she whispers. "Don't crumple those," instructs Mum, relieving Olivia of the creased leaflets. "What's this?" she asks, plucking a small cream business card from the pile and holding it up. "New therapist," answers Olivia in a bored voice, taking it back from her. "The family liaison officer gave it to me. Appointments start this week." Mum pulls a face. "Another therapist?" Olivia sighs. "Yep. I'm such a head case they've given me an entire team of mental health professionals. Aren't I lucky?" An awkward, stunned silence creeps over us. "You're not—" There's panic in Mum's eyes. "A head case? You're—" "Should we go upstairs?" Olivia whispers to me. Dad's phone rings. He clears his throat and disappears into the kitchen to take the call. It's probably work. The council are putting quite a bit of pressure on him to return. "I'll make us some lunch," announces Mum with forced cheer. "I'm not hungry," says Olivia. "I can make lasagna." "That's still your favourite, isn't it?" "I'm fine," Olivia replies flatly. Behind her, Mum looks stung. Olivia either doesn't notice or doesn't care. "So," she says, "where's Oscar?" "London," I answer, trying to catch Mum's eye to make sure she's all right. But Olivia shifts to the right, eclipsing her from view. "Why is he in London?" "Work meeting." She brightens. "We should go to London soon." "What?" Mum's voice is shrill. "You can't go to London. It's not—" Olivia grabs my hand and drags me out of the living room, into the hallway and up the stairs. At the top, I glance down. Mum is at the foot, wringing her hands, face pained. My stomach flips guiltily, the way it always does when she's anxious or upset, even when I'm not the cause of it. I'd have taken her up on the lasagna, even if I'd eaten a full roast minutes before she offered, just to please her. Olivia tugs me into her room. She started a collage on the wall behind her bed. Images from our childhood. That last holiday to Cyprus. The two of us floating in the pool on pink lilos. Her and Florence waiting in line to see the Spice Girls. Me and Olivia dressed in matching Christmas jumpers. Beaming up at the camera, surrounded by presents. Dad is off to one side, just visible in the frame, holding open a bin bag, ready to scoop up any discarded wrapping. On the bed is a pile of her diaries. Olivia shrugs, even though I haven't asked a question. Dad got them down from the loft for me. I wanted to remember. "You could ask," I say gently. "If there's anything you want to know or—" She nods. Then I spot a diary I know well. It's fluffy and purple. And mine. Olivia scoops them up and shoves them back into the moth-eaten cardboard box before sliding them under the bed. I remember how she reacted all those years ago when she caught me with her bee journal. A childish part of me wants to narrow my eyes and calmly hold out my hand, palm up, waiting for her to give it back, just as she did. Would panic and guilt swirl in her stomach too? "Did you read it?" I ask imperiously. "Well, it was in the box," a nonchalant shrug. "Mum must have thought it was mine." "But you knew it wasn't." She blushes guiltily, and I get this petulant little thrill at admonishing my big sister. Still, I'm not annoyed, not really. My journaling lasted only a few weeks before it turned into another sketchbook. "I was curious. I missed so much of your life. When I left, you'd never even kissed a boy, and now—" She gives a disbelieving shake of her head, her eyes falling on my left hand. "Now you're engaged. You grew up. And I missed it." I feel terrible for teasing her just now. I'm not sure what to say in the face of these sad facts. I run my fingertips over my words like flowers along a garden path, unsure which to pick. But before I can petal pluck them free, she continues, gaze fixed on the window behind me. "Everyone's lives just carried on after that night." Our lives carried on only in the sense that our hearts continued to beat, but the rhythm was altered, faster somehow, fluttery with panic. "Every day without you was torture, Olivia," I say honestly. "Wondering where you were, if you were ever coming home, if he'd ever let you, Your dress is lovely, she says, cutting me off, artfully dodging the topic of her captor again. She glances down self-consciously at her borrowed outfit. Another from Mum's wardrobe. It's too big, bagging around the chest and drooping beneath the armpits, billowing around her tiny waist. I could bring you some of my clothes, I offer. They might be a little bit big for you, still, but maybe. She plonks down onto her bed and chews her thumbnail. I wish I had my own clothes. Since coming back, I don't even feel like a real person. I sit beside her. What do you mean? Feel like a doll? Dressed in clothes I didn't choose, told where to go, what to eat, when to eat it. I'm prodded and poked and pushed by police and therapists and medical examiners. I don't make any decisions for myself. Her laugh is mirthless. Actually, I'm less like a doll and more like a bag of evidence. I stare remorsefully at my own hands, remembering how I'd coldly referred to her as a walking crime scene that first day. I glance up, wondering if she heard. Mum smothers me, she laments, treats me like a child. She loves you so much. Hovering and making lasagna, that's just how she shows it, I say, rushing to Mum's defence, even though I felt the suffocating embrace of her care myself. So absolute it sometimes feels like 100 thick woolly blankets being piled on top of you. Comforting at first, until you're lost beneath them, struggling to breathe. You're right, Olivia says contritely. And I feel a stab of regret for making her question how she feels. I'm being unreasonable. Mum can be a bit much, I offer quickly, then bite my lip, shocked I've just stabbed my adoring mother in the back. Then Olivia smiles and something between us crystallises. Something sisterly that eases the unforgiving grip of loneliness. She can be, can't she? Olivia tucks one leg beneath her and leans forward conspiratorially. She's everywhere, all the time. I wish you and I could go and do something on our own, get away from everyone. Me too. She glows. Really? I nod. Then she is up, off the bed, pulling the box of diaries out from beneath it. She plucks mine from the top, flips it open and rifles through the pages until she finds whatever it is she's looking for. What are you doing? I ask. Apparently satisfied, she grins at me and slaps the diary shut before tossing it onto the dresser. She leans around the doorframe and hollers for Mum, sounding so much like she did when she was 13. Mum is at the top of the stairs a moment later, eager and hopeful. Everything okay? Olivia nods. Sorry about earlier, she says in a creamy voice. Going to the police station always puts me in a weird mood. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. You don't need to be sorry, darling, says Mum. If there's anything I can do, you know I'm always here. Olivia's mouth quirks up in a satisfied little smile. I'd love lasagna for dinner if you're still happy to make it. Of course. And Katie's going to stay for dinner too. Mum glances at me. You are? Sure. That'd be great. Perfect. I love it when we're all together. Just like it used to be, says Olivia, pulling her into a tight hug. Mum's eyes widen in surprise, but then serenity slides across her face, and she squeezes her daughter back. Katie was just telling me about this delicious cheesecake from Butterwick Bakery in Bristol. She said it's the best she's ever had. She's lying. I haven't once mentioned Butterwick. I can only assume this is the detail she was searching for in my diary just now. Bemused, I watch the scene unfold. Gosh, says Mum. Yes, we haven't had a cake from there in a long while. Can we have one tonight, for dessert? Well, she frets, the bakery is the other side of Bristol. Is that too far? Asks Olivia, all buttery innocence. Mum glances at her watch. It's an hour's drive. I'd have to leave now to make sure I get there before they close. Olivia's bottom lip juts out, the pout of a child model. I haven't been hungry all day, and then Katie talked about this insane chocolate orange cheesecake, and now it's all I can think about. Well? Mum looks between the two of us, her resolve faltering beneath her instinct to please her daughter. I suppose so. Olivia grins. Thanks, Mum. You're the best. Mum bathes in the compliment, the warmth of it turning her cheeks pink. I'll tell your father to make sure he's back from the office in good time. We can make a trip of it. Maybe stop for coffee along the way. Actually, can Katie and I stay here? I don't think I can face pushing through the wall of press again today. Mum's disappointment is quickly replaced by concern. On your own? I won't be on my own. I'll be with Katie, she says, sidling so close to me that her arm brushes mine. Besides, there are police outside. We'll be fine, won't we? Yes, I say, feeling a prickle of trepidation. What is she doing? Absolutely. Mum dithers, clearly not wanting to leave us here alone. Though we are adults now, she's remembering us as girls. That final night she kissed us goodbye and returned to only one daughter. She bites her lip. As long as you're sure. And even though I'm anxious about the man in the mask, I remind myself we're surrounded by police. We both nod. Soon she is gone, and we are alone. What was that about? I ask as we hear the car pull out of the driveway. But Olivia is jogging down the stairs, swinging into the kitchen. She takes my handbag and thrusts it at me. Where did you park? Why? Because, little sister, we're going shopping. I open my mouth. Close it again. We can't. Of course we can. We'll get to Bath and back before Mum arrives home. She'll never even know we left. But they can't keep me locked in this house forever. I've basically exchanged one prison for another. Olivia, I'm meeting Florence next week and I can't do it in another of Mum's Marks and Spencer's dresses. I won't. She lifts her chin. So either you come with me, or I'm going alone. The idea of her venturing out alone makes anxiety swarm low in my stomach. He is still out there. After seeing him outside Florence's building, I am sure he has plans to get her back. He's hunting us again. I don't have a choice.
Chapter 12. Eleanor Ledbury. Eleanor can hear people arriving downstairs. There are 1,000 butterflies beating their wings in the pit of her stomach. She wonders whether she can feign an illness and spend the evening in her room. Heath taps once at the door before slipping inside. He smiles when he sees her. She's wearing the dress Uncle Robert chose. The thick, velvet fabric clings to her slim frame, and the navy complements her eyes. Heath drinks her in, gaze running over the dramatic slit that shows off her long legs. For once, her brother is speechless. "Well?" she prompts. "Breathtaking." She smiles, even though she is still angry with him for goading their uncle and for continuously leaving her to be with Sophia. Still, she is glad Heath is here tonight. Begrudgingly, she says, "You look good too." The slate-grey suit is an expensive cut and fits him well. Her brother is classically handsome, the kind of face Greek sculptors carved from marble. She meets his eyes in the mirror. Her devious, dashing, deceitful brother who she has loved always. Who she can feel herself forgiving. After all, it is her he is with tonight, not Sophia. Eleanor has never been in a space with so many people. It feels to her as though they are swishing around her in ever-decreasing circles, getting closer and closer. A sea of diamonds and cologne and unfamiliar faces that swallow her. Panic takes flight in her stomach, and she reaches blindly for her brother. He puts a reassuring arm around her waist and squeezes. Ledbury Hall glitters. In every room there are strings of golden fairy lights and candles. Tapered candles in brass holders, small floating candles in water-filled glass bowls, pillar candles in hurricane jars. The air is filled with a sickly sweet smell of flowers. They sit in crystal bowls and in vases on every available surface. The bar is set up in the library, and in the reception room is a stringed quartet. She takes a deep breath and closes her eyes, but Heath tugs her along. She expected him to liberate a bottle of whiskey and for the two of them to escape upstairs as soon as possible. But Heath dives seamlessly from one conversation to the next, slotting into this party as though he were hosting it. a seasoned socialite. He is a beacon of charm. Guests are drawn to him. Eleanor finds herself squinting under the glare of his charisma. Even Uncle Robert is impressed. He stands, glowing with pride, as Heath discusses the second law of thermodynamics with a reedy gentleman sporting a flamboyant tie. And though, academically speaking, Eleanor can contribute to the discussion, she finds the words jam in her throat, sticking to the roof of her mouth like toffee. It is only now that she can see the gaping chasm that lay between her and her brother. He spent so much more time in the world than she has, and it shows. He offers these strangers his straight white smile and wit, while she stands mute and dumb beside him. She tries hard to tune back into the conversation. Uncle Robert is gone, but at least 4 more people have joined their group in his absence. It reminds Eleanor of the Hydra. Cut off one head and 2 more will spring up in its place. She just wants to be alone with her brother. The best brownies are at Nom Cafe in Worcester, Heath tells his court. I've heard of that place, says a woman wearing a red dress and an attractive smile. It's a hidden gem. Brownies? Scoffs the rotund man at her side. Oh, Anna, who eats brownies? Heath grins. Me? You've never taken me there, says Eleanor, surprising herself. Well, if my husband doesn't want to eat brownies with me, maybe you and I will have ourselves a road trip, Anna quips, gaze fixed on Heath. She is at least 15 years his senior, but she is looking at him as though she is a schoolgirl with a crush. Eleanor decides she doesn't like this woman. Our uncle is looking for us, says Eleanor. Then she hooks her arm through Heath's, and the 2 of them start weaving through the crowd. When they are far enough away, she says, Have you really been to a cafe in Worcester? Yes. She stares at him. When? He shrugs, then takes 2 glasses from a passing waiter and hands her one. Hers is water, his is wine. She wrinkles her nose. You aren't old enough to drink, he reminds her. But we always drink together, not in public. She sips her water, wishing it was a passion fruit martini. Her brother makes the best cocktails. Then she pushes the topic he is eager to avoid. So, when did you go to Worcester to eat cake? Not cake, he corrects. Brownies. When did I go to Worcester to eat brownies? When? She asks for a 3rd time. Drove down there a couple weeks ago. You just happened to drive down there, and then just happened to stumble across a hidden gem that sells the best brownies in Worcester? She asks incredulously. He doesn't answer, just gives her a small, enigmatic smile. Why didn't you take me? But then she knows, because he had taken Sophia. Angry with him, but not brave enough to admit why, she snaps. I thought you didn't even want this party, but you're all dimples and charm. Because you asked me to be, he says. He strokes her long hair. You have more power over me than you know. Before she can respond, Heath is accosted by Uncle Robert and another of his colleagues. They whisk him away to the bar. Eleanor stumbles after them, but Uncle Robert shoots her a look. Go and be sociable, Eleanor, he commands in a low voice. You aren't his faithful pup. Humiliation burns across her cheeks. She snatches a glass of wine from another circulating waiter, and before he can stop her, she downs it. A forceful tidal wave of unhappiness washes over her, and she goes hunting for more drinks. Later, she is standing in the corner, trying to melt into the walls, but there are always eyes on her. Men she doesn't know who are too old to be looking at her the way they are. She searches for her brother's gaze but never finds it. She distracts herself, tuning into the conversations around her, flicking through them like radio stations. I must say, Anthony, it is an impressive party, concludes a man with a thick moustache and a heavy, expensive-looking watch. Anthony raises a brow. But is it enough to win the board's favour? They want a family man in charge of operations to help with their new family-friendly image. I think Robert's proven his case, trotting out the orphans he raised. He sips his whiskey. The board want wealth too. Someone who can invest and rub elbows with the right clientele. Surely that's a point to Jonathan Jones. Look around. The man with the moustache throws out an arm to encompass Sledgebury Hall. Robert clearly has considerable wealth. I heard he's merely the trustee of this estate, he says haughtily. It's borrowed money. Unless he offs the children. The men laugh. If he loses his job, replies Anthony darkly, he might just off himself. The board did make it clear this merger means there's only one director of operations position up for the taking. Robert Brent? Jonathan Jones, Anthony shrugs. They're both ruthless bastards. But one of them has to go. They share a look. Eleanor decides she has heard enough and slinks away. Heath was right. The two of them do have the power this evening. Uncle Robert needs them to be on their best behaviour in order to perpetuate his family man persona and win the board's favour to keep his job. He's worked for his company for 25 years. It's his entire life. She goes in search of Heath. She isn't sure she wants to share with him what she knows. Although Heath claims she has power over him, she isn't sure he'll be able to resist the opportunity to hurt Uncle Robert, and she'll do almost anything to avoid a confrontation between them. That, and she's enjoying knowing something her brother does not. She moves through the throng, looking for Heath, but he's nowhere to be found. The music and people and the heat of so many bodies are starting to make her pulse quicken. She wonders if he's taken himself upstairs, retreating to his room with a bottle of whiskey. Maybe he's waiting for her. But when she pushes open his bedroom door, disappointment sinks like a stone in water. He isn't here. She paces, dreading the thought of going back downstairs alone. Growing hot with panic, she flings open the window. That is when she sees him. Heath standing on the gravel drive, cast in the amber glow of the manor. He is not alone. Sophia is with him. She is wearing a floor-length gown in black silk and lace. She's dressed for the party. Why would her brother invite his secret girlfriend to Ledbury Hall when he's never even mentioned her to Eleanor? The girl folds her arms across her chest and shakes her head at the ground. Even from up here, Eleanor can see they are arguing. Heath takes her by the shoulders, but she shrugs out of his grip and starts marching away from the house. Heath reaches out and snatches her wrist, spinning her to face him. He kisses her. Sophia doesn't resist. She is clay in his expert hands, moulding to him, being moulded by him. Jealousy is a handful of hard, green pebbles in Eleanor's mouth that threaten to break her teeth. She turns away from the window and rejoins the glittering party below.
Chapter 13. Caitlin Arden. Blossom Hill House is detached, and there are only 2 other houses on our little street. The back garden gate opens up onto a shared narrow lane, which we cross to reach the small field owned by our neighbours, Ray and Eileen Butler. It's private, but the Butlers have always let our family use it. When we were children, it was immaculate. The lawn beautifully maintained, with big wooden flower beds bustling with fruit and vegetables. Now they're older, it's fallen into disarray. The grass reaches mid-shin. The beds are barren, and the shed in the corner is falling apart. Green paint, split and curling. I am led by Olivia, my hand in hers, as she strides across the field. The sun beats down relentlessly. So hot it is turning my skin pink. Sweat beads on my top lip and collects in the hollow of my neck, gathering behind my knees. We stand on the edge of the woods. They are dark and dense, wild and pitted. We got lost in them once when we were very young, and I haven't ventured into them since. The trees crowd together, their branches thick and their canopy so impenetrable, even on the sunniest days they block out the light, making the woods difficult to navigate. Olivia, I have no idea how to reach the streets this way. Her lips curl into a smile. I do, but I'm unconvinced. Sensing my hesitation, she closes the gap between us. I stare up into those eyes. Glacial lakes and summer skies. Forget-me-nots and bluebell petals. Don't you trust me, Katie? The woods are as dark as I remember. The little light that breaks through is golden and glitters in the silk of Olivia's hair. Bark bites my bare arms as we squeeze between trunks. Small, low-hanging branches scrape across my cheeks. At least it's cooler here. I breathe in the damp, earthy smell. There is only the sound of our own breathing and the snapping of twigs underfoot. We feel 1,000,000 miles away from the house, even though we only left 20 minutes ago. Out here, who would hear us scream? Dread needles my skin as I think of the masked man. The police said that as he entered through the French doors at the back of the house, he must have come through the woods and across the field. For the first time, it occurs to me that this must be the same path he took with Olivia the night he snatched her. I picture her stumbling alongside him, his fingers bruising the pinch of the blade against her throat. I imagine the sharp stones and twigs piercing her bare feet, the sound of her pulse roaring in her ears, the blackness of these woods wrapping around her like a blindfold. I've wound myself up so much I feel him behind me, close. I whip around, heart galloping. There is nothing but trees and dirt and something small and wild scurrying in the bracken. I start talking to distract myself. How do you know your way through the woods so well? Florence and I used to meet here sometimes. We'd collect flowers and leaves to make perfumes or, after one too many watches of the craft, potions too. Usually a love potion. Florence was always falling in love. There was Jacob and Lawrence, Jessica and Eve. You're never lost if you can find landmarks. Look, she says, and speeds up until we make it to a small clearing. There's a tiny, rotting shed. It's in a much worse state than the butler's. It's half-finished, one wall missing completely, as though it was abandoned in a hurry. The sunken roof is covered in a thick layer of moss. The remaining wooden panels are splintered and weather-worn. Vines creep up the sides. A rusted can of red paint is deserted by the door. Olivia smiles at me, all confidence and triumph. The shed means we aren't far. And she is right. Soon, we are breaking free of the woods and emerging onto the street. Right, she says, and gives me a dazzling smile. Where's your car? Bath is bustling with tourists. Lugging cameras, rucksacks, shopping bags and expectation, they amble too slowly along the crowded high street, stopping every few paces to take a photograph of another beautiful building. I was concerned that Olivia might find being around so many people overwhelming, but she is fizzing with excitement. While the press of people brings more heat, the anonymity is welcome. I worried Olivia would be recognised instantly. Her face is everywhere, on the news, on websites and blogs, on social media and in the papers. But as soon as we arrived, I nipped into a supermarket and bought her a large sun hat and dark glasses. People, mostly men, still notice her, but not because she is that missing Arden girl, because she is beautiful. The kind of beauty you spot across the street, that lingers in your memory even after you've passed by. In the first shop, she grabs armfuls of silk and linen and lace. Everything looks good on her tall, slim frame. Out of Mum's clothes and into one she's chosen herself, she's confident, happier. At the till, I scramble for my debit card, trying not to blanch at the hefty bill, when Olivia smoothly plucks one from her shoulder bag and hands it over. Miles Gregory Arden is embossed on the front. How does Olivia have our father's credit card? She taps in the pin and the transaction is complete. Soon, we are out on the street, carrying 3 glossy bags with thick rope handles. Immediately I miss the air conditioning. Heat rises from the pavement, sticky and thick. I was going to pay, I tell her. She grins. No need. I can't believe he gave you his credit card, I say, struggling to imagine Dad, sensible and financially minded, simply handing it to her and telling her to go wild. It's not as though I've cost him a penny in the last 16 years, is it? She teasingly arches one brow. Jealous? No, I lie, because I can't bring myself to admit I am. It's not that I want or even need money from my parents, it's that even if I did, he'd never have given me his card. I'm starving, announces Olivia, as we weave in and out of people on the busy street. Shopping is ravenous work. With Mum still on her cheesecake mission, we have time to stop for lunch before heading home. How about Thai? She asks. Or Italian. I never say no to pizza. I grin, knowing exactly where I'm going to take her. The restaurant is the kind Oscar and I reserve for extra special occasions. It has high ceilings, marble tables, high-backed chairs and glossy dark wood floors. Usually you have to book a few weeks in advance, but the manager is a parent at my school and ushers us through. This place is so fancy, whispers Olivia. Do you come here all the time? I shake my head. They have incredible desserts. They have incredible everything, she says, looking around. The last time she'd have sat in a restaurant was that final summer we spent together. I cast my mind back, trying to remember. It would have been nothing more thrilling than a McDonald's or at a push Pizza Express. I'm glad I could do this for her. Take her somewhere lovely she's never been to before. Olivia orders a passion fruit martini, but because I'm driving I stick to water, pouring it from the heavy glass decanter. It's only as she sips her cocktail that I wonder if it's her first taste of alcohol. I watch for her reaction, but she drinks it as easily as though it is juice. Our sharing platter arrives. Strong cheese, cold meats, fresh bread. It's only as I'm tearing into the most expensive sourdough I've ever bought that I realise this is akin to the meal we shared in the wild meadow before she was taken. I've spent years believing, really believing I would never see her again, that she was never coming back. I'm grateful to have been proven wrong. This is the first day in over a decade that I haven't been dragged under by roiling waves of loneliness. Sitting opposite my sister, I feel a contentment that is smooth and shiny and polished. I can't believe how grown up you are, she tells me, swirling bread in olive oil. Mum said you're a teacher. I nod. Primary school. What's it like? I avoid her keen, interested gaze in favour of spreading butter onto sourdough and carefully layering it with brie. There isn't much to tell, I remark lightly. You know the saying, those who can't do, teach. She sets the bread down. Teaching doesn't make you happy. It is a statement, not a question, but I answer it anyway. No, it does. Oh, but it doesn't. During term time, Sunday feels like a type of purgatory, dread gnawing at my gut. Then the sweet, fierce relief on that last day of every term, knowing that besides a few hours of prep work, I have a reprieve for at least a few weeks. You're lying, she says simply, boldly. She's right. I'm not sure why I wasn't honest with her. I suppose over the years I've become accustomed to saying or doing things I think will make others happy, especially our parents. I've spent years shrinking myself to make room for their wants, their plans, their idea of who I should be. But Olivia isn't Mum. She isn't Dad. She's my sister. I don't want to deceive her. Teaching isn't what I wanted to do with my life. Then why did you? For Mum? She and Gran were teachers, remember? But Mum isn't anymore. No, but only because it was difficult for her to be around so many girls your age after you were taken. I shrug. Even so, she'd still have taken it personally if one of us didn't follow in the family footsteps. And with me gone, there was only you. There's an apology in her voice that sends guilt ricocheting through me. I should not be complaining. Olivia had her entire life stolen, all her choices stripped away. Of the two of us, I got the best deal. So what did you want to do with your life? I take a sip of water and shake my head. It doesn't matter. I want to know. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask. And it's all worked out, hasn't it? I'm back now. She takes my hand in hers. I want to know you, Katie. I want to know my sister. And she is so sincere, I have no choice but to be honest. More honest than I dare be with anyone else. I want to travel, to paint, to see the whole world. She stiffens, her expression darkening. She whips her hand from mine and busies herself refilling our water glasses. What's wrong? Nothing? Nothing? She sets the decanter down hard enough that the people on the next table glance over. I just came home and you're telling me you want to leave. No, Olivia, that's not... I'm not going anywhere. Her eyes search my face. After a moment, she seems to relax a little. We could even travel together, I say, thinking out loud. We could dance to street music in New Orleans, swim with turtles in Bali, explore the Louvre in Paris. She isn't excited as I'd expected, but rather sceptical, dour even. Just the two of us? I nod. What about Oscar? I shake my head. He did all his travelling in his gap year. He'd like to do more, but he's an only child. It would be difficult for his parents if he vanished for months on end. He's thoughtful like that. Okay, she says lightly, but her gaze is glass-sharp. But really, he's only thinking of his family. Not about you, not about what you want. Well, I mean... I trail off, surprised by her take on my fiancé. He knows you want to travel, but he's put his family first, is that right? My laughter is thin. I guess, if you look at it that way. Is there another way to look at it? I open my mouth. Close it again. I'm floundering because there's truth in her perspective. Once, a year or so ago, high on the success of Wanderlust illustrations and desperate to travel further afield, I threw caution to the wind and asked Oscar if he would at least consider a few months of travelling. He turned me down, insisting the mortgage and our parents were insurmountable obstacles, that it would be irresponsible and selfish to take off. Still, I fumble for the words to defend him now. His parents need him. I stuff a grape into my mouth. Are they old? She cocks her head to one side. Ill? Financially tied to him? I bite down on the grape. It bursts in my mouth, bitter. No, nothing like that, just I think of his parents. Of how they coddle him, smother him even. Talk to me about him as though he is their prize stallion, out on loan for the sole purpose of breeding. They insist on cooking us Sunday lunch every week, even during the summer months. And we can't ever turn the invitation down without being reminded that they contributed to the deposit for our house. Nothing from them comes without strings, and over the Yorkshire puddings and roast potatoes, his mother will say things to me like, Oscar would make a wonderful father. It would be a frightful shame if he never got the chance. As though I am the only reason they don't have a brood of doting grandchildren at their feet. The truth is, Oscar isn't interested in children. He backs away from babies as though they're car bombs, going as far as to change tables in a restaurant if we're seated too close to a toddler. Of course, he won't admit any of this to his parents because he doesn't want to let them down. I'm sure when push comes to shove that just like me with mine, he will do whatever it takes to appease them, even though his heart won't be in it. Maybe this should bother me more than it does, but at this stage in my life, babies and bedtime routines rarely cross my mind. Just what? She prompts. Just that Oscar is close to his family. They wouldn't be happy if he disappeared, even for a few months. Would you struggle to be away from Mum and Dad? I don't know. I like to think if I'm doing something I love with someone I love, I'd manage. I shrug, playing down my smacking disappointment. But, people deal with things differently, don't they? On the table next to us is a couple laughing loudly. They haven't stopped holding hands. Olivia notices them too, her eyes falling on their wedding bands. From the way they can't stop touching each other, I imagine they are newlyweds. So different from those silent couples who, after so many years, have run out of things to say. Why haven't you married Oscar yet? I almost choke on my water. What? Oh, come on, Katie, why? I meet her gaze. It's penetrating, intense, as though she can read my thoughts as easily as words on a page. It felt wrong to have a big wedding and get married without you. She is silent, her expression unreadable. I understand, she says carefully, in the same soothing tone a therapist might use with a particularly tricky patient. That makes sense. The thing is, I'm here now. So, will you get married soon? I stop and give this question the thought it deserves. I always told myself the only reason I wasn't rushing down the aisle is because Olivia was missing. This wasn't a lie. At the time, I believed what I was saying. But Olivia is back, and I still don't have an overwhelming desire to start a wedding board on Pinterest or pour hours into choosing the perfect invitations. It's not because I don't love Oscar. I do, I really do. And not in the way some of my friends talk about, where their relationship is akin to an old bobbled jumper they keep because it's comfortable, finding it easier to cling to something well-worn than to go out and find something new, even if it might fit better. Oscar still excites me. He's exactly what I want, yet somehow marrying him feels like closing the door on my dreams of travel because married people have roots. They are one tree, not two. They are stationary, which makes them strong. I don't think I'm ready for marriage. She lifts one slender shoulder in a half shrug. Maybe he just isn't the right one. He is, I insist, feeling the truth of it. I think I could find you the perfect husband. She grins at me, popping the last grape into her mouth. The waitress comes and clears away our empty plates. Olivia's entire face lights up. Can we order dessert? I'm gripped by the kind of anticipation you feel when you know you have the perfect present and can't wait to see it opened. Right on cue, the waitress returns with the dessert I secretly ordered when we arrived. She sets it down in front of us. Olivia's smile is wide. Katie, is this what I think it is? I nod. Your wish? She eagerly picks up her spoon and says, I can't believe you've done this for me. It's just creme brulee. No. Her eyes glisten. No. It's so much more than that. You're the only one who really listens to me. I thought about you every day. Every day. There's a fierceness to her expression, a rawness. We'll never be apart again, she tells me earnestly. I promise. And I believe her. I motion for her to do the honours. She pushes her spoon down until the top of the creme brulee snaps. We grin at one another and tuck in. After only a couple of spoonfuls, I remember why I never order creme brulee. Is it everything you dreamed it would be? I ask. She bites her lip, laughter in her blue eyes. Tastes like congealed custard and burnt sugar. It is congealed custard and burnt sugar. We give up on the creme brulee and order chocolate fondant instead. It's rich and thick and dark. I pay the bill with a flourish. If you'd told me a month ago that I'd be enjoying lunch with my sister in a beautiful restaurant in Bath, I'd have thought you delusional. Outside, the air is still and hot. I'm desperate to slide into the air-conditioned Fiat. We start walking to the car park when Olivia pulls me into another shop. We need to get back, I tell her, but stop protesting as a cool blast from a fan soothes my baking skin. It takes me a moment to realise we are in a bridal boutique. The carpet is white, the walls are white, the dresses are white, even the art hanging on the walls is in varying shades of white. In fact, there is so much white that if I squint, I can pretend we are standing on the plains of a snowy Alaskan landscape. Why are we here? I whisper sharply. Olivia's answering grin is all mischief. A tall woman with dark curly hair and too much perfume greets us. I'm turning to go when Olivia places a hand on my arm. My sister is getting married. We'd love to have a browse. Olivia? She turns to me with large, imploring eyes. Please? Saying no to her is like kicking a puppy. Unthinkable. I check the time. 20 minutes, I warn. She beams. Champagne flutes are pressed into our hands, and a tray of luxurious chocolate truffles and little cakes is brought out. We rifle through tulle and lace, silk and chiffon, velvet and satin. Some are beautiful, some are hideous. I pluck a feathered monstrosity from the rail, and Olivia's eyes widen in horror. I'm still browsing, trying and failing to imagine myself walking down the aisle in any of them, when I notice Olivia and the sales assistant carrying dresses into a changing room. Alarm bells ring. I cross the room and whisper to Olivia, "What are you doing?" "You've got to try at least one." "No, I really don't." "Katie," she says with a cocktail of authority and desperation. "I've missed so much of your life. Huge events. The last time I saw you, you'd only just taken the stabilizers off your bike, and now you can drive." She takes my hands in hers. "You're getting married, and I want to be involved. Please try on a dress for me." And how can I deny her that? What kind of person, what kind of sister would I be if I let my own irrational unease at the idea of marriage stop her from feeling welcome in my life? Despite myself, as I slip into the first dress, my heart starts to race in anticipation. I've never seen myself in a wedding gown before. I'm nervous, wanting to look every inch the beautiful bride, even if I have no intention of becoming one in the immediate future. I am sorely disappointed. As I step out of the changing room, I already know it isn't right. Olivia waits with a second glass of bubbles on the velvet chaise. When she sees me, she bites her lip to stop herself from laughing. "It's terrible," I say. "Isn't that bad?" I pluck at the puffy skirt. It's huge. So big, I could confidently house a family of orphans beneath all this too shiny satin. She wrinkles her nose. "What are those loo roll cover-ups called?" I glare. "Toilet dollies, the kind Nan had in the bathroom." "Yes, that's what you look like." "Christ, I'm done." Olivia, laughing now, surges to her feet. "One more, please." While I wait, I decide I hate wedding dresses and vow to marry Oscar in my comfiest loungewear set. Start as you mean to go on. It's not as though he's going to come home every day to find me doing the washing up in 3,000 pounds of mulberry silk, is it? Olivia pulls back the changing room curtain and slides inside, holding up a slip of ivory. I reach for it, but she whips it away, hiding it behind her back. "Close your eyes," she tells me. I open my mouth to protest. "Close them," she instructs, firmer this time. Wanting to get back to the car sooner rather than later, I do as she says. She helps me dress. Her hands on my skin are soft, soothing even. She is behind me, close. I breathe in her sweet floral perfume. I let her lead me from the changing room. The heavy curtain brushes my shoulder as we pass through it. She turns me, and I imagine I am facing the floor-length mirror. "Ready?" she whispers. Heart fluttering in my chest, I open my eyes, stare at my reflection and suck in a breath. "Olivia!" I hear my own astonished voice. "It's gorgeous!" The fit is perfect. Cinderella and her glass slipper perfect. It has a sweeping V neckline and sheer fluttery angel sleeves. Dainty embroidered leaves and vines wind down the bodice and across the waist. I turn in the mirror and gape at the jaw-dropping low back. Tiny, perfect buttons run all the way down to a small train embroidered with more leaves and twisting vines. It's romantic and striking and absolutely right. Olivia steps up behind me. In the mirror, our eyes lock. Hers glisten beneath the softly glowing spotlights. It's only now, as both of our reflections stare back side by side, that I realise our eyes are almost the exact same shade of blue. Olivia is the kind of beautiful found only in the pages of a fairy tale or written into legend. The kind that inspires princes to slay dragons or that launches 1,000 ships. As a child, my sister's beauty didn't bother me, but maybe if we'd grown up together as a teenager, and maybe even as an adult, it would have. But this dress has woven a type of magic, because for the first time in my life, I feel comfortable stepping out of Olivia's shadow, and instead of fearing the burning sun, I let it warm me. "You're perfect, Katie," she whispers. "He'll be speechless." I change back into my clothes, which feel painfully dull compared to the ivory gown I've unexpectedly fallen in love with. When I emerge, hooking my bag over my shoulder, I see Olivia is transfixed by another dress. This one is silk and off the shoulder with a cowl neckline. It's elegant and classic. Gorgeous. Olivia's fingertips hover over it. She hasn't heard me. Doesn't realise I am standing only a couple of feet away. Her expression, one of pained longing, makes me feel as though I am intruding. "Just like mine," she whispers. "What?" She jumps and swings round to face me. I take a step towards her. "What did you just say?" We stare at one another, her words swirling around us. Just like mine. Is Olivia married? My gaze instinctively drops to her left hand, as though a wedding band will suddenly appear, but there is no ring, no mark on her skin from years of wear, nothing. Then she is turning away from me, walking fast. She pushes out of the door and onto the street. The assistant looks up from where she is sliding gowns back onto hangers. I race past her, chasing after my sister. The fierce heat of late afternoon needles my skin. Up ahead, I catch a glimpse of Olivia seconds before she is eclipsed by a crowd who spill out of a pub, pints sloshing onto the pavement. I stumble around them, heart machine gun fast in my chest. I call her name. She doesn't stop, doesn't even slow. I break into a run and almost immediately slam into another wall of people. Tourists stepping off the bus. I ping-pong between them, but when I break free, I see him. Across the street, marching along the pavement on the opposite side of the road, is a tall, broad figure I instinctively recognise. He's dressed all in black, hood pulled up to conceal his face. Among the stream of pedestrians, wearing shorts and T-shirts, his oversized, dark clothes in heavy fabric stand out. His head is at an angle. He is watching my sister, keeping pace with her. She is oblivious, an unwitting gazelle being stalked by a predator. Behind him, the weir roars as loudly as the blood in my veins. I sprint for her, bellowing her name, shouldering past meandering window shoppers, ignoring their muttered curses as I do. "Olivia!" I shout. She falters long enough that I close the gap between us, my fingers curling around her wrist, pulling her to a stop. She is terrified, shaking. Has she seen him too? I whip around, but the man in black, the man I know to be her abductor, is gone. I stare disbelievingly into the crowds of shoppers, fear still snaking through me. Let's go home.
Chapter 14. Eleanor Ledbury. Eleanor takes another glass of wine from the bar and drinks it quickly. It is warm and bitter. When she's sure she isn't being watched, she leans over and helps herself to an open bottle of vodka and a water glass. She pours the alcohol into it and wanders through the party, taking much larger swigs than she should. Anna, the attractive woman in red who Heath was talking to earlier, appears at Eleanor's side. "They're very beautiful," she says, nodding towards the 2 box frames mounted on the wall. In each one is a butterfly, a monarch, and a blue leaf. There used to be 3, but when Eleanor was only 9 years old, she knocked one off the wall with a ball Uncle Robert had explicitly told her not to throw in the house. She was terrified, standing in front of the shattered glass and broken frame, the dark Jezebel butterfly lying crumpled in the middle of it all. Those frames were some of the only personal belongings Uncle Robert kept at Ledbury Hall. Heath found her and wiped the tears from her cheeks with a pad of his thumb before he set about cleaning up the mess she'd created. But Uncle Robert returned home before Heath could finish. "Who did this?" he asked calmly. Reasonably. But the children saw his hand balling into a fist at his side, heard the light, dangerous lilt in his voice. Eleanor started to stammer through an explanation when her brother stepped forward. "It was me," he said. "I was playing with the ball. I'm sorry, Uncle Robert backhanded him. An angry, red mark blossomed across Heath's cheek. He lifted his chin and levelled a steely glare at their uncle, one that looked too adult on a 12-year-old's face. Uncle Robert wanted Heath to cower, and when he didn't, he hit him again, this time with his fist. Heath fell to his knees, cradling his face, and burst into a storm of tears. Eleanor's pulled from her memories when Anna says, "Your uncle is very proud of you." "He is?" she asks, not bothering to censor the disbelief from her voice. "Oh, quite. Robert's always boasting about his beautiful, intelligent niece and nephew. He told us that at 8 years old you learned Latin, that he taught you himself when he took his sabbatical." "Yes." Eleanor's voice sounds flat and very far away. The autumn their uncle declared the Ledburys were to learn Latin was the worst of Eleanor's life. They were made to sit in the library for 7 hours a day, 6 days a week, doing only Latin. Latin sentences, Latin grammar, listening to Latin tapes. When they made a mistake, he would slap the backs of their hands with a wooden ruler until their skin split. Even then, Heath was taking care of her, correcting the errors she made on her tests when Uncle Robert wasn't looking. That is how their dear uncle taught them Latin. "Well, it's lovely he's taken such an avid interest in your studies. He's setting you up nicely for the future. What do you want to be when you're older?" Eleanor looks back at the 2 remaining butterflies, beautiful and dead, trapped in this house forever. She thinks of her brother, whose hands once tidied shattered glass and corrected her Latin. Hands that, right now, are exploring another woman's body just meters away from where she stands. She knocks back the last of her vodka. It burns on the way down. She answers, "Loved." The party moves around her like a merry-go-round. In the dining room, she sways in the corner, breathing in the too sweet, cloying stench of vanilla-scented candles. She wants to get away from the people and the music. She is desperate for fresh air. But outside in the garden is the billowing, heated gazebo that houses yet more merry strangers. She won't flee to the front of the manor. Not with Heath and Sophia on the gravel drive. Everything around her seems to spin away. The air grows thicker, making it difficult to breathe. She puts an arm out to steady herself. Somebody takes it, gripping her elbow. She looks up into the impossibly beautiful face of her brother. "You're going to catch fire," he says, and moves a tall, thin candle away from her. "Oops," she says. "Oops, indeed." Heath's lips press together. "Are you drunk?" She doesn't feel the need to lie. "Yep. Are you?" Jesus, Eleanor. His eyes flick around the room. What were you thinking? She stares at his lips and thinks of them devastating the mouth of that other girl. Betrayal burns through her like the vodka. And something else. Something cold and sharp and deeply sad. The feeling of being unloved by the person who knows her best in this world. "Where have you been?" she slurs. "Here." "No," she whimpers. "You were outside. With her." His eyes widen slightly. Before he can respond, they are accosted by a man with ruddy cheeks and greying hair. "You must be Eleanor and Heath," he says. "Brent's children." "Niece and nephew," corrects Heath smoothly. That's right. Charles Vine, I'm on the board. He offers his hand to Heath, but his gaze wanders to Eleanor. I didn't realise you were so grown up. Heath, you're how old?
20.
Wonderful, he says absently, eyes still on Eleanor. He takes her hand too. And you, my love?
17.
Really? He blinks. His gaze drops to her chest. I'd have assumed much. He blinks again and relinquishes her hand. Charles clears his throat. My youngest is here. You should meet him. I think you'll have a lot in common. Why? She draws. Does he have tits too? Charles pales and stumbles a response Eleanor doesn't catch. Heath apologises and then sweeps her into a corner until she is nestled between another table of burning candles and the heavy floor-length curtains. Tears well in her eyes. Water, he snaps, and wheels away from her, but she panics. She doesn't want him to leave her again. She lurches forward. The room whirls and she trips, knocking into the table. It topples and hits the ground in an almighty crash. Hot wax flicks up across her arm and she yelps in pain. She is on the ground. Heath kneels beside her. She's vaguely aware of a crowd gathering. Then a shriek rents the air, loud enough to make Eleanor's ears ring. The room erupts into panic. Heath drags Eleanor to her feet. She glances over her shoulder and sees the flames licking up the curtains. Heath shoves her away from the fire. The crowd surges out of the dining room and into the hall. From a nearby table, Heath snatches a bucket of ice that has all but melted and sloshes it across the curtains, higher up than the snaking flames. At first she thinks he's missed, but then she realises by wetting the fabric he has stopped the fire's ascent. The flames spit and hiss. Eleanor spins, searching for another bucket of water. She reaches for a vase of flowers, but she's clumsy and too drunk. The vase topples. Heath scoops it up and throws the water onto the flames. The two of them stand and watch as they die out. The curtains are blackened and smoking. Then Eleanor's on her knees, emptying her stomach onto the floor. She stares at the puddle of alcohol and acid soaking into the expensive patterned rug. Heath's polished shoes appear, dangerously close to the pool of vomit. He crouches and takes off his suit jacket. He uses it to dab at her mouth. There is so much sadness inside her. She wonders if she sticks her fingers down her throat, that she can empty herself of that feeling too. He puts an arm around her and lifts her to her feet. A wave of nausea roils and she closes her eyes against it, resting her head on his warm shoulder. She hears a man's voice. "The fire brigade is on their way." Uncle Robert's clipped tone penetrates her drunken stupor. "It's all under control, no need for that." Then she is breathing in cigar smoke and cologne. Uncle Robert is close. What the hell happened? His voice, a quiet hiss, reminds her of the flames. What's wrong with her? She doesn't open her eyes. She turns her face into her brother's chest and nuzzles into him. Then she is being guided out into the hallway and up the stairs. She stumbles. "Give her to me," Robert demands, yanking her away from Heath. Her eyes fly open as she is ripped from her brother. There is a bright burst of pain where Uncle Robert's fingers dig into her arm. He starts dragging her up the stairs, out of view of the guests gathered on the front lawn in the freezing cold. At the top of the stairs, Uncle Robert pushes her against a wall. "You've ruined everything." He is fuming, his rage burning hotter than the blaze that destroyed their curtains. "How dare you embarrass me like this? In front of my colleagues? The board?" His grip tightens and she presses her lips together to stop herself from crying out. "Do you have any idea what's at stake?" He shakes her. A whimper leaks from her mouth. "Where did you get the drink?" It's a party, there's alcohol everywhere, Heath says. Then he tacks on a lie. I let her have a glass or two of wine. Uncle Robert rants on Heath. You got your 17-year-old sister so drunk she almost burned down the house, he sneers. Mummy and Daddy would be proud. Heath takes a menacing step towards their uncle. A thin layer of ice forms beneath Eleanor's skin. She shrugs out of Uncle Robert's grip, but she's unsteady on her feet and flings her arms out to her brother like a child. He pulls her to him and holds her against his chest. I'll put her to bed. Drown her in the pond for all I care, barks Uncle Robert. Her legs are lifted off the floor. She is carried past her uncle, but his voice follows them down the hall, venomous and grave. I'll deal with you later, boy.
Chapter 15. Caitlin Arden. The traffic on the way back to Blossom Hill House is horrendous. Somewhere there has been a terrible accident. We are diverted again and again. I glance at the clock. Mum will be home soon. We'll never beat her back to the house. Earlier, I let myself get so swept up in the excitement of a shopping trip with my sister, I didn't think through the basics, like how to explain away bags of new clothes. But then, if Dad didn't want her to have new things, why give her his credit card? I suppose they'd intended to escort her. It would have been a meticulously planned trip, not a spur-of-the-moment race across the neighbouring field and a 20-minute stumble through the woods. They'll be furious we went without telling them. Which is ridiculous. We aren't two naughty children disobeying curfew. We are grown women, old enough to drink and drive and have a mortgage. Still, that childish terror of disappointing my parents weighs heavily on me. And, if I'm being fair to them, this situation is difficult to navigate, because though Olivia is an adult, she's vulnerable too. Vulnerable to the media, vulnerable to her masked abductor, vulnerable to any stranger who may have recognised her. Maybe, though, if I can get back before Mum and return Olivia safely, there will be less for our parents to be angry about. I think about the man all in black. It was him. I'm sure it was. I glance at Olivia. She stares determinedly out of the window. Did she see him? And what about her wedding dress comment? Just like mine. Is my sister married to her abductor? My phone starts vibrating fiercely in the bag I've slung on the back seat. I don't need to see the caller ID to know it's Mum. I start groping for it, but Olivia, rising from her silent reverie, says, "Don't answer, you're driving." Isn't it illegal to take a call when you're driving? She's right, but my heart still stutters anxiously in my chest. If I don't pick up, she'll lose her mind. Olivia rolls her eyes and twists to retrieve my phone. Then she holds down the side button until the screen goes dark. "You turned it off?" I ask, astonished. I don't think I've ever turned off my phone when Mum calls, too afraid it will send her into a tailspin. Too afraid of Dad's wrath for ignoring her. Too guilty for the part I played in the vanishing of their eldest. "You're welcome," she deadpans, slipping my phone back into the bag and dropping it into the footwell. There isn't time to trek through the woods and race across the fields, so I tell Olivia I'll park on the drive. But just around the corner from the house I pull over. This is my last opportunity to talk to her before we are surrounded by the media and then by our parents. She's frowning, sitting up straighter in her seat. I take a deep breath and dive right in. "Are you married?" She is stricken, as though my question is a knife across her palm. "You can't tell anyone." My head is spinning with confusion, with questions, with the sickening feeling that the police were right and my sister chose to run away with her secret boyfriend. Which would mean the abduction was staged, so I'd have a story to feed to our parents and anyone else who wondered about her. Is the person she married the boy on the bus? He gave her that diary. Maybe it detailed their relationship. Maybe that's why they took it when they fled. "It isn't what you think," she tells me. "That marriage wasn't legal." It isn't registered or anything. It was just me and him and I push my question out through shock-numbed lips. That night, did you go with him willingly? No, she says firmly. I would never have left you like that. I didn't ever want to leave you. So whoever he was, he did abduct her. But that doesn't necessarily mean he was a stranger. Did you know him? No. But you married him. He wanted to do things properly. He wanted us to be married first. First? I ask. Her cheeks colour. Realisation crawls beneath my skin like 1,000 skittering cockroaches. How old? She swallows. 16. Bile rises thick and fast, but I try to keep my expression blank. I don't want her to confuse my disgust with this man for disgust with her. She picks at the skin around her nails until it peels and bleeds. I was never meant to tell you about the wedding. That was one of the conditions. That's the rule. I promised not to tell. He's going to be furious. She covers her face with her hands and digs her fingers into her skin until her knuckles turn white. Her breath is coming too hard, too fast, like the panting of a wounded animal. I unbuckle my seatbelt and twist so I can face her. I shift as close as possible, the gear stick digging into my thigh. Olivia, I say, forcing a note of calm into my voice. Olivia, look at me. She does. I take her hand and press her palm against my chest, right above my heart. Focus on my breathing. I tell her, copy it. I breathe slowly and deeply, in and out. My therapist did this with me whenever I had a panic attack during a particularly difficult session. I still remember the debilitating fear, the tight coiling of every muscle, the mantle of control I thought I had over my own body slipping completely out of reach as my thoughts came as fast as my panting breaths. After a couple of minutes, Olivia's chest rises and falls in time with mine. I keep hold of her hand, but gently lower it. I'm sorry, she whispers. You never need to apologise. Her long, dark eyelashes are wet with tears. Can you keep it a secret? My pulse kicks. Being told a secret is like being asked to take care of someone's baby. It's a burden. But there's satisfaction in being trusted with something so treasured. I won't tell our parents as long as you promise you're confiding in the police. They have a much better chance of catching him if they have all the information. You do want him to go to prison, don't you? She nods. I've told them all of it. More than I'm comfortable with, honestly. The reason I keep details private from everyone else is because I don't want to be pitied. I don't want to be defined by the abduction because it's all they'll see when they look at me. I understand why she feels that way. I've spent the last 16 years trying not to only be the sister of that missing Arden girl. I don't even use my real name at work, so I agree to keep it a secret from Mum and Dad. She gives me a small, relieved smile. I missed you, Katie. Missed you more. Impossible. I'm relieved that the crowd outside Blossom Hill House is much smaller. I suppose some of the journalists have left to cover the accident nearby. We get out of the car and rush for the front door. Reporters swarm around us. We are met with a symphony of clicking cameras and bellowed questions. They don't even look human. They are bodies with cannons for heads. I keep one arm around my sister, tucking her close as we are swallowed up by them. Surrounded, all we can do is shuffle forward. I am shouting for them to please move, but my voice is swept beneath the cacophony. Then there's a break in the crowd as a police officer starts shoving desperate, groping reporters aside. There are hands on us, guiding us. And finally, we are spat into the house and the door is slammed shut. Immediately, Mum is there, wrenching Olivia from me and enveloping her. With palpable relief, Dad watches his wife take hold of their daughter. Then his gaze swings my way. and the relief swiftly bleeds into fury. Always fury.
What were you thinking?
Olivia needed some new clothes. We've only been gone a few hours.
Without telling us? Without telling them?
He throws a hand out towards the police officer who hovers awkwardly on the fringes of this melodrama. Someone should offer him a seat and a bucket of popcorn. I glance at Olivia. She looks worried. I can't tell whether it's because I could renege on my promise or because I could tell our parents the excursion was her idea. I'm sorry, I say to Dad. Beside me, Mum is gripping Olivia's hand, examining her face as though she is an auctioneer, checking a priceless piece for damage. She's fine, I assure her. We're both fine.
How could you be so irresponsible?
Spits my father. Olivia opens her mouth to defend me, but I cut her off quickly. I wasn't thinking, I offer in a small voice. My sister's brow creases and I shoot her a look to keep quiet. He has decided I am the troublemaker. He's angry with me because he wants to be. Let him. What difference does it make now? He's spent the last 16 years being angry at me. One more day won't hurt. I insisted on a shopping trip. We went through the woods so we wouldn't be seen. I thought we could get back before anyone noticed.
Well, people noticed,
he barks, thrusting his phone at me. I take it. There is an online news article littered with photographs of us at lunch, browsing shops. I didn't even notice anyone taking them. I feel violated. Never in my life have I been followed and photographed by strangers.
You claim to have seen her abductor lurking around Florence's building, yet you thought it was safe to traipse through the woods alone. The same woods he dragged her through the night she was taken.
He blows out a furious breath.
I'm not sure you even saw him at all.
I did, I insist indignantly. For a moment, I consider telling him about the man dressed in black, the one I am sure was following Olivia in Bath. But it will only thrust me deeper into the scalding pan of my father's rage.
Honestly, Caitlin.
He sighs deeply, as though I am the human equivalent to a migraine.
This isn't the right way to go about getting attention.
There's a pang of pain, like he's just pressed the burning end of a fat cigar into my skin. Mum looks away from Olivia long enough to register my hurt. She scowls at her husband. Miles, that isn't fair.
She's been acting up ever since we got Olivia back. You said so yourself.
Her face drains of colour, but she doesn't deny it. Betrayal spreads inside me like a dark moss. I've become used to my father's contempt, but I never expected it from my mother. Growing up, my father made sure there wasn't so much as a millimetre of space for me to put a foot wrong. I had to be the perfect daughter because he believed I'd robbed them of the one they had. I never wanted to add to their worries. So, while my friends went to parties and kissed boys and drank cheap vodka and broke curfew, I stayed at home. While they applied for their dream courses at dream universities, I took a degree I knew would please my mother at a university that was close by. And while friends travelled around Europe, enjoying their gap year, I applied for jobs in the local area. Even as I folded pieces of myself away, shrank myself and my ambitions until I fitted into the box they had built, my father viewed my efforts through a lens of disappointment. It was never enough. I was never enough. And I did it all so they could stand here and tell me I am attention-seeking and difficult because for the first time in my life I have disobeyed them. Olivia opens her mouth again, but I shake my head. It isn't worth the breath. She doesn't know that our father blames me for her abduction. A month after she was taken, I overheard our parents talking.
We have a list of emergency numbers pinned to the fridge, snapped Dad. How could Caitlin be so fucking stupid, so selfish?
I was devastated he thought that of me.
She's only 10 years old, Miles,
said Mum, soft and placating. She was terrified.
So was Olivia. She was terrified.
He started sobbing. Great, gut-wrenching sobs. Because of me. Our poised, confident, unshakable father was coming undone because I had been stupid and selfish. And in that moment, I was sure the masked man had taken the wrong daughter. I wished he'd snatched me from our house instead. I think my father wished it too. The things I overheard that night have acted as a poison, slowly killing our relationship until we are left staring at the bones of what we had. That memory, and the fresh sting of my mother's betrayal, tips me over the edge. The walls of this house seem to close around me. I swallow my anger and my hurt, then turn on my heel and stalk out of the house. No one comes after me. Chapter 16. Caitlin Arden. 6 days after the confrontation with my parents, I still haven't been back to Blossom Hill House, though I did have a courier drop off my old mobile phone for Olivia. She calls me every night. Mum and Dad weren't happy about it. They want to wrap her in cotton wool and shield her from the whole world, but she isn't a teenager anymore. And for her to have even a slim chance at a normal life, she needs to be exposed to regular, everyday things like mobile phones and restaurant dinners and shopping trips. In the future, she might want a career or a house, a husband or a child, or maybe she won't. Maybe she'll want to travel and see the world, and our parents have to let her. I won't allow them to curtail her ambitions the way I've allowed them to do to mine. I've tried not to mope too much, but Dad's words, his claims that I am attention-seeking and difficult, have stuck inside me like hot needles. Oscar is meeting a client, and the quiet leaves too much time to dwell. It's an effort, but I push all thoughts of my parents aside like sweeping loose pieces of paper from a crowded desk. With a cup of fresh mint tea, I go upstairs to the tiny box room I converted into my workspace. The far wall is panelled and painted ivy leaf green. Against it is the mango wood desk I bought at a market, complete with a vintage wicker chair. There is artwork prints and pressed flowers, small original watercolours and framed embroidery. Opposite the door is a lockable cupboard where I keep projects in progress for Wanderlust illustrations, alongside tattered exercise books and terribly dull files filled with seating plans and lesson outlines. I put the standing fan on. It's so hot in Somerset, I'm sure I could fry an egg on the windowsill, and sit at my desk, intent on tackling some of my school workload for the looming September start. After only half an hour, though, I am almost bored to tears, and the call of Wanderlust illustrations is too much. I get out my phone and log onto the website. Since Olivia's return, I've neglected my page and online shop. There is a backlog of orders, so I spend a couple of hours forwarding them to my printer in Bristol. They ship them too, taking 10% of every order. Any money I make from Wanderlust goes into a savings account. There's a decent chunk in there now. I'm not sure what exactly I'm saving for. In the back of my mind, it was a travel fund. But if the likelihood of me abandoning my fiancé, my job, and my family to backpack around Europe was low before Olivia returned, now it is non-existent. There are dozens of comments on my last post, all asking where I've gone. There's even some speculation that I'm closing my business. I don't respond. Instead, I go through my phone gallery, find a photograph of my latest piece that I hadn't yet uploaded, and do so. Within minutes, there is a flurry of responses, all of them positive. I smile, joy dousing the burn of my father's words. I hear Oscar's key in the door, and a couple of minutes later, he is in my office, tugging me from my chair and pressing his lips against mine. When he pulls back, his dark eyes are playful. "Go pack a bag. I'm taking you away." St. Ives is gorgeous. It's all quaint ice cream parlours and bakeries, seafront art galleries and winding cobbled streets. I spend an hour in the St. Ives bookseller and come out with a bag full of paperbacks. We check into the most beautiful cottage before going for a walk around the town, ducking in and out of bookshops and art galleries and boutiques. We share a newspaper bouquet of salty chips and sit on a bench overlooking the beach. A breeze rolls across the sea, And for the first time in weeks, I don't feel like I'm breathing in the arid air of an open oven. We people watch. I spot a man with a mullet throwing a ball for a bouncy Labrador. "Cute dog," says Oscar. "Very," I agree, helping myself to another chip. "But too big." He pulls a face. "You prefer a Chihuahua?" "Too small." "Greyhound?" "Too bony." He laughs. "What are you, the Goldilocks of the canine world?" I grin. "Cocker Spaniels are just right." "We could get a Cocker Spaniel?" "Really?" "Sure. I work from home most days. You have the school holidays. Shouldn't we start small? Get a goldfish or a hamster or something?" "Why?" I shrug. Dogs are a huge commitment. And we're committed. He pauses. "Aren't we?" "Course we are. Maybe we just get a pet mayfly. Easy to manage, only lives for 24 hours. Can you commit to that?" "Absolutely. We'll name him Egbert." Oscar laughs, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I would love to bring a dog into our home, but I imagined that home being filled with trinkets from our travels. A dog, much like a marriage, is something I thought I'd tick off my list after I'd seen more of the world, painted it, experienced it. But I made a promise to Olivia that I wouldn't go. In a way, the second I accepted Oscar's proposal, I made the same promise to him too. Hopping on a plane and disappearing for months isn't an option. I'd have to leave my job, and without an income, how would I cover my half of our mortgage? It would be selfish to expect Oscar to pick up the bill. Then there's the strain of being so far apart. "So you really want a dog?" I ask again, trying to unwind my fingers from the string that tethers me to my travelling fantasies. I need to let it go. Watch it soar into the sky like a lost balloon. "I really want you and I to build something long-lasting. I want us to get married. Get a dog." He looks out over the beach. "We could get married here, on the seafront. We could do it this autumn." "That's soon. Very soon. Will I be able to prise my fingers from that string in just 2 months?" "What's the rush?" I ask. "We've been engaged for almost 3 years, Katie." He deadpans. Guilty, I glance away. "I want to marry you. The sooner the better. Marriage is important," he says. "It lends us more credibility." "With who? For what? I don't think the dog will care whether or not we're married," I offer, trying to lighten the mood. I wonder if his parents are putting pressure on him. They don't think I'm good enough for their precious son. I don't take it personally, though. They haven't liked a single one of Oscar's previous partners. But maybe he's hoping the little comments will stop once we're married. He dips his head to catch my gaze. He's all frown lines and solemnity. "You do want to marry me?" "You know I do. I wouldn't have said yes if I didn't." And it's true. I've never loved anyone the way I love Oscar. "It's just, I thought you were hesitant because the day would be difficult without Olivia, but now," he shrugs. "Things are different. She's back." "She is," I concede, choosing my words carefully so as not to hurt him. "But she's only been back a few weeks. Can we let her settle in first? Let the media attention die down a little?" He stares at me, chewing on this request as though it is a lump of gristle, but he swallows it down. Then he sighs, resigned. "Sure, you're right. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Stupid idea." I take his hands. Hands that know my body almost as well as I do. Hands that held me as I opened up about my sister. Hands that taught me how to play Billy Joel on guitar. "Not stupid," I say. "Never stupid." Some of the tension eases out of him and I relax too. "Let's set a date. This time next year, maybe." Disappointment flickers across his face. "Yeah. Next year." We fall quiet and go back to watching the man with his Labrador. The dog is beautiful, I admit. Same can't be said for the owner's mullet. He arches a brow. "Not a fan. Mullets are the most effective form of contraception." "You don't think I'd suit one?"
No one suits them. They belong in the 80s. That guy is actually from the 80s. I frown. He's younger than we are. He's a time traveller, Oscar declares with a playful smile. I lean into it, glad the tension is dispelled, like shaking sand off a beach towel. DeLorean or TARDIS? Magic armbands. Slip them on and... He throws his hands up, fingers splayed. Poof! He's here to stoke a mullet revolution. He's the founder of MAS. MAS? Mullet Appreciation Society. I grin, enjoying this whimsical side of my fiancé. I point out a few more people, and Oscar concocts wild, hilarious tales about them too. I'm still laughing when he gets to his feet, picks up the remnants of our chips and puts them in the bin. He takes my hand, and we start walking along the seafront. You're good at that game, I tell him, making up stories about people. I didn't realise you were so creative. I'm a web designer, he says, with mock outrage. I know, but that's computer creative. It's different. He shrugs. I used to love writing. I joined the Creative Writing Society at university. I didn't know that. He shrugs. Dropped it after second year. Why? My degree amped up. Dad wasn't keen on me splitting my focus. Grandad owned the farm shop before him, always intending to pass it to Dad, and so he felt his path in life was set. Think he felt trapped. He wanted more for me. Encouraged me to get into computing because he knew it would be lucrative. Typically, there are more job opportunities in technology than in writing. That's how my parents felt about a degree in English literature versus one in art. Wanting to please your parents is one of those universal instincts, like opening your mouth to apply mascara. On the beach below, a group of teenagers throw a frisbee. There is a cooler of beers and the remnants of a barbecue. 2 girls break away to cartwheel across the sand. They shriek and giggle when one of them tumbles and lands on her back. I don't think I was ever that carefree. I never flirtatiously stole a boy's hat and put it on just so he would chase me. Never snuck out. Never stole vodka from my parents' house and passed it back and forth with a friend. My mother's anxiety and my father's austerity anchored me to the house. You okay? Asks Oscar, giving my hand a little squeeze. Yeah, I was never like them. His gaze swings towards the teenagers. Drunk? My smile is wan. Happy-go-lucky, rebellious. I had to be perfectly behaved to make my parents' lives easier. It was exhausting. You feel like you missed out? It was small things. Parties and sleepovers made Mum anxious. And bigger things too, like where I studied and chose to live after graduation. I stayed close because it was important to her. I'm aware of my privilege. I grew up in a beautiful house, I went to a good school, my parents loved me, provided for me, but I always felt like I was dragging a weight behind me. I stopped myself from saying more because if I picture that weight, it is her. It is Olivia. I grew up tethered to the rotting corpse of my presumed dead sister. Lugging her around school, her wide, unseeing eyes staring up at me from the classroom floor as we learned Pythagoras' theorem. Lugging her cold, stiff body up the stairs to my room at night, where she would lie beside my bed, grey and decomposing. She'd still be there in the morning, greeting me with her milky stare. Lugging her down to breakfast, where I would slowly and mechanically eat cereal, as she mouldered on the tile beneath my chair. But Olivia is home, he says, pulling me from the reverie. You can let that weight go. You can do anything, be anything. You've done well to keep up with your art, Katie. Maybe one day you can just focus on Wanderlust illustrations and give up teaching altogether. It would mean a pay cut, at least for a while. Doesn't matter, we'll manage, I'll make sure of it. My parents wouldn't approve of me leaving my career. Sometimes the only person worth satisfying is yourself. It's your life. You've got to live it for you. And there is my silver lining. Just because I have to let go of my desire to travel the world, it doesn't mean I have to let go of my ambitions to make a career out of being an artist. Oscar is so supportive. I'm lucky to be with someone who whisks me away to beautiful seaside towns and on a sandy beach encourages me to build a life I love. There's a fullness in my throat. It is pure, uncomplicated affection. I kiss him. It is deep and lusty and exactly right. His hands run beneath my t-shirt and up my bare back. "Let's go back to the cottage," I whisper against his mouth. He gently untangles himself from me. "I've actually got something to show you first. Walk with me?" He stands and leads me down to the beach. I slip my sandals off my feet. The sound of the waves rushing to the shore is soothing. The breeze lifts my hair, making it dance around my face. We pass the giddy teenagers, but I hardly notice them. My focus on Oscar. He's humming with anticipation. We make it to a flight of stone steps that are carved into the cliff face. We walk around the corner, the velvet sea to our right. We come to a ledge, the man-made path sprawling out into jagged rocks and smooth boulders. The setting sun is a line of fire splitting sea and sky. He squeezes my hand, gaze fixed ahead. I follow it. That is when I see a wooden easel with the blank canvas. Beyond it, a postcard perfect view of the Cornish Sea. "You did this," I say. He grins, then tugs me over to the easel. He shrugs out of his rucksack and opens it to reveal art supplies. Acrylic paints, new brushes, chalk. "You're so damn talented, Katie. You haven't drawn in weeks. Go ahead." Love for him bubbles up. I kiss him and wonder how I got so lucky. "I can't believe you did this, thank you." I take the tubes of paint and turn towards the easel. And for the first time in my life, that barreling wave of loneliness falls softly like rain. Fine, inconsequential rain. I won't drown. Not now. In fact, it won't even leave me damp. I have my sister back. I have Oscar always. The only thing more valuable than being loved is being known by someone. Truly known. And he knows me so well. I'd never have given myself a gift like this during a time so turbulent for my family, but I need it, and Oscar knew. Later, with my painting drying by the door, Oscar runs me a bath and pours 2 glasses of wine. But I'm not interested in wine. I want him. Still, I strip and lower myself into the warm water. When he sees me, gaze drifting over my wet, naked body, his fingers tighten around the stems of the glasses. He sets them down, and without taking his eyes from mine, he strips too. Before he climbs in, he pauses for just a moment, grinning and shaking his head as though he can't believe his luck. I straddle him. We kiss. The paint washes off my skin and runs rainbow streams into the bathwater, turning it peony pink and indigo, violet and cornflower blue. My desire for him burns like a fever. We have sex, or we try to have sex, but the tub isn't as big as I thought. My knees bang against the sides, and the taps dig into my ribs. We slip and slide and laugh it off. We move to the shower, where he presses me up against the cool tiled wall, and I gasp into his wet shoulder. The next morning, we have breakfast at Beach Cafe Bar. We sit outside, nursing cups of coffee as we wait for our food to arrive. It's stifling today, but the sea breeze offers intermittent relief. Oscar is scrolling through his phone when he whispers, "Jesus Christ." Thinking it is another difficult client, I don't take my eyes off my own phone as I ask, "What's wrong?" "Katie, have you seen this?" The trepidation in his tone makes my stomach swell nervously. I take the phone from him and my insides twist. It is an article about Olivia. Some 2-bit journalist exhuming the long-buried theory that Olivia was never kidnapped and instead was a lovesick teen who ran away with an older boyfriend.
I skim the article, knowing it is trash, but anger sours on my tongue as I see the photographs. They are of me and Olivia in the bridal boutique. From the angle and clarity, it's obvious they were taken by the sales assistant. She didn't let on that she recognised my sister. It's such an invasion of privacy, photographs taken without our consent, as though we're animals in a safari. This article will be another dagger for my father to fling at me when the urge strikes. Boiling over, I thrust the phone back at Oscar. Then I am struck by a sickening thought. I snatch the phone back from him. I scroll and scroll and scroll. I read every word carefully this time, heart hammering. I'm relieved, so relieved the shop assistant didn't overhear Olivia's comment about the wedding dress. The press would have had a field day with that. "Are you okay?" Oscar asks. I nod and hand him the phone. He leans forward and lowers his voice. "What's going on?" I've kept Olivia's marriage revelation a secret for a week. It has squirmed beneath my skin like a parasite. I look at Oscar and know I can trust him. He's my fiancé and one day he'll be my husband. He'll keep Olivia's secret. So I open up to him. Tell him about the man I've seen twice now. Tell him what I know. Everything Olivia told me. And it feels good to flush the secret out. His mouth hangs open, a tunnel of disbelief. Married? Not legally, apparently. I can't stop thinking about it. His brows rise so high they almost disappear into his hairline. He clasps his hands at the nape of his neck, making his biceps strain against the cotton of his t-shirt, and leans back in his chair. "Christ," he breathes. "This is huge. Marrying a 16-year-old girl. Simon is sick in the head." I still, cup halfway to lips. "Simon?" His face drains of colour. Flustered, his eyes flit around my face. "Who's Simon?" I demand again. He opens his mouth, closes it. "Don't be angry." Foreboding edges beneath the gaps of me. "Tell me." He blows out a breath. "My cousin Rachel, her husband, works for the police. I bumped into him, we talked. He assumed I knew far more than I did, and he told me things he shouldn't. He was mortified. As soon as he realised his mistake, he made me promise not to say anything to you or anyone else." He thrusts his fingers back through his sandy hair. "This is serious. He could lose his job, Katie." My breaths are coming faster. "What did he tell you?" He shakes his head. "I promised." I put my mug down so hard, coffee sloshes over the side. The woman on the table next to ours glances up. "She's my sister!" He scrubs his hand over his face. He doesn't want to tell me anything. But what choice does he have? "Olivia called her captor Simon, but he never gave her his surname. She was kept in a tiny rural house in the woods. She doesn't know where, but based on the information she gave the police, they're focusing their efforts on the Forest of Dean." He holds up his hands, as though in surrender. "That's it. That's all I know." A waiter arrives with our food. I wait until he leaves. "She hasn't told me any of this." "She told the police. That's the main thing. Katie, you can't tell Olivia or your parents what you know." I'm nodding, even though I'm desperate to talk to my sister about it. How did I manage to unburden myself of one secret in exchange for half a dozen more? Oscar picks up his knife and fork and starts slicing into bacon and maple-drenched waffles. My stomach rebels at the sight. I watch him. This man I was so sure only minutes ago I could trust. Yet he has kept all this from me with startling ease. Feeling my eyes on him, he looks up. "What is it?" "You lied to me." "I didn't lie. I didn't tell you, sure, but I didn't lie." "You're seriously going to argue semantics?" He softens. "You're right. Look, I wanted to tell you, but I didn't think it was a good idea to pile all this information on you, only to insist you keep it from your family. I was trying to protect you." I scoff. "I didn't ask for your protection, Oscar." "You're right. I'm sorry. But there was so much more to it.
I didn't want a man to lose his job, his income, because of an honest mistake. I'm sorry I kept it from you. I really am. But my hands were tied. You do understand that, don't you?
Accepting the reasons behind his deceit feels a lot like swallowing stones. He lays his hand on mine, and I resist the urge to snatch it away. Sure. My smile is forced. I won't repeat anything. Satisfied, Oscar tucks into his breakfast, but I am too distracted to eat. Simon. A perfectly mundane name. It isn't villainous or menacing. Simon, the man behind the mask who held a knife to my sister's throat, who stole her and ruined my family. Simon, who married a child and locked her away in a cabin deep in the woods. Simon, who put himself inside a young, terrified girl. Simon, who isn't made of smoke and malice, but of blood and bone. I imagine myself coming face to face with him, with this ordinary man, and calling him by his ordinary name right before I sink a knife into his chest. I imagine it slicing through flesh and sinew, lodging into bone. Not much different from carving a beef joint. I pick up my butter knife. It glints in the sunlight. I turn it over in my hands, and I know, if it comes to it, I could do it. I could kill my sister's captor. Chapter 17. Caitlin Arden. The following Tuesday, I am tasked with picking Olivia up from her therapy appointment in Bath. She sends me a message telling me to meet her at a coffee shop down the road from her therapist's office. I haven't seen her since our spontaneous shopping trip, or since Oscar told me about Simon. Though I'm desperate to tell her what I know, to ask her the many questions this revelation has dredged up, I don't want to push her into talking to me before she's ready. Yet, keeping it all to myself feels like a betrayal. As though I am a peeping Tom, peering through the curtains, looking in on something private. I walk down the high street. On either side of me, the cream buildings glow in the sunlight. People spill onto the pavements outside pubs and drink cider poured over pint glasses of ice. They are noisy and brash, and on the wrong side of tipsy. It's the first day of August, and heat pulses through the city. Doors and windows are flung open, but there's no breeze. I'm exhausted and wilting by the time I reach the coffee shop. I almost don't recognise Olivia. She's dressed in one of the outfits she bought during our shopping spree. She looks different, confident. You'd never guess she'd spent more than a decade of her life locked in a cabin in the woods. She's wearing a long rust-coloured skirt and a cream crop top that shows a sliver of toned, tanned midriff, paired with dark sunglasses and white trainers. Her hair is in a low, tousled ponytail. If I wore my hair like that, I'd look like Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. Everything about her is effortlessly chic. When she sees me, her face splits into a smile. We hug. "You look incredible," I tell her. She pulls back and dips a little curtsy. "Why, thank you. So do you." I glance down at another of my floral summer dresses, damp with sweat after my brisk walk from the car. She's just being polite. Next to hers, my outfit is obvious and boring. "Thanks." I'm about to suggest we head for the car when a man rounds the corner, calling my sister's name. He is tall, broad, dark-haired, dressed in a crisp white shirt and navy trousers. His long legs eat up the distance quickly. He reaches us, his smile white and wide, and holds out a black leather shoulder bag with a gold clasp. "You forgot this," he tells Olivia. She takes it from him. "That was silly of me, thank you." My eyes dart between them. "And you are?" He turns to me, taken aback by the whip-crack of my tone. His eyes are olive green, framed with long black lashes, the kind I can only hope to mimic after 4 coats of expensive mascara. "Dr. Gideon Temple," he says in an Irish lilt. He offers me his hand, and I take it. It is so much larger than my own, and somehow his skin is softer too. You must be the therapist, I say, realization dawning. When he smiles, he is all dimples. I like to think there's a little more to me than my vocation, but yes, I'm the therapist. His stubble is a shade darker than the coffee curls of his hair, and beneath it is a square Hollywood jaw and a cleft chin. He's older, late 30s maybe, but the kind of attractive that commands attention. You must be the sister. I smile. Yes, I'm the sister. Well, sister, it's nice to finally meet you. Katie. Katie. He says my name slowly, as though it is a single square of dark chocolate melting on his tongue. He releases my hand, but my palm still tingles from the contact. I talk about you a lot, offers Olivia. All good things, I hope? Great things, he confirms. I stare up at him, but the eye contact is so intense it's like standing too close to an open fire. Dr. Temple actually wanted to speak to you, Katie, says Olivia. You did? I ask him. He glances uncertainly at her. Well, I'll go grab a drink while you two talk, she says. Anyone want anything? We both shake our heads. She ducks inside the coffee shop. You wanted me, I prompt. He smiles, and as my words ricochet, my cheeks redden. You wanted to speak to me? Yes, I was going to set up a meeting with you in my office, not ambush you on the street without warning. He looks apologetic. Olivia was eager for us to have a conversation. Impatient, I correct. He grins knowingly. And then she just happened to leave her bag behind, and here we are. She's resourceful. Manipulative, I offer. It isn't the first time Olivia has played ringmaster, having us all jump through her hoops. She so deftly tricked our mother into driving miles away so the two of us could sneak out. You're very astute. And you're very diplomatic. The air is thick with heat and voices, and something else, something that crackles and hisses between us. His eyes are beautiful. They aren't olive like I thought. They're lighter than that, clear like glass, jade green. Then he clears his throat, and the tension spits and sparks before dispersing altogether. Let's find a time for you to come into my office so we can talk about Olivia. Next week, perhaps? My stomach drops. A week? I can't wait that long. I'm desperate to hear what it is Olivia wants him to discuss with me. Can we talk now? He glances up and down the near-empty pavement. Please, I say. He's reluctant. I suppose it isn't usual for therapists to conduct confidential conversations on the street, but there isn't anyone around to overhear us. Then, shaking his head as though he can't believe he's giving in to me, he tugs me into an alcove and says, How do you think Olivia is coping? I take a moment to consider my answer, wanting to say something insightful and intelligent, to impress him. Why do I want to impress him? But drawing a blank, I plump for honesty instead. She is resilient. She seems to be assimilating quickly, far quicker than I ever thought possible. Looking at her today, you'd never know what she's been through. She seems just like any other beautiful 20-something in the city. I leave my words to hang in the space between us and carefully watch him to catch his reaction. I'm not sure why, but I want to know if he agrees that my sister is beautiful. He keeps his expression carefully blank, waiting patiently for me to continue. He is a man who is comfortable in gulfs of silence. But she avoids discussing him, her life at his hands. It's as though a shutter slams down. She won't talk to anyone but the police. He inclines his head, but the minute change in his expression tells me I'm wrong. Of course I am. I suppose it isn't just the police she tells her secrets to. She obviously talks to you as well. It's my job. Sometimes it's easier to burden a stranger than it is those closest to you. It's odd to think this man knows more about my sister's life than I do. I imagine them together, in his office of dark wood and dark walls, as she cuts herself open and it all comes pouring out. She bleeds all over his office, the horrors of these last years swilling in her veins and settling in drips and puddles on the solid oak floor. She bleeds on him and bleeds on him. And, as he dresses her wounds, trying to heal them with his PhD and his ability to sit comfortably in gulfs of silence, of other people's pain and misery and thorny secrets, he falls in love with her. Just as everyone does. Just as the nation has. He knows the intimate corners of her in a way I don't. So I ask, how do you think she's coping? She isn't sleeping. She has night terrors. He pauses, just for a moment, considering his next words carefully. She's struggling with your parents. She finds Mum suffocating. She told you. She's my sister. There's a snap in my voice. I'm being defensive and I hate it. She isn't a rope in a game of tug-of-war. This isn't a competition. Aren't you breaking patient confidentiality? Olivia wants me to share some of what we've discussed. Some? He nods. His dark brows draw together in a frown. I feel him assessing me. I've always prided myself on having the shiniest, most precious pieces of who Olivia is, but that's of the girl she was before, not the woman she is now. This man, this total stranger, has more of her than I do. These types of cases are highly specialized, he says. Nuanced. But it isn't uncommon for the person who's been away to struggle slotting back into their old lives. Feelings of disorientation, anger, and loneliness are all normal. My gaze snaps to his. Loneliness? I ask. Olivia is lonely? The thought of my sister being lonely fills me with horror. I know loneliness. The taste and smell and shape of it. The clawing desperation to slough it off like dead skin. Loneliness is the most harrowing kind of poverty. She is, he says. My heart flutters urgently in my chest. What can I do? He shifts his weight, looking a little uncomfortable. Olivia feels it would be easier for her to adjust if you moved back into the family home. Temporarily, of course. Silence. Move back to Blossom Hill House. Leave Oscar to live with my mother. Worse, my father. The loneliest I've ever felt were the years I spent in that house after Olivia was taken. Each evening during supper, my father would laugh and smile with my mother, but barely make eye contact with me. If ever it were just the two of us in a room, if only for a few minutes, he'd busy himself on his phone or with a book. The occasions, though rare, when Mum would visit her sister in Worcester, Dad would hand me a wedge of £20 notes and send me off to Florence's house for the weekend. He was never cruel, at least not outwardly, or in a way that was noticeable to others, but I felt the razor blades that laced the space between us. One wrong move would elicit 1,000 bloody cuts. When I escaped to university, local though it was, living on campus gave me room to breathe. I don't want to go back to Blossom Hill House. I can't. I'll have to discuss it with my fiancé, I hedge. There's a flicker of disappointment on Gideon's face, but it's fleeting, like headlights in the distance, and then it's gone. Of course. I glance down at his left hand, his ringless finger. When I look up, I catch him staring at the solitaire diamond on mine, as though embarrassed he's been caught looking. He lifts his chin and says, How are you dealing with it all? Fine. More silence. He waits. I force myself to stay quiet, to stay still so as not to belie how uncomfortable silence makes me. His mouth quirks just a little. He knows. Well, if you ever need to talk, just get in touch. Olivia emerges from the coffee shop carrying 2 iced drinks. Smiling, she hands one to me. I look between her and Gideon and think they'd make a striking couple. More at home on a red carpet than a busy street. We say goodbye to Gideon, and then we leave. As we near the end of the street, I glance back and try to ignore the swirl of satisfaction when I see he is watching me go.
Chapter 18. Eleanor Ledbury. It has been over a week since the party. Uncle Robert had left early the next morning, before either Heath or Eleanor had risen. She had breathed a sigh of relief, remembering their uncle's threat to deal with Heath later. Yet their uncle did not return to Ledbury Hall the following weekend. "Good riddance," said Heath. "Maybe he'll finally leave us alone." But Eleanor worried. Every Sunday Uncle Robert left them a pile of cash. This is how they paid for food and other essentials. What would they do without that money? Everything that belonged to them was his. "I'll take care of it," said Heath. And he did, coming home the next day with bags of fresh fruit and vegetables, meat from the butchers in town. Though Eleanor was grateful, she ate almost all her meals alone, if she had the appetite to eat at all. Heath was out every day, disappearing for hours at a time. Neither of them had mentioned Sophia since the night of the fire. Eleanor still feels guilty for the trouble she caused, so she doesn't complain when he leaves early and comes home late, that floral perfume clinging to his skin. It is early morning. Heath is already gone and the house is clean, so she curls up in the library with a book. She has barely read a chapter when the buzzer in the hallway rings out, making her jump. She can count on one hand the number of times people have rung that buzzer. She goes to the intercom, pressing the button to speak to whoever is at the gate. "Hello?" "Eleanor?" comes an Irish lilt. "Still got my jacket?" "Flynn?" "How many other Irishmen's jackets have you collected?" She grins. "I'll come to you. Give me 5 minutes?" She runs upstairs, takes his tan jacket from beneath her bed, and strokes the sheepskin lining. She's reluctant to return it, even though she knows she must. With a sigh, she takes a thicker jumper from her drawer and pulls it on. The February air is so cold, you could snap it in two. At the front door, she laces her leather boots, pulls on a hat and scarf, and starts off down the driveway. She is carrying Flynn's coat, but it's so cold, even in her jumper, that she slips it on. A cocktail of nerves and excitement makes her heart beat a little faster. She walks quickly down the driveway. He waits for her at the gate, hands shoved in jean pockets to keep warm. He's wearing a chunky knit sweater the colour of custard cream biscuits, his dark, glossy hair peeking out from beneath his rust-coloured woolen hat. When he sees her, he beams. She smiles back, even though she is more nervous now than excited. "How have you been?" he asks. "Disgraced," she answers honestly. She isn't sure why she's being so candid. Maybe it is loneliness that loosens her tongue. Maybe it is just a relief to hear another person's voice. Maybe she thinks being near another person will stop her fading quickly into nothing, like a handprint on cold glass. He frowns. "That doesn't sound good." "It isn't." "I was thinking about going to the Rawcliffe ice rink if you want to join. You could come along, tell me all about it." When she hesitates, he adds, "I'll even let you keep hold of my jacket a while longer." She glances back at the manor, unsure. But then she imagines her afternoon crawling along in silence as she drifts around that old, huge house all alone. And the thought is so unbearable that she turns to Flynn and nods. The ice rink is the temporary kind, set up for a month in winter. Flynn pays for their entry, and they sit on a wooden bench, lacing up their rented skates. It's a Thursday afternoon and not very busy. Only a handful of skaters stumble or glide effortlessly across the ice. There are strings of fairy lights zigzagging high above the rink, glowing against the milk-white sky. They totter across the rubber floor and onto the ice. "You skated before?" he asks. She nods. 6 years in a row, Heath has broken them into the York ice rink after hours, so they had the entire place to themselves. Each night, they would skate for hours, returning home as the sun rose. Not this winter, though. Not since he spends so much of his time with Sophia. Flynn lays a hand on Eleanor's elbow. You can hold on to the side if... She flashes him a smile and then takes off, blades cutting easily through the ice. She is poise and speed, light and powerful. The music is loud and throbbing. The lights above are twinkling. She spins and skates backwards, searching for Flynn. He is watching her in open-mouthed awe. She smiles, a card player about to reveal a royal flush, and checks her shoulder to make sure she has enough space. She skates into the centre, lifts a leg in an arabesque, and spins, faster and faster, ignoring the tremble in her legs. Flynn is wide-eyed and bemused. She throws her head back and laughs, high on adrenaline. No one but Heath has ever seen her on the ice. The handful of skaters have moved to the sides of the rink. She's a little self-conscious now and thinks about skating back to Flynn, but the way he watches her, as though she is a mystical creature, gives her a thrill which is so much better than the consuming loneliness she has been swallowed by, trapped inside of for weeks. So she chases that thrill, sweeping in more powerful circles. Her heart thuds in anticipation, and her thighs burn as she soars across the rink. She feels all eyes on her, can hear the sharp inhalation of the crowd as she leaps. She is weightless. A paper aeroplane. A snowflake on the wind, a drifting feather. Her skate lands cleanly, and she is met with applause. Her legs shake and her ankle feels as though it's made of marshmallow. Though Eleanor isn't accustomed to being the centre of attention, she feels like a daisy unfurling in the sun. She makes her way back to Flynn. "If I'd known you were so awful at skating, I'd never have brought you," he deadpans. She laughs and the two of them start doing laps together. She tells him she used to come with her brother, but admits that they break in. "So, it's just you, your uncle and Heath?" he asks. "That's right." "You're close?" "To my brother." "But he didn't tell you about Sophia?" "No." She tries to keep the irritation from her voice. "He didn't." "I've only met him a few times, but he doesn't give much away. Not even to my cousin." "Why would he?" she says in a pin-sharp voice. "Because they're together?" he answers, as though she's being deliberately belligerent, which she supposes she is. "I don't know anything about her." "What do you want to know?" "Nothing," she says. "Everything," she thinks. "So, do you have any siblings?" "2 brothers. I'm the youngest." "Did you grow up in Ireland?" "Until I was 5. Moved here and my mother got a job as a head teacher." "And your father? Is he still around?" He nods. "Mum and Dad are happily married. They celebrate their 29th wedding anniversary next month." She wonders what it would be like to have parents. A solid, complete family unit. She wishes she could try it, if only for a short while. Just to know. "I bet you have a golden retriever too." He laughs. "We do, actually. Her name's Honey." Her uncle has forbidden a dog. He's allergic. Heath has promised her she can have one as soon as they have full possession of the estate. She'd like one with a lolling tongue and velvet ears. A companion that will sit with her while she reads, that will walk with her around the grounds. A dog that won't leave the second it catches the scent of a bitch on heat. "Do you work?" she asks Flynn. "I'm a student." She smiles. "Of the world?" "Of the University of York." "Impressive. What are you studying?" "What do you think I'm studying?" She shrugs. "I have no idea." "Guess." She recalls the travel guide of South Africa in his car. shoved in the driver's side compartment. Geography? His mouth quirks up. Nope. Try again. Geology. Geology? He snorts. Where'd that come from? You claimed to have left me a purple rock. Claimed? He lifts a hand to his chest in feigned outrage. I did. I never found it. Did you try? She grins. Right, he says. One last guess. Art? He looks surprised, then he smiles. You only get onto university art courses if you promise to cut off an ear. Van Gogh would be proud. Flynn comes to a stop at the side of the rink and bends to adjust his skate. Why art? The paint on your hands. I saw it when you were driving. Paint. He stands and looks at his nails. Shit. He mumbles and scrapes at the remnants of black around his cuticles. It's nail varnish, he tells her. I thought I'd got it all off. Decided black isn't your colour. My dad hates when I wear it. Says it's for women. I don't think the varnish will discriminate. Neither do I. Flynn picks at his nail. It isn't so much my dad that minds, but my grandfather. He's a barrister, very serious, very traditional. Maybe he's just jealous, she says. Offer to paint his nails too. Flynn grins at her. Any other guesses? She shakes her head. How about I tell you over a hot chocolate? There's a place not far from here. They choose a little table for two in front of the window. Eleanor feels like she is in a fishbowl or a zoo. The little village coffee shop boasts dark wood furniture, exposed red brick, and latte artwork on the walls. At the centre is a large, squishy orange sofa and two plush armchairs around a low table. Though the coffee shop isn't crowded, it isn't empty either. There are mothers bouncing babies on their knees, small groups of friends talking loudly, a couple who hold hands across a nearby table, talking quietly. The way the man looks at her, with so much love, makes Eleanor's chest ache. She thinks about Heath and Sophia. Together somewhere right now. He doesn't know Eleanor is out in the world, not just without him, but with someone else. She's aware that people who see her don't even know Heath exists. Sometimes she feels their very existences are woven so tightly together that if one were to perish, the other would too. But, in this coffee shop, she isn't just Heath Ledbury's sister. She could be anyone. Flynn could be her boyfriend, or her boss, or even her brother. It's a thrilling, freeing thought. Just for a moment, she is untethered, floating away from her life with Heath and being swept into another. One of coffee shop dates and uncomplicated kisses. Flynn is ordering their drinks. She takes the time to study him. He's handsome, with his crooked smile and wide, inviting mouth. But what Eleanor finds most alluring about him is the way he feels like a shiny new penny. Or a hot air balloon. Or virgin snow. He is unmarred by tragedy or loss. There's a buoyancy to him that she hopes is contagious, because the more time she spends out in the world, the more obvious that gap between her and everyone else becomes. Flynn returns to the table, carrying two ginormous hot chocolates, loaded with lashings of thick whipped cream and fluffy marshmallows, and even a chocolate flake. Eleanor covers her mouth with her hands in delight, then lowers them to take the drink, and beams up at him. You have the prettiest smile, he says. The compliment colours her cheeks and she looks away. He clears his throat and sits down. Medical. What? She blinks, sure she has missed something. My degree. She nods. You want to be a doctor? I'm interested in the mental health side of the profession. You know, a psychiatrist or something. You want to put people in straitjackets and padded rooms? She teases. I want to help people. It sounds like a load of tripe, but no, it doesn't. They make eye contact, and something electric passes between them. His eyes travel slowly down to her lips, and her skin warms in response, as though she is basking beneath the sun. It's a feeling that excites and terrifies her. "I'm doing a placement year in South Africa," he says quickly. He studies her face, which she keeps carefully blank despite the swirling disappointment. "Hence the travel guide," he nods. "Not until September, though." She smiles, relieved he isn't going to abandon her any time soon. They sip their hot chocolate. She licks cream from her top lip, and he follows the movement with his eyes. "What about you?" he asks. "What do you want to do?" Truthfully, she hasn't ever given it much thought, assuming her future is already written. She and Heath have spoken endlessly about finally receiving their inheritance, but never mapped out what their days would look like afterwards. Until now, she didn't imagine days turning into weeks, into months, into years, into decades. "I don't know." "I suppose with a house that grand you probably don't have to work." "True. Won't you get bored, though? Don't you want a purpose?" Her eyes narrow in consternation. "I have purpose." Embarrassed and remorseful, he looks down. "Of course, I didn't mean... Sorry." She sips her drink, but it scalds her tongue. When Heath turned 18, Uncle Robert bombarded him with stacks of university brochures. He flipped through them lazily and discarded them quickly, deciding he would rather wait for his inheritance than go away to study. Eleanor didn't argue, but she did read every page of those brochures as though they were storybooks, imagining herself on a leafy campus on the outskirts of a new city, sitting with a group of friends and poring over heavy textbooks, a melee of coloured highlighters at the centre of their group, a life that felt more fantasy to her than anything Tolkien could ever write. "How are you supposed to know what you want to do?" she asks in a small voice. "I guess you think about what you enjoy doing and you chase it." "Reading," she tells him after a moment. "I like to read." "English literature, then?" "Probably. I play piano, too." She frowns and corrects herself. "Played piano." "What happened?" She's self-taught, using the books in the library and listening to her parents' old cassettes. One weekend, Uncle Robert heard her playing. He became obsessed. Every weekend thereafter, he'd lock the two of them in the reception room for hours, making her play the same pieces over and over until her fingertips bruised. He'd watch her, a glass of scotch in hand. The more he drank, the more demanding and less patient he became. It came to a roaring crescendo when, in fury, he slammed the floorboard down. If she hadn't whipped her fingers away, he'd have broken them. "Why did you stop playing?" Flynn presses. She shrugs. "My uncle sucked the joy out of it." He is quiet, waiting for her to go on. She is remembering another of her uncle's cruel lectures. "Your father coasted through life on his dashing good looks and all the other hereditary gifts the pair of you see in the mirror," he'd sneered. "Just like you and your wicked brother, he squandered his intellect and his talent too. Beauty fades. Brilliance breeds legacy. Remember that." Eleanor sighs. "My uncle thinks if you're good at something, you should be great at it. Flawless, even." He sounds like a difficult man to please. "Painfully so." "And you're feeling disgraced because of him?" "Because of me," she says. "I got drunk at his work party and accidentally set fire to the curtains." She holds still, not wanting to miss Flynn's reaction, wondering if he'll turn away from her in disgust and leave her here to find her own way home. He doesn't. He cocks his head to one side, eyes glittering playfully, and says, "Sounds like a regular Tuesday to me." It starts to get dark. Flynn drives her home. At the gate, she makes to take off his jacket, but he holds up a hand. "Keep it," he tells her. "It looks better on you." Her smile is jubilant. She's enjoyed spending the day with him. An unexpected, perfect adventure. Riding on the wave of excitement, she leans forward and presses her mouth to his. It's brief. She pulls away quickly, and when she does, she sees the heat in Flynn's eyes. He leans forward, wanting her to kiss him again. She feels desirable. Powerful, even. She hasn't felt either in a long while. She opens the gate, but he gently catches her wrist. "Can I see you again?" he asks. "Tomorrow?" "Monday," she says. When he's driven off, she slips through the gate and decides to spend some time looking for that purple stone before it gets too dark. It takes only a few minutes of brushing a light covering of snow from stones before she discovers it. She can't believe she found it. She slips it carefully into her pocket before making her way to Ledbury Hall, feeling like an untethered kite. The manor comes into view, but so too does her uncle's car as it tears down the driveway towards her. She stumbles back. The car slows and her uncle's thin lips spread into a sardonic twist. His eyes meet hers, taking on a malevolent glitter. Then he speeds up again towards the gate. She looks back at the house. Dread whispers through her when she sees Heath's car parked outside. She runs, remembering her uncle's threat. "I'll deal with you later, boy." The front door is wide open. She calls her brother's name. Silence. The kind that settles in a graveyard. "Heath!" she shrieks again, racing from room to room, searching for him. He doesn't answer. He doesn't answer because he can't. She finds him lying on the kitchen floor, in a pool of blood. A lead pipe discarded beside him.
Chapter 19. Caitlin Arden. I collect Florence from the train station. Her hair is a short curtain of inky silk, falling halfway between jaw and collarbone. Her lips, which are usually painted red, are rosy and glossed. Her pale blue dress is full length and tiered with billowing sleeves and an open back. The material is linen. Expensive. "Gorgeous dress," I tell her as she slides into the passenger seat. She bites her lip. "It's not too much." I pull out of the train station car park. "I don't think so." "I'm so nervous." "Why am I so nervous?" "Because you haven't seen her in 16 years? But it'll be fine, promise." She gives a nervous little laugh. "And we're sure it's Olivia." I glance away from the road to see if she's serious. "Of course we're sure. Just checking. I mean, it's a shock, isn't it? I never thought I'd see her again." She exhales loudly, as though trying to dispel her tension. This is new. Florence's certainty and strong coffee, ambition and whimsy. "Anyway, I'm sorry we've had to rearrange this a couple of times." Olivia wasn't too upset. I shake my head. "No, she's looking forward to seeing you. She understands you had to work. Speaking of, how is London?" "Busy, dirty, congested." She launches into a rant about the horrors of underground commutes. I only half listen as I weave us between hissing buses and determined joggers who run out in front of me. "But I'm glad I went," she says. "This new Noah Pine book is set to be another bestseller. I can't believe I was chosen to do the audiobook. It isn't even out yet and I'm already being asked to narrate books for other authors. That's great. Your mum must be thrilled." Florence glows. "Naturally." I feel a twinge of envy that she grew up with a parent who supported her dreams, even when those dreams consisted of being a Broadway actress. Susan didn't push her daughter into teaching or some soulless tech job because it paid well. Florence loves her mother,
But I don't think she can ever truly appreciate how lucky she is to have a parent who encourages her to pick whatever path she wants in life and happily holds her hand as she walks down it, no matter whether it leads to a dead end or a pot of gold. So much has changed in such a short space of time, she says. Yep. You got your first big narrating break. I got reunited with my long-lost sister. Can you believe it was just 3 weeks ago we met in that bar and debated whether I should be Odell Fox or Fox Odell? I shake my head and join the clug of cars snail-crawling across Bath and its tortuous one-way system. Missed you, she says. Missed you too. Really? Yes, I say, checking my rearview mirror. Why would you even question that? In my peripheral, she shrugs one slender shoulder. Olivia is back. And I assumed there wouldn't be as much room for me in your life. Rightly so, obviously. There's nothing obvious about it. You're as much as a sister to me as she is. You always will be. Olivia coming back doesn't change that. Sure? Yes, you're one of the most important people in my life, Florence. I mean, Jesus, I've known you since I was 7. It's been 19 years. If our friendship was a person, she'd be old enough to drink. She'd be standing in line for a club, and she wouldn't even need a fake ID. Florence throws her head back and laughs. I go on. She's old enough to vote, to drive, to pilot a plane. She can legally buy scissors and have sex. I hope she doesn't get the latter two confused. I grin. So, she says, what you're telling me is that our friendship is old enough to legally suck a dick. Yep. We're both laughing now. Love for her fizzes up. Florence is family in every way that matters. In every way but blood. It's just, I don't have a sister, she says, with so much of her soul bared to me. But with you in my life, I feel like I do. We're in standstill traffic. I put the handbrake on and twist in my seat so I'm facing her because I need her to see how sincere I am. And that's never going to change. At the house, I send Florence out into the garden with an icy pitcher of Pimm's before heading upstairs to find Olivia. When we arrived, Mum told us she was decompressing in her bedroom after a particularly taxing trip to the police station this morning. I'm expecting to find her curled up on her bed, exhausted and raw. Instead, she is fastening the last wooden button of her ivory dress. It's billowing and romantic with a tie waist and balloon sleeves. It's jarring how beautiful she is. She is more beautiful every time I see her. Her dark lashes, angular face, her long, luscious gold hair, and the confident way in which she holds herself. I assumed if she ever returned, she'd be a hollowed-out shell, timid and awkward, unsure of the world around her. She isn't. Gideon talked about the night terrors and anxiety, about how she is struggling and lonely, but looking at her now, you wouldn't know. I feel her thinness as we hug, the gaps between her body and her dress scrunches as we collide. I breathe her in, blackberries and night jasmine. I've really missed you, she whispers into my shoulder. You too, I say as we break away. I've got another appointment with Gideon this week. Mum and Dad are going back to work, so would you mind picking me up again? Of course. I perch on Olivia's bed. At her dressing table, she spins the jewellery stand. The necklace she chooses is one I recognise. It's an emerald on a dainty gold rope chain. Mum adored that necklace. Grandad Aubrey gave it to Nana on their first wedding anniversary. I've begged Mum for that necklace 1,000 times, and she's always quipped, "It's yours when I'm dead." Everything okay? Asks Olivia. I'm frowning. I feel the deep lines of disapproval carved into my brow. Yes, all good, I say, trying to smile through the gnawing jealousy. I know it is wrong to feel this way because it's likely Olivia saw the necklace and, like me, fell in love with it. After everything Olivia's been through, how could Mum deny her the emerald? Are you sure? Because Gideon seemed great, I say, cutting her off in a bid to change the subject. Oh yes, he really listens. Isn't that what therapists are supposed to do? Well, yes, but some do it better than others.
There are 3 I deal with on a regular basis, and he's the only one who seems to care more about how I feel and what I want, and less about squeezing me for juicy, morbid details. I come out of those other appointments feeling like a squeezed-out lemon. I'm nodding. He's nothing like the therapist I used to see. How so? I think of the dowdy, red-faced woman who smelt of mothballs and was forever pushing a pair of cheap glasses up her crooked nose. I swallow. Just, he seems young. She pulls a face. He's in his late 30s. I redden. Well, age aside, I'm glad he's helping. She takes a brush from the drawer and works it through her hair. Do you think he's easy to talk to? I nod. And what did you talk about? She asks. When? Outside the coffee shop. Her voice is light and easy, as though she isn't that interested in my answer, but the tension that squares her shoulders betrays her. You were talking for quite a while. She wants to know if Gideon floated the idea of me moving back to Blossom Hill House. Naively, I hoped this notion would melt and disappear completely, like ice cubes in water. He asked me if I'd consider staying here for a while. I clear my throat, dreading the news I know I must deliver. But I can't do it. I can't move back in with Mum and Dad. She stills, hairbrush in hand. Why? I have a fiancé, a home of my own. But it's just a few weeks, she reasons, until you go back to school. Won't Oscar let you? In truth, I haven't even brought it up with him because I don't want to live with my family again. He isn't like that. He wouldn't stop me from doing anything, except travelling. Olivia? I scold, stung. Then what? Why wouldn't you move home for a while? Because Blossom Hill House isn't my home. Not anymore. I can't just abandon my entire life. Her expression sours. Of course. I mean, what kind of functioning adult is single and jobless and lives at home with their parents? She slaps the brush down onto the dresser. I push to my feet. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry I haven't seen you a lot recently. I've avoided coming here since my fight with Dad, but I'll make more of an effort. I'll come round every day. The longest, coldest silence. Olivia bristles with disappointment and anger. Do whatever you need to do, Caitlin. Caitlin? She never calls me Caitlin. She smooths down her dress. Is Florence here? I nod. Great. She turns and heads for the door. I'll grab some glasses and we can... She spins on her heel, lifts her chin, determined, stony. Actually, I think I'd prefer to spend some time with her alone. It's probably easier to reconnect with your childhood best friend when your little sister isn't hanging around. She turns and leaves without looking back. I go after her, but Mum catches me at the bottom of the stairs. Can I have a quick word? I look past her. I can't see Olivia, but I hear her grabbing glasses from the kitchen cupboard. Whose idea was it to take Dad's credit card the day you and your sister went shopping? I'm distracted, eager to catch up with Olivia before she goes out into the garden. Dad gave it to her. You didn't take it from his office. I hear the French doors opening. Did you? She presses. I drag my gaze away from the kitchen door and see that Mum is anxiously twisting her wedding band around her finger. Did I what? She sucks air between her teeth, irritated. Take your father's credit card. No, I just told you he gave it to Olivia. She turns her face away. Didn't he? I ask. A beat of silence. Yes, that's right, she smiles. Aren't you joining the girls in the garden? Girls. As though they are still 13 years old. I nod and walk quickly down the hall and into the kitchen, stopping at the French doors. Olivia and Florence stand in the splash of sunshine, drinking each other in. Florence lifts a shaking hand to her mouth. Then they collide. They are a tangle of hair and breath and sweet, disbelieving laughter. They cling to one another. And I see it. I see the moment they slot perfectly back into one another's lives. The last 16 years of separation dissolves between them. Florence pulls back, still clutching Olivia's hands as though she is terrified that if she lets go, even for a second, she will vanish. A mirage melting beneath the too-hot sun. Then they are hugging again.
tightly, so tightly. I sit in the cool kitchen for half an hour before I venture outside to join them with a fresh pitcher. After all, the plan was for the three of us to spend time together. The sliced fruit and ice clink against the jug as I cross the garden. They don't even look up as I approach. They laugh, heads bent close. I hover beside the table until Olivia's gaze flicks up to mine, her smile white and wide. But it is a smile that was never intended for me. It's left over from the brilliance of Florence's company, and I am dining out on the crumbs of their shared joke. She sobers quickly, her smile wilting in the afternoon heat. "Everything okay?" she asks, in the same tone you'd spit, "What the fuck are you doing here?" "Everything's fine," I answer, gripping the handle of the jug so hard my hand starts to ache. The air around us grows rigor mortis stiff with awkwardness. I have slipped back in time. I am the clingy, irritating little sister, desperate to hang out with Olivia and her cool friend. But it's different now. It should be different now. Florence is my friend. She's been my friend and only my friend for the last 16 years. "Thanks," says Olivia, gaze falling on the jug in my hands. "Oh, sure." I set the cocktail mix down on the table as though I'm a waitress. They smile at me. They're waiting for me to go. Rejection needles my skin and I turn to go. But then Florence catches my wrist and says, "I'll come find you before I leave." "You don't need me to drive you home?" "Daniel's going to come get me." "Great." I take in the two of them, wishing they'd ask me to stay. "I'll leave you to it." As I make my way back up the garden path, their easy conversation resumes. In the kitchen, I am alone. Mum asks for my help bringing boxes down from the attic. They're full of photo albums and old family videos. I assume they're for Olivia. I'm just stacking the last dusty box on the landing when I hear the two of them come in through the French doors. They are giggly. I move to the stairs so I can talk to Florence before she goes. I'm not even halfway down when I see Florence kiss Olivia's cheek before disappearing out the front door. She didn't say goodbye. She forgot to say goodbye to me. I stand there, staring at the spot Florence had been just seconds ago, feeling like a jumper that's become too itchy and too tight, shoved in a drawer and forgotten. Olivia turns around, sees me dithering. My heart beats faster, wondering what she'll say, but she barely glances at me as she climbs the stairs. She moves by without so much as brushing my shoulder. A moment later, her bedroom door slams shut. Chapter 20. Caitlin Arden. It's been 4 days since Olivia and Florence reunited, and while I've received nothing but radio silence from my sister, I've had one quick, "Sorry I'm so busy, catch up soon," message from my best friend. Yet Mum told me on the phone last night that Florence had been at the house all day with Olivia. And I'm a child again, sitting outside my big sister's bedroom door, desperate to be included. I try to keep busy, but Oscar is working more than usual, and even creating new prints for Wanderlust isn't enough to expel me from my pity party. Worried I haven't been out or seen anyone in days, when Oscar left for a meeting in London this morning, he told me to give Gemma a call. The thing is, I feel really flat and grey, and I know I'm not much company. If I could make amends with Olivia, I might feel better, but when I told her I wasn't moving back into Blossom Hill House, I hurt her. Unless I agree to do what she wants, I can't make it right. Maybe I should have just said yes. But how long would I have to stay until she was happy for me to leave? I sit on the sofa and click mindlessly through my socials. I scroll and scroll and scroll. I ignore my messages. Since Olivia's return, they are mostly from people I haven't spoken to in years who try to disguise their morbid curiosity with concern. I feel a thud of disappointment that I haven't had more contact from Florence. Since the abduction, I felt a shade darker than everyone else around me, as though witnessing it left a visible stain somewhere that matters. somewhere that means I am not carefree enough to be fun or easygoing. But that never mattered with Florence because she knew about Olivia, and so she understood without me ever having to explain. I click on the profiles of my university friends. Evie has posted a handful of photographs of her 6-month-old son. Her feed used to be filled with images of Maple, her little blonde cocker spaniel, or her bouldering adventures, weekends away with her husband, weekends away with friends, brunches and birthday celebrations, cocktail snaps, and the road trip she and her cousin took around America last summer. Now, there are only photographs of her son lying down. Lying on a colourful mat, lying in his crib, lying in someone's arms. At 6 months old, he has less than a handful of expressions, yet there are so many images of him that Evie's feed looks like a game of spot the difference, minus the differences. It's as though her entire personality exited via her vagina, along with the baby, and she's had the afterbirth made into edible tablets. Even her profile photo is of her child. I remember at the baby shower, Florence gave Evie a gift basket along with a card that read, "Sorry you're leaving," which everyone found hilarious. Still, it was pretty spot on because since he was born, Evie shed all her child-free friends and replaced them with other mothers. "She's on the other side of the wall now," said Florence after Evie cancelled lunch with us for the 3rd time. "So glad I spent 70 quid on the breast pump she wanted and suffered through 5 rounds of labour or porn." I click on my last conversation with Evie. My last 4 messages have gone unanswered. I fire off another, asking how she and the baby are doing. Then I am browsing Gemma's page. She's posted a photo of her on a hike with a caption about relishing the school holidays. As I look at her warm, friendly smile, I struggle to understand why Florence didn't take to Gemma the way everyone else does. "Isn't Gemma a little bit clingy?" she'd asked after meeting her at my engagement party. "I heard her asking you to go to that Catherine Ryan gig, but we said we'd see her next time she was in Bath. Do you want to book tickets, or should I?" But with Florence distracted by Olivia, I need to put more time into others. I call Gemma. She answers on the 5th ring. "Wow! Katie, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I just wondered if you're around to grab lunch or go for a walk." "Today?" "Yes, if you're free." Silence. "I'm actually seeing Sarah this afternoon," she says, as though I should know who she's talking about. "Sarah? Newbury." I sit up. "You know her, don't you?" she asks. I'm glad we're on the phone so she can't see my face. "Yes, of course I know Sarah. I introduced the 2 of you at my engagement party a couple of years ago." "That's right. Sarah and I were literally talking about this yesterday. Neither of us could remember what the occasion was. Engagement party, that makes sense." "What are the 2 of you doing?" I ask politely, even as this conversation leaves a sour taste on my tongue. "Shopping for her hen weekend next month." Silence. I can practically hear her realise her mistake. I'm not invited to Sarah's hen weekend. Sarah, who I've known since secondary school. Sarah, who I coached through her breakup with Wesley after she spent a year self-medicating with casual sex and tequila. I knew she and Gemma had hung out a couple of times after they met, but I had no idea they were friends, good friends. Better friends than we are. "You can come along if you like," suggests Gemma, trying to rescue the situation. "I'll ask Sarah if she minds and then—" "No," I say because I don't want a pity invite. "That's fine. We can see each other another time." "Sure. Lunch next week?" A beat of silence. Then, "Can I check my diary and get back to you?" Her reluctance is palpable. Okay, so I should have put more time into my friendship with Gemma. But I've never been unkind to her. We've never had a fight or even a disagreement, so why is she being so cold? Are you okay?" I ask. More silence pours down the line. "Katie," she says wearily. "Why didn't I know you have a sister?" I feel my heart pounding with panic as I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. "It's just, I had no idea," she says quietly. "You never told me." "Not a lot of people know." I stumble into silence. I want to tell her about the pool of loneliness I always have one toe dipped into, that it sometimes surges up and drags me down into the twisting dark, a loneliness that floods my eyes and ears and mouth. I want to tell her it started the night Olivia was taken, that I'm afraid there is something wrong with me, seriously wrong with me, and if I let people through the door of me, they will smell the damp and the rot, and they will run, and then the loneliness will never let me come up for air. But I don't. I can't. Fear is like duct tape over my mouth. So I only manage, "It's never been easy to talk about." "Yeah," she sighs. "I suppose it's the sort of thing you only trust really close friends with." She falls quiet too. Say something, I think. Say anything. "Look, I've got to go. Sarah will kill me if I'm late." When she rings off, I sit in a thick, depressing silence. Soon, though, my phone is vibrating with an incoming call. It's Olivia. At first, she doesn't speak. There is only the rush of traffic and the frantic pant of her breath. Sensing something is wrong, I surge to my feet. "Olivia?" Still, she doesn't talk, but I can feel her fear hissing down the line. Then I am in the hallway, sliding on my sandals and grabbing my car keys. "Where are you?" "I'll come and get you." "I don't know," she gasps. "I got on a bus, and then I started walking. I'm lost. She is sobbing so hard, I can't understand her. "Drop me a pin so I can find you." "I don't know what that is." Of course she doesn't. "Okay, just tell me what you see." Realising she's in Bradford-on-Avon, I tell her to wait for me at the park by the canal. 20 minutes later, I see Olivia by the bridge, leaning against the wall that overlooks the water. She's wearing an oversized crop t-shirt and shorts with trainers, their laces loose. I imagine her shoving her feet into them before fleeing the house. As soon as I reach her, I pull her into my arms. She clings to me. There are a couple of leaves in her hair, which tells me she escaped via the woods and past the abandoned shack. Her breaths are frantic and too shallow. I tell her to inhale through her nose and slowly out through her mouth, but she is sobbing so hard she can't do it. I smooth her sweaty hair back from her face and hold it in my hands. People nearby are slowing as they pass, gazes fixed on us. I ignore them. "Okay," I soothe. "Focus on things around you and, out loud, start naming them and the colours you see." She's still crying, her face red and tear-stained and sticky. "We'll do it together," I say. "I'll start." I look around. Navy bench. I wait. Through tears, she manages to look completely bewildered. I do another one. Yellow slide. She follows my gaze to the children's play area across the park. Green grass. "That's it?" I'm nodding, giving her my most encouraging primary school teacher smile. "That's it, great." It's my turn again. Blush pink roses. Slowly, I lower my hands from her face, but she takes hold of them. Hers are clammy. "Red," she breathes. "Red swing set." Grey stone bridge. Her fingers tighten around mine. She shakes her head. She's slipping again, eyes filling with tears. I cast around desperately. "Aureolin sunflowers." She frowns. "What?" "Aureolin sunflowers," I repeat. "Aureolin," she smiles. "That's not a colour." "It is. It's the colour of those sunflowers." "Aureolin," she laughs. "Why are you laughing?" "You couldn't pick something normal." "Like what?" She laughs even harder. "Like yellow?" "I said yellow earlier. Yellow slide. Stop laughing. It's a colour. A normal colour." "Aureolin," she sing-songs. "Aureolin, Aureolin, Aureolin." I start laughing too, because the more she says it, the more ridiculous it sounds. "It's warmer than yellow. Happier. Sunshiny." "Sunshiny? Aureolin," she manages, between peals of laughter. Then we are both gone, laughing so hard our shoulders shake. Passers-by stare, which makes us laugh even more. And though I don't yet know what caused Olivia's panic attack, I bathe in the warm glow of knowing that when my sister needed someone, she called me. That at least to her, I matter. She tells me she had a really difficult interview at the station, and when she came back to the house, Mum was all over her. That she is angry everyone's lives have moved forward while she is stuck in the past, still being treated like a child by her parents. She wonders, almost to herself, if she'll ever have a normal life. We talk for almost an hour, walking around the park in the baking heat. We make our way onto the high street in search of drinks. "Here?" asks Olivia, nodding towards a cafe with flower baskets hanging outside. "Sure." "Can I wait outside? I can't do crowds right now." I grab 2 bottles of water from the fridge and carry them to the counter. Then I stop, shock rooting me to the spot. In the corner, at the back of the cafe, is Oscar. He isn't in London. And he isn't alone. He is, in fact, having lunch with another woman. She's slim and tanned with blonde hair and the kind of long legs men fantasize having wrapped around their waist. I stare at the 2 of them. The woman says something I can't hear, but it must be hilarious because Oscar laughs so hard the corners of his eyes wrinkle. "Hello?" calls the cashier in a voice that tells me it isn't the first time she's tried to get my attention. I stumble forward. As she scans the drinks, my focus is trained on my fiancé enjoying a secret get-together with a woman I don't know. Between them is a slice of chocolate cake, 1 dessert, 2 spoons. Oscar is leaning forward, his hand just millimetres from hers. I've seen enough. Once I've paid, I leave. Olivia and I head to the car park. With shaking hands, I take my phone from my bag and check the calendar I share with Oscar. He's supposed to be in South Bank, meeting a new client called Sam. I send him a message. "How's London? Meeting's going well? Is Sam a good guy?" I wait nervously for a reply. He'll correct me. He'll tell me there was a change of plan and funny story. He's actually in Bradford-on-Avon and yes, Sam's great, but she isn't as pretty as I am or as funny or as fuckable either. My phone vibrates. "You know London, overcrowded and underwhelming. Meetings are going great. He really knows his stuff. Don't forget we have dinner with my mum tonight. Dad's away, so it's just the 3 of us." I reread his message a dozen times. He really knows his stuff. Not she, he. And London. Oscar is still claiming to be in London. Is he having an affair? The thought fills me with such enormous grief that a strangled noise is ripped from me. Olivia's head snaps up. She has drained the water bottle. "You okay?" I nod and swallow and nod again. Then I push the contempt and betrayal to the bottom of myself. Let's go. Chapter 21. Caitlin Arden. Oscar tells me his train is delayed, and he'll meet me at his parents' house for dinner. Since Olivia's return, I have deigned to miss 4 Sunday roasts with the fair views. This is our make-up dinner, and I promised I'd be there. If I don't go, Oscar will know something is wrong, and then he'll have time to concoct a story. Another, more well-woven lie. Catching him off guard is the best way to get the truth. I put a lot more effort into getting ready than usual. I step into the shower and wash my hair with volumizing shampoo. I use my intense conditioning mask and sit on the shower floor while it sinks in. I shave my legs with Oscar's razor because it is a fact that men's razors are better and less expensive than the ones sold to women. I exfoliate and moisturize. Then I step into a new, expensive sage green summer dress. I take time doing my makeup even though it will mean I am late. As I buff light-reflecting concealer into my skin, I pretend all this effort is for me. An act of self-love and not a desperate attempt to appear more attractive to my cheating fiancé than the woman he was secretly sharing chocolate cake with today. I curl my lashes and stroke bronzer across my cheeks. I do it all with a glass of wine in hand. It disappears quickly, so I pour myself another. Once that's gone, I book an Uber. If he's having an affair, I'll leave him. I'll have to. But the thought of no Oscar makes the wine turn over in my empty stomach. Oscar is funny, ambitious. He pays attention to every small detail of who I am. But he is most definitely a liar and most probably a cheat. I try to imagine myself having an affair, feeling the weight of another man on top of me, the rush of new hands across my body. When I look up into this other man's face, it is one I know. Jade green eyes and dimples, coffee curls and stubble. An Irish burr in my ear as he thrusts into me. In the hallway, outside Oscar's study, I wait for the Uber. I've never riffled through his things before. I've never snuck his phone and scrolled through it either. I've never needed to. But now, I think of the blonde woman he was with. Determined not to be taken for an idiot, I slip inside his office. I feel awkward and ridiculous and guilty as I start moving things around on his desk. His laptop isn't here, so I pull open his drawers and shove my hands right to the back, fingers groping. I find only stationery and half-used notepads. No women's underwear or pack of condoms or anything else that would suggest he's been unfaithful. I'm about to close the drawer when I see a little silver tin. I pick it up. It's round with little roses carved into the lid. Inside is a blonde lock of hair, tied with dark green ribbon. My insides clench, thinking of the blonde woman he was with today. I'm welcomed at the front door by Helen. She has the same sandy hair and dark eyes as her son. As always, she's wearing a jumpsuit. I swear she has one in every colour known to man. I kiss her cheek and try not to think about the fact she has to get fully naked whenever she needs to pee. Oscar is in the kitchen. I hover by the door for a moment, trying to get myself together before I follow Helen inside. I do not want Oscar to sense my mood. I don't want to talk to him about what I know until we are home. I breathe in and breathe out. Then I go inside. I smile. There is fancy French wine I can't pronounce, and a cheese board of fancy French cheeses that will no doubt pair perfectly with the fancy French wine. Oscar turns to me, and I'm swept into a memory of when we met, across a cheese board at the farm shop. He was tanned and lean, and the smile he gave me sent shivers down my spine. Some people wait their whole lives to be smiled at like that. Does he smile at her like that too? He sweeps me into a kiss. I imagine him kissing that blonde woman the way he is kissing me now. I feel sick. But I give Helen and Oscar my dimples and my charm. We eat, we talk, or they talk and I listen, providing head nods whenever is appropriate. But beneath it all, I am angry and getting angrier. I should be focusing on Olivia, not my relationship. Not this dinner. How could he be so selfish and dishonest? I try to give the man I love the benefit of the doubt, because maybe he isn't having an affair. But then, why lie? All those late nights, all the times he's swept his phone out of reach when I've entered a room or slapped his laptop shut. The new, mysterious project he's constantly working on. I pick up my wine glass and drain what's left in it. I reach over for the new bottle and pour more in. "Any further along with the wedding plans?" asks Helen, pulling me into the conversation. The engagement is the only thing she ever wants to discuss with me. Whenever I change the subject, she is disappointed, as though my betrothal to her son should be the single most defining characteristic of my personality. I drag my heels. "Nope." "Oh, well, that's a shame." She sips her wine. "A terrible shame. The two of you really ought to get a move on." She's saying as though we are misbehaving schoolchildren. You don't want to be one of those couples who goes through life only ever being engaged. You do want your children to have the same surname as you, don't you, Katie? I glare. Why wouldn't my children have my name? Silence. Helen shifts uncomfortably in her seat. She isn't used to me challenging her. I've long suspected that in the Fairview's eyes, I am a cheap, spare part, an interchangeable accessory to Oscar's life, and they've deemed me adequate only because I am easy. But I am tired of being easy. Easy for my parents, picking the path I know they want me to tread. Easy for his parents, organising my weekends around them and keeping my mouth closed whenever they make outdated, offensive comments. Easy for him, folding away my own ambitions and storing them under the stairs like a collapsible ironing board to make more room for him and what he wants. Being easy is exhausting. Why wouldn't my children have my name? I ask again. I feel Oscar's gaze burning into the side of my skull. Well, says Helen, mothers give their children their father's name. Why? It's just the done thing. I open my mouth to tell her that if I'm the one battling morning sickness, sore tits and heartburn, going through the trauma of labour and having to be sewn back together afterwards, I would not crown my baby with the father's name simply because it is the done thing. To tell her that other than sperm, a man contributes nothing to the growth and birth of a child. To tell her that if it comes out of my body, it's getting my fucking name. But Oscar starts talking instead. We've actually decided a date for the wedding, he says, with extra spoonfuls of enthusiasm. We'll be getting married next summer. Helen grabs this shiny distraction with both hands. That's marvellous! She beams at her son. Oh, this is exciting. Maybe I won't be the last of my friends to have grandchildren after all. A year isn't very far away, though, Katie. You really do need to organise yourself. I reach clumsily for my wine and see it is almost empty. I've been a little distracted by the whole long-lost sister thing. Silence. Oscar clears his throat and moves to take the wine bottle away, but my fingers curl around it first. He's looking at me like I shouldn't be being the way I'm being. I think I'm fine, personally. I'm not drunk. Or I am, a little, but that is a perfectly allowed thing to be. Helen sets her own glass on the table and gives me a sympathetic head tilt. Still, I see the sliver of glee in her eyes, the excitement at sinking her teeth into a juicy piece of gossip. And how is she? Mum, says Oscar, shaking his head. You said I couldn't bring Olivia up unless Katie did. Well, Katie brought her up. Olivia is struggling, actually. I had to help her fight off a panic attack today, I tell her. But she doesn't like to talk about what happened. To be honest, if you want any information about my sister, just ask Oscar. He knows more than I do. He stiffens. She frowns. What do you mean? Rachel's husband works for the police. He told Oscar things he shouldn't have, things my parents weren't even aware of. Dropping him in it is petty, and I'm not proud, especially since I promised I wouldn't tell anyone what I know, and maybe I'll regret it when I'm sober, but for now, I enjoy seeing him squirm. Your cousin Rachel? Helen asks him. He stuffs garlic bread into his mouth and nods. But I thought Tim worked at the estate agents in Midsummer Norton. My skin prickles. Slowly, I turn to Oscar. He avoids my eye. Was this another of his lies? If Rachel's husband didn't give Oscar that information, who did? And how does he know so much about my sister? He changed jobs last year, he tells her. I saw Tim last month and he never mentioned it, she says. But I suppose he and Rachel have had their hands full recently. That reminds me, Katie, sweetheart, did you send them a gift? I tear my attention away from my fiancé. Who? Rachel and Tim. Why would I? Rachel's had the baby. Why is it, as a woman, when you gain a partner, you also gain a pile of admin too? Remembering important dates and organising the corresponding gifts and cards for his family. Somehow, women become their partner's unofficial, unpaid PAs. Didn't you tell Katie that Rachel and Tim had the baby? I told you to let her know. Helen admonishes him. In that half-hearted way, mothers scold their sons because it's almost impossible for them to ever be truly angry with their perfect baby boys. I forgot. Work's been really hectic. I round on him. Yes, you're working a lot on that exciting new project lately, and you've been in London all day. Snowed under with back-to-back meetings, haven't you? His cheeks redden. Yeah. All day, I say again. In London. He frowns at me, trying to figure me out. I stare at him, seething, confused, desperate to know why he's lying. Helen, oblivious to the tension, thrusts her phone at us. Oscar takes it. "Baby Violet," she says. "Isn't she gorgeous?" "Oh yeah, beautiful," he enthuses. I scoff. I feel their eyes on me. I shake my head at Oscar. "Why are you pretending to care? You hate babies." He splutters. "No, I don't." "You said babies cry a lot for people who don't pay rent or know what inflation is. You said all babies look like the wrinkly nutsacks they come from." "Oscar!" scolds his mother, with more ferocity now. "You didn't say that, did you?" No, I didn't." He glares at me, and I glare right back. He lies so easily. So easily. He lowers his voice. "What's gotten into you?" "You," I say. "Stop lying. Just stop it." I fling my arm out, and the jug topples and cracks. Water spills across the table. Oscar apologises to his mother, and I make a clumsy attempt to clean up the mess. After all, it's not the jug's fault my fiancé is a deceitful tosser. "I'm going to take her home," says Oscar to his mother, as though I am a toddler overdue a nap. I stand in the hallway now as the walls sway around me. The two of them talk quietly in the kitchen, probably about me and the state I'm in. Then Oscar and I are outside, his arm around me as he steers me down the street. If I look over my shoulder, I know I'll see his mother standing on the driveway, watching fretfully on and telling herself she was right to have reservations about me. She'll convince herself it's because I haven't donned a wedding dress already and I was behaving erratically tonight. But really it's because if mothers are honest with themselves, they don't think anyone is good enough for their sons. Dusk has almost fallen, but the heat from the day lingers. Once we round the corner out of sight, Oscar tugs me to a halt. "What the hell, Katie?" I shrug out of his grip. "What were you doing today?" "Really?" "Working." "In London." I see it click into place. He knows I know. He backtracks. "Mostly, I came back to Somerset early afternoon and went to Bradford-on-Avon." "So what? You're stalking me now?" He gives me this incredulous little laugh that sets my teeth on edge. "No, I was there with my sister. I saw you sharing dessert with another woman." "So you just happened to be in Bradford-on-Avon in the exact cafe where I was having lunch? You expect me to believe that?" he says, irritation hacking out like a cough. "I can't believe you're following me. That isn't normal, Katie." "How are you twisting this around?" "I saw you. With her." He steps close to me, crowding me. He's angry. Really angry. "Stop playing games and just fucking ask me." I swallow thickly. This is new territory for us. Oscar and I don't fight. We bicker. We bicker about how he never uses the many coasters littered around the house, and how I always leave my wet towels on the bed. But we do not fight. I lift my chin and meet his dark eyes. "Are you having an affair?" His mouth opens, as though he can't believe I asked him the question he was pushing for me to ask. "You're insane. I am not having an affair." And he is so sincere, so convincing, it would be easy to believe him. To apologise for how awful I've been this evening and to spend the next week making amends, but still, he has lied and been evasive. If he isn't having an affair, I am sure there is something he is hiding from me. "So who is she? And why did you lie about being in London?" "I didn't lie!" he bellows. Then he spins away from me, a ball of frustration. I stare at his back, watching the frantic rise and fall of his shoulders as he tries to rein himself in. I glance up and down the street to see if anyone heard him and has come outside to investigate. They haven't. Oscar turns and faces me again. "I didn't lie. I just didn't give you a play-by-play of every hour of my day. I was in London this morning. I was in back-to-back meetings all day." "And who is she?" "Someone I'm working with." "In your messages, you refer to her as he." He throws his hands up. "An honest mistake." "What's her name?" "Samantha." which makes sense since the name in Oscar's calendar was Sam. I start to believe him, and regret creeps in. Still, I have to be sure. What company does she work for? He pauses, just a beat, then, Adeline Frey Interiors. I see the lie, like some small animal scurrying past in the dark. I'm designing their new website. Sam is their head of marketing. It was a business meeting. I'm nodding, even though I know I'm being deceived. And this is the new project you've been so excited about. They were recently featured in Vogue. It's a big deal, a big client. He shakes his head, disappointment coming off him in waves. You really embarrassed me tonight. You embarrassed us both. How much have you had to drink? Shame colours my cheeks. I've had more than I should, more than I normally would. The wine sloshes through me along with the mortification. His version of events, his explanations all make sense. Yet, I have this niggling feeling he's not being totally transparent. And what about the blonde lock of hair I found in your desk? He goes rigid. You went into my study. I swallow thickly. Whose hair is it? Fury comes off him like steam. Mine. Yours, I repeat, disbelieving. Yes, from my first haircut as a child. Mum gave it to me for my 18th birthday. I search his face for the lie. I thought... What? That me and my supposed mistress were exchanging locks of hair? He closes his eyes, pinches the bridge of his nose as though staving off a headache. Honestly, Katie, it might do you some good to book in with your sister's therapist. There's a flash of pain, like he's just tipped scalding tea onto my lap. I take it you had a few glasses before you came to Mum's. I nod, solemnly. So you left the car at home? Another solemn nod. He sighs. Fine. The train it is. Then he pivots and starts walking away. I watch him go. He doesn't turn to see whether I'm following. He becomes smaller and smaller before disappearing around another corner. He's gone. But I don't feel I'm alone. There are eyes on me. I look back in the direction of Helen's house, and there, at the end of the street, a figure dressed in black watches. A figure with a nose too long to be natural. I feel a clench of something visceral and dark. I swing my gaze around in search of Oscar, but he is out of sight. When I look back towards the end of the street, the masked man is gone.
Chapter 22. Eleanor Ledbury. Eleanor calls an ambulance for her brother. There is an agonising wait, but she sobs with relief as the flashing blue lights speed towards the manor. The paramedics ask her what happened. She and Heath made a pact years before to keep their uncle's temper quiet, in case social services got involved and split them up. So she lies, telling the police and medical professionals that she has no idea who assaulted him. At the hospital, after hours spent alone and terrified, her nails bitten and raw, she is told that although her brother has a gash to the back of his head, bruised ribs, and a treasure trove of marks and cuts, he'll be okay. Uncle Robert has never attacked either of them this savagely before, and it is all Eleanor's fault. She paces the glossy white corridors of the ward, regret pounding through her like a second heartbeat. She loathes the unfamiliar, clinical smell of antiseptic and bleach, the sound of doctors and nurses rushing back and forth, the soles of their shoes squeaking on the vinyl, the beeping of so many machines. It is impossible to get warm, even though she is still wearing Flynn's jacket. Only there are bloodstains on the cuffs now. She shoves her hands into its pockets, and that is when she finds the folded-up scrap of paper with a phone number and a note. If you ever need ice skating lessons, Flynn, kiss. She smiles a thin, watery smile. Then she goes in search of a phone. He is with her in under an hour. She makes him promise not to ask if she's okay and bans him from talking about what happened. She doesn't want to think about it and doesn't want to have to lie to him either. She longs for the simplicity of their afternoons spent on the ice and then tucked away in a coffee shop. Eleanor leads him to the little room that splinters off the main waiting area where she spent most of the evening. She'd been drawn to the brightly coloured plastic chairs and the meadow mural painted across the back wall. It's only when Flynn points out they were in the children's entertainment area that she notices the half-empty box of toys squirreled away in one corner. She blushes, but makes no move to join the depressing, drab section reserved for adults. Besides, there are no children here, just her and Flynn. He offers her a weak tea from the vending machine, which she takes in her trembling hands, but can't bring herself to drink. I haven't told Sophia about Heath. I figured you wouldn't want too many people around. She nods, relieved. She hadn't even thought about Sophia. Heath will call her when he can. What about your uncle? He must be beside himself. Is he on his way back from London? She blanches. Yes, she fibs. I found your purple stone, she adds by way of distraction. His face lights up. No way. She nods, a small smile playing about her lips. Fate, he concludes. It was fate. She considers reminding him that stones don't move or blow away in the wind, so as long as he put it where he said he did, it would have been there another decade from now. But she doesn't, for fear of spoiling this romance he is conjuring. I haven't read this in years, he says, getting up and retrieving a hardback from the tiny bookshelf opposite. What is it? Rapunzel. When she doesn't react, he says, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. I've never read it. He turns it over in his hands. You look like her. She takes it from him and flips through the pages. And so, is Ledbury Hall my prison tower? He arches a brow. Does that make Heath or your uncle the wicked enchantress? She swallows hard and looks away. He clears his throat. Next you'll be telling me you've never seen a Disney film. A Disney film? He gawps at her. She shifts uncomfortably, feeling as though she is failing a test. Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, Pocahontas. She shrugs. She doesn't like being reminded that she was brought up in a different world to everyone else. Before Flynn, it never bothered her. But with Heath leaving her alone more and more, Eleanor feels like a flower reaching for the sun, trying to thrive out in the wild. But the differences Flynn points out make her feel less like a flower and more like an unwelcome weed. Flynn grins. Don't worry, we can fix this. Anger flares like a struck match. I'm not a situation to be fixed. He reddens. I didn't mean... She sighs. Guilt layering on top of guilt. She is tense, but Flynn isn't to blame. I'm sorry, I feel terrible. What happened to Heath is my fault. It wasn't. You couldn't have stopped someone breaking in and hurting your brother without getting hurt yourself, and nobody would have wanted that. Eleanor, you're a good person, a good sister. Calling the ambulance probably saved his life. She starts to cry. He crouches in front of her, taking her face in his hands. His hands are so warm, and she is still so cold. Eleanor. She kisses him. He kisses her back. Her arms wind around his neck, and his hands move down to her waist. She doesn't think of girls trapped in towers or bloodied brothers or lead pipes. She thinks only of Flynn's mouth on hers. He tastes of tea and mint and glittering possibility.
Chapter 23. Caitlin Arden. I told the police about the masked man, but they were sceptical and basically won't do anything to chase it up because I'd been drinking and Oscar didn't see anyone. It caused another row between the two of us. Maybe you're claiming to have seen him to distract from our fight, He'd snapped at me after the police left. You think I'm lying about seeing my sister's abductor to smooth over the cracks in this relationship? Seriously, Katie, go and speak to someone because your dad is right. This isn't the way to go about getting attention. I moved out of our house 3 days after that dinner with his mother, and now I'm living in Blossom Hill House, back in my childhood bedroom, just as Olivia wanted. It looks nothing like it used to. The walls are an olive green, and there is a huge cream rug over the hardwood floor. The bedding and curtains are all in soft whites and pale greys. A large white company candle sits on the chest of drawers, filling the room with a sweet floral smell. Last night, I ducked into Olivia's room to say goodnight and found her thumbing through a copy of Rapunzel. It brought me right back to when we were little. Living with my parents makes me feel like a child, being called down for dinner, having Mum barge into my room without knocking, dealing with Dad's disapproval if I dare check my phone at the dining table. It's all a bit much. And even though things between Oscar and me are fraught, I find myself longing to be at home with him. He was shocked when I said I was leaving, but he didn't fight it. But then, apart from our trip to St. Ives, we've hardly seen each other these last few weeks. He's constantly working and I'm always at Blossom Hill House. We've never ever fought like this before, and I'm honestly grateful I have so much going on because it leaves me very little room to dwell on my relationship. And maybe some intentional time apart will be good for us. Maybe he'll miss me so much he'll forgive me for accusing him of being unfaithful. I wince, the memory ricocheting back. Then I sweep it aside and assure myself things will eventually be okay. Now, I am sitting at the dining table in the kitchen, sorting old photographs into piles to give to Olivia. Mum and Dad are back at work. The house is quiet. The swarm of paparazzi has all but gone, their attention grabbed by the grisly murder of a CEO's husband a few miles away. Lately, there are only ever one or maybe two reporters outside at any one time, and always a police officer. The family liaison officer assured us we'll be looked after while the investigation is ongoing. I suppose they can't promise they'll stay until Simon is caught, given his incarceration isn't guaranteed. Olivia is going out with Florence. Again. I haven't been invited. Again. I mean, I have to be okay with it, don't I? They have 16 years to catch up on. Besides, this afternoon I've got my first appointment with Gideon, Olivia's therapist, so even if they'd bothered to ask me, I couldn't have gone. I breathe through the wave of jealousy. I'm still Florence's best friend. I'm still her maid of honour, and Olivia is still my sister. That means something. It means more. With Oscar and me separated, and Olivia and Florence occupied, I have an opportunity to spend more time with Evie and Gemma. I realise now, hopefully not too late, that if friends are like flowers, I have watered and pruned and nurtured my relationship with Florence, and let others wilt. Olivia bounces into the kitchen in a short silk dress, an oversized pair of sunglasses on her head, and the emerald pendant around her neck. It still hurts that Mum just handed it to her after she'd promised it to me. Olivia pulls 2 ice-cold water bottles from the fridge and sets one down for me. "That house is pretty," she says, leaning over to see the photograph in my hands. "It's of Uncle Donald's holiday home. Hathaway Cottage in Castle Combe. It's like something from a postcard with its thatched roof, honey-brown stone walls and A-frame doorway flanked by hanging baskets. Inside is all wooden beams and flagstone floors and cosy rugs." "Where is that?" asks Olivia. I stare up at her, confused by her question. We joined Uncle Donald, Auntie Carol and our cousins Edward and Josie there every Easter. But I can see from the genuine interest on her face that she has no memory of it. "It's Hathaway Cottage," I answer slowly, waiting for her to laugh and reveal she's just winding me up, because of course she remembers it. But she shrugs and makes her way over to the kitchen island. I stare after her, shocked she can't remember. How does she not remember? "We spent weeks there every single year since we were born," I tell her back incredulously. She stills, then takes a shiny red apple from the fruit bowl. She does not turn around, does not meet my gaze. my bewildered, baffled, bulging gaze. I get that feeling again. The crawling sense of unease I felt the day she turned up here, remnants of pink polish on her nails. The unease I shoved aside because my sister was finally home. My heart beats frantically beneath my ribs. Silence pulls taut between us. So tight I could reach out and pluck it like a violin string. Then she spins on her heel and gives me her smile and her charm. Looking forward to seeing Gideon today? He's honestly brilliant. I nod dumbly. Beneath the swift change of subject and her nonchalance, I see something. Something wild and too still. Something coiled. My mind races. I need to choose my next words very carefully. I suppose it's been years since we were last at the cottage. A really long time, actually. She shrugs again, as though this entire conversation is boring. Yet I see she is watching me, taking note of my response in the same way I am taking note of hers. She throws her apple up into the air and catches it one-handed. Uncle Donald and Auntie Carol have been thinking about selling Hathaway for a few years now. I continue lightly, as though this is throwaway gossip. That Edmund got really upset about it. I wait, my breath locked in my chest. Will she notice my deliberate mistake? Edmund for Edward. Having no memory of the cottage could maybe be overlooked. After all, it's just bricks and mortar. But surely she will remember our cousin. She grew up with him. Their birthdays are only a week apart. If she corrects me, I have no reason to worry. But if she doesn't... Please, I think, please correct me. Poor Edmund, she says, nodding sympathetically. And I cannot believe my bear trap has snapped its jaws around her. She hasn't realised. In fact, she visibly relaxes even as my entire body stiffens. She blunders on. But I'm sure his parents won't sell if he asks them not to, right? Her white teeth sink into the apple's flesh. Then her phone vibrates in her bag. That'll be Florence, I'd better go. She presses a quick kiss to my cheek before bouncing out of the room and down the hall. A moment later, I hear the front door open and close. The room tilts, and doubt bleeds in properly for the first time. Is that woman really my sister? And if she isn't, who is she? And what does she want? Chapter 24. Caitlin Arden. Am I seriously considering that the woman sleeping in my parents' house isn't the real Olivia? The thought is absurd, and I reject it almost immediately, but it rears its head over and over, and I find myself playing a version of whack-a-mole as I shower and dress. Eventually, I sit on my bed and take a minute to go over any evidence I have to suggest this woman isn't my sister. My thoughts are a jumbled tangle of necklaces shoved at the bottom of a bag, so I take out my phone and type up a list in an attempt to unpick them. I turn the brightness of the screen down until it's practically grey because I'm getting a headache. I start typing. 1. She couldn't remember the gold bee journal, or the boy on the bus. This was the first red flag. I remember the night she was taken as though it's a scene from a movie. I can stop and rewind. Surely it's the same for her. When she denied knowing anything about the boy on the bus and the journal he gave to her, I wondered whether she was trying to protect him. That perhaps he was her boyfriend, and they did stage the abduction so they could run away together. That maybe in the years that followed, that relationship turned sour so she came back. But now, I'm wondering if the reason she doesn't remember is simple. It never happened to her. After all, the public weren't made aware of the journal. It's a detail known only to a handful of people. 2. Her appearance when she arrived at the house. Her hair had been recently cut. She had fewer split ends than I did. Even her tan was better than mine. And then there were her nails, short and neat, with the remnants of pink polish. Maybe this isn't evidence of anything, but I imagined a kidnap victim to be more unkempt or neglected. Olivia looked as though she'd not long stepped out of a salon. 3, she never reminisces about our childhood. She tells me all the time that she missed me, but we never talk about our lives before she was taken. She reads her old diaries and mine as though they are novels. Maybe for her that's exactly what they are. Stories about someone else's life. And she's devouring them like champagne truffles because all research is useful research, especially when you're playing a character. 4, she doesn't remember Hathaway Cottage or our cousin Edward. This is the most compelling piece of evidence I have. There's no way Olivia would forget. It's more than likely that my sister wrote about the cottage and our cousins in her diaries, but if this woman isn't Olivia, she's got at least 5 years of someone else's life to digest, remember and recite, which means gaps in her knowledge are likely, gaps like holiday cottages and cousins. Still, is this enough evidence to prove she isn't my sister? Am I certain that's even the case? Have I lost my mind for even considering she might be an imposter? And if she is, why am I the only one who spotted it? Surely the police did a DNA test to verify her claim. But if they didn't, and she's lying about who she is, why? What does she want? She let slip she'd been married. I believe that to be true. She was mortified when she told me, and no one is that good of an actress. So, if she isn't Olivia, maybe she's running from an abusive husband. Maybe that's who I've been seeing in the mask. But why run to a family she doesn't know? Perhaps the man she's running from is so awful, assuming someone else's identity is the only way she could escape. I scrub my hands over my face, more confused than ever. I've already been accused of being attention-seeking and difficult. I can't voice my suspicion to anyone until I have solid proof, if there even is any. The thing is, she looks exactly how I imagine Olivia would look at 29, and she feels like a sister. That must count for something, mustn't it? Or maybe I've been so lonely and so guilt-ridden and so desperate to have her back I've convinced myself she's Olivia, because that is easier than accepting she's never coming back. I save the notes to my phone, mind still sifting through it all, panning for the truth the same way others pan for gold. By the time I arrive at Gideon's office, I'm composed.